welcome to the second part, coming from the first part. Or maybe you skip right over to the second part, that is fine. Anyway, in this part, it's going to be less deep dungeon basics, and it's going to be way more just pure time management on the end game. We try to fight every single floor, every single monster without the steel, just to show you the amount of damage we're taking. And also, I'm going to go into a deep analysis of every single floor, starting from 150. So anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed that second part, and hopefully that can get you your Necromancer. Ready floor. So this is where the way you play on this set is the way you play up to the end of the game, the end of the clear. So the next set is your warm-up set for the end game. After this, after the next set, every set after this, we have to use a bit of Pomanders to make it for time. So on the next set, monsters have a few mechanics. Luckily, none of them are very threatening for tank, so we kind of getting a tank privilege there. Shepti does he does a very quick line AoE every few seconds. It doesn't one-shot you, but just don't stand in it. Pudding, this guy, he's like a hard-hitting monster. On tank, not that bad. The only thing keep in mind is that he's going to, like, when you pull it, he's going to like run up to you. And then he's gonna do an AoE, a tank buster, but then after this, he will never run up to you again. So he's just annoying to kite, basically. Deepeye does nothing worth of mention, just does a gaze, very easy to avoid. Gremlin does nothing, puts a Vol on you, that's very weak. Pot just does a big blind, a gaze attack, just look away. Marolit doesn't do anything. When I say doesn't do anything, I mean don't stand in the telegraph. Like, for example, this guy's telegraph stuns you, but like I assume you don't stand in it. The Abia does nothing. Devilet doesn't do much on tank. He's like a caster that's gonna do something called Ice Spikes after a little bit. Ice Spikes is not very threatening on tank. You can mostly ignore it, but basically it's like every time you auto attack while the buff is up, you will get hit. You can stun to prevent this, and then right after Ice Spikes, he does Void Blizzard, which is a much more annoying ability. It's trying to put a very big GCD slow on you for 20 seconds. Usually what I do is I stun the Ice Spike, and then I interrupt the Void Blizzard after. Soul Flare is just annoying because he steals your health, makes the fight long. Taurus does nothing. Archdemon does nothing, puts an annoying 30-second paralyze on you. You can stun it with good timing, and I'll show you how to stun it, but even if you get hit by it, it's fine. Just stand close to him so that he doesn't like cone you after, but the cone would not kill you. And then Mimic is still not very threatening on tank. Boss of this set, very easy boss, especially with a new strat I have for it compared to my old guy. Very easy boss. This is also a guy where you decide if you want to steal or not. Up to you. I'll probably do it no steal just to show you the absolute like peak damage you can take. But you know, you're gonna see in the guide what kind of damage I'm taking, and then you can decide for yourself if you find that you should steal or not. Up to you. So anyway, food buff. And now from this point on, we play good deep dungeon. We play endgame deep dungeon. So by the way, just a side note, this is where you can get the bags that are worth a lot of money. If you want to get the bags, but you don't want to risk your clear too much, I recommend you just go for the bags from 150 to 170. And then if you go for bags on the higher floors, just make sure you have a safety or a side running, and that's it. So anyway, number one rule, always be fighting. Very important for this point on. I would say if you have 3 strength, use 1, especially if you're at the beginning, because overcapping your strength is very easy. But I would say don't use anything else on this set, even if it's at 3. Just use a strength at the beginning if you have 3, and then on the boss you'll use a strength and a steal. You'll use a strength and a loss, and that's it. The loss, again, is up to you. I personally prefer using a loss on every boss, so that's up to you. So these monsters, like these, if you look any other die, you're gonna see there's a lot of text about all of these monsters, but on tank, like we don't really care about double auto attackers, right? We don't really care about tank busters too much. No, of course, don't pull two monsters at the same time if you can avoid it. But this patrol, I saw it coming from a long. Like this is where this set is very good for gameplay. You can see things from very far. See that guy? I'm fighting 2 rooms away and I already know that this guy is coming this way, and now he's like going to go left or go towards me. He went left. Now, as I said, patrols usually first priority, so we'll actually go for that guy right away. This is a very quick line AoE, like I mentioned. If you get it, you won't die. But don't get it. Build good habits, because I don't even know which telegraphs kills you and which ones don't kill you because of debuffs. I know this one doesn't kill you, but build good habits. So see, we see another patrol coming there. Now, something that's very nice on this set, and every set starting from now, wall traps are very rare, and the ones that exist are on very specific spots. So from this point on, if you are hugging a wall, it's always safe. You will never hit a trap if you hug the wall as tightly as possible. With 3 exceptions, and I will show them to you when I find them. But like, for example, if a monster is low, it's fine to just run across the edge of the room, right? Because I know there's no trap. So this guy's gonna run up to you. Do a tank buster. After this, he won't run again. So he'll stay very far away from you. Now, of course, on tank, we want to be close, though. That's more of a thing on like range DPS. So always be fighting. Like, you see there's a chest all the way back there. But always be fighting takes priority over chests. This chest takes a while to get to. We'll actually run a roll there instead. I want to fight monsters. Now, like I said, this guy is very bad to kite because he keeps stopping to cast. Yeah, that silver... I mean, I could have used that silver chest for an explosion. I don't recommend you do it unless you have a raising or, like, you know, you need it, because it is a somewhat risky strat. That's why I didn't do it. But yes, you can use silver chest to explode monsters. On this set, we don't need to be doing anything for time. So here, okay, this is where calculated risk is gonna be a thing. So like, if I open this chest, there could be a mimic, and let's say it's gonna cost me a witch chain. Even if there's a mimic, it's fine, right? Because I would have witch chains for it. Now in that specific case, I could fight the mimic and the monster easily, but so like, I don't mean you should start doing this from 151. I don't think you should start witching on 151 just for, like, you know, a chest. But like, it's just something that's gonna come up later, so I want to explain it now. By the way, this is an 8 kill, so it's above average. Come here. So this is above average kill count, and we did it in 5 minutes with a strength. That means if I had no strength, I would have been a bit behind pace right now. The pace, I'll be talking about the pace often. The pace is 6 minutes per floor on average. It's 6 minutes per floor until you get to like the 6th or the 7th floor. And then once you're on the 6th or the 7th floor, I look at it more like subtracting the kill time of the boss. So usually, if I'm at 30 minutes, when I exit the 5th floor, I'm in a good time. And then I'll check again what time is like when I'm at the 6th or the 7th floor. Well, usually the 7th or the 8th floor. And then I'll see like how much time the boss takes, and then I'll just check how much time I need, right? That's kind of my way to time floors, personally. Do I stagger kite monsters with high damage output? For instance, if I'm fighting a Gravekeeper, Flood Dragon, etc. So I do it without even thinking about it, even on tank. I will try not to do it though, I will try not to do it because I think it's a bit advanced and it's unnecessary. It's mostly to save me potions. Stagger kiting is like, well, it's hard to show on this monster, but it's basically when you keep like shuffling in and out of melee range. Like if you do this kind of little dance where you're just kind of never staying in front of the monster, well, they actually don't attack you as often because they have to like basically face you every time, right? So if you do this kind of like little shuffling dance, they don't hurt you as much. That's the way to mitigate some damage. Will I be uploading this guy on YouTube? Yes, of course. It's gonna be on YouTube and it's gonna be a 2-part guide. Probably gonna be a part 1 and a part 2 because I don't think they're gonna let me make it in one video. Got Serenity there. So see, there's a chest back there. Now, this is where like it kind of boils down to like how many kills have I killed, like how many things have I killed, is the key close to open. I would say on average, starting from now, you should expect 7 kills to open. We're on the 3rd kill, so I definitely need probably at least 3 or 4 more. So there's a chest back there. What I can do, it's out of the way, but because I need to kill a lot of monsters still, and I need to kill monsters around this area, then I can just like slowly nudge my way over there, right? Kill this guy, you know, and now my burst is down, so then I can, you know, come out a few times, get to the chest, and then I can check the chest, whatever it is. It's a steal, I don't really care, but it's a steal. And then, you know, I check the chest without really losing too much time. Wow, this was a 4 kill open. I mean, that's definitely I'll take it. You should expect 7 on average though. 4 kill open is pretty lucky. So just go for chests that are nearby or in places where you are gonna be fighting monsters. Once the key is open, just open chests that are like very close to you. Don't go out of your way for any chest. So this spot, this patrol, by the way, I recognized it was going the other way. That's why I didn't pull it yet. He does a gaze, which puts a blind debuff on you. Just don't look. Always be fighting. So my next pull is this DPI. Whenever I'm fighting something, I'm naturally looking at other things, and one of the things I'm thinking about when I'm fighting is what is my next pull, because I want to make sure that whenever the thing I'm fighting dies, I'm ready to pull the next thing. I don't want to like think about it. So this room, this is a room where there is no wall trap, but they are very close to the wall trap. So this is a room where you absolutely cannot be like, you can't like be lazy about hitting the wall there. And this is the kind of room where you kind of want to pop a regen potion if to run through it with a monster on you. So another thing about this room is that there's often chests in the middle near the donut. And there is safe ways to go to the chest without hitting trap, but even me, I have not memorized them. So if you're gonna go for a chest in a room like this, just realize that you might hit a trap. So see, that's one of the traps I was talking about. See how close it is to the wall? If I'm hitting the wall, I'm not gonna hit it, but it's very close. So you gotta hit the wall there. Rare monster, by the way. That's nice. No, I took a bad decision there. Pulled a monster while the patrol was coming my way. Luckily, I recognized it and I moved there instantly. But that's the kind of bad decisions I want to avoid. So rare monster, I thought about it a long time ago, but basically it's like a mimic that does no ability. So it only attacks you and it hits quite hard. It doesn't hit quite hard on tank, but hits quite hard on DPS. So see this guy move, And because he moved, he won't move for a while, so I can check this chest. It's an altar. Generally, you want to be out of a room as soon as you have no business in the room, right? Because being in a hallway is just safer. Now, silvers, I recommend you don't do it unless you have a raising. But if you want to try and do a silver to kill a monster, just wait until it's doing some ability or stun it, like this. Then pop the silver. And then if it explodes, well, you gain time. If it doesn't explode, well, you just lost by a second, right? But be careful, because it does 70% of your max HP, not current HP. So that can kill you. This room, by the way, you don't have to memorize this, but this specific room has a thing where there's no trap down this very specific set of stairs I'm following, like the second one. This never has a trap, this whole like line, so you can actually avoid traps by walking there. But this, I would not try to memorize this. It's just a nice thing to know. Always be fighting. We don't have a strain right now. That's fine. So this is the 5th kill. This is 6. This guy is 6 and this guy is 7. So the way... Usually, there's like a few priority, right? You zone to a floor. You want to make sure you kill any bad patrols. You want to find the key fast. But like the order of priority of monsters you're killing is essentially like patrol, followed by monsters that are on the way to the key or on the key, followed by monsters that are guarding a chest, and that's like, and then after that everything else. That's pretty much your priority. So like for example, if this room had 3 monsters in it, I would be pulling from this room, because then it'd be likely that one of them is blocking my way when I need to leave, right? But not because there's only one deep eye, I'm just keeping that guy last, essentially. I'll even pull the patrol before, because if I'm going to need, let's say, 8 kill to get out, well, it'd be damn convenient if the last thing I kill was right by the key, right? Because then I can leave instantly. That's just small optimizations you can do. So this guy is the 7th kill, that's the average, so that's likely to open. If it opens, I leave instantly, because whichever way this guy faces, I can always go around. If it doesn't open, I kill this guy. It's the 8th kill, and it's very likely to be the kill that gets me out. And see, we need 8, so we just fight that guy. Now, it could be 9, but you should not play every floor like it's gonna be a 9 kill. That's kind of insane. Like, if it's 9 kill, we'll backtrack a bit and pull something else. That's life. You always want to be fighting rare mobs. So rare mobs usually have more HP, but they're like a mimic, so they have a 50% drop rate of chests. Also their proximity, so usually I'll fight it, yeah. Usually, unless it's kind of far. Well, usually, yes, it's a good fight to pick up, on tank, at least. 8 kill, we're out. So as a reminder, the pace is 6 minutes per floor. So right now, if I had 42 minutes, I'd be on pace, but we're 3 minutes ahead right now. So that's good. So always be fighting, preferably patrols. These guys are patrols, so we're gonna pull patrol. Very simple. And then I look around just to see, like, you know, what's around, if there's other patrols. Also, I'm checking if I can find the key, because if I could see the key, that would be great. I don't see the key. And that means I have to find it, obviously. So this is a good chance to show that, you know, if you're gonna be moving anyway, well, just spam your tomahawk until your berserk is up. No, my berserk is up. No, I see the key is there because of the very faint glow, but I think that's not very realistic. You probably would not notice this, so let's just actually check it out. So I'd be fighting the gremlin until my teams come back up, and then I'm like, oh, I see the key, good. Okay, so that's my room to fight. That's where I want to be. And now I start counting the kills. So I already killed one thing. And there I have 4 monsters to kill. That'd be 5 kills. Is 5 kill the average amount to get me out? No. So I probably need more kills, right? Once I realize I probably need more kills, then it's usually better for me to go pull from like away and then come back there, right? It's just gonna save me a bit of time. So I'm doing exactly this. I'm just killing this guy with my tomahawk. Whenever you're tanking, you should be mashing your tomahawk key, because at least you're doing 150 potency for free every time. So that's this guy. If I kill everything at the key plus this guy, this would be 6 kill. So I'll go for him. So this chest is... This is the room that has annoying traps, so I will skip the chest. But if this was a chest like on the side, I would check it right now, because it would not really cost me time. So there's a patrol. Oh, I recognize it's coming my way. Okay, let's just get the monster away. I don't have to, right? I'm kind of overplaying it a bit. Because, I mean, I could easily fight both. In fact, I pulled it, but... You know, you just want to practice playing safe, because this is your warm-up set. So now with this patrol, this would be 7 kill. 7 kill is the average, so I'm comfortable with 7. So now we'll go back to the key and kill everything at the key. The proximity range of the rare monsters is a regular range. It's not like mimics, because I haven't mentioned it, but mimics have a longer range to like aggro on you. The rare monsters is regular, yes. Also, you may have not, I've not been using Pomanders I found in chests. I kind of want to show that you don't need anything on this set too. That's why I've not been using the Pom. So this is one of the room with a wall trap. This is the first one. I will show you. I would show you in combat. Unfortunately, Raiders took that away from me. No offense. I can't put Waymart in combat, but I'll show you when this guy's dead. Not Raiders. Square Enix took that away from me. With their dumb band-aid face. So this room has a wall trap around there. On the right side. An easy way to remember the wall traps is they're always on the right side. So that's the first thing. How do you recognize this room? Honestly, it's always a dead end. So it's always like at the end of a path. It has never like any branching path. It has these very like big boxes. But the most recognizable thing about it is the middle staircase. The way you avoid this wall trap, like if you have to go right, the way you avoid it is you just do this, like this. You do this like that. A very wide like arc. Don't step on the platform, but take a very wide arc like this. Now, I don't know if there's actually a luring there or something. So in this case, there's no trap this time, but there could be a wall trap there. It's a possible trap. This guy respawned, by the way. The respawn, as I said, is 5 minutes from this point on. Yes, it's only on the right side. The wall traps are static positions. It's always the same spot if it's there. So if it's this room and if it has a wall trap, it's always the 8. It can't be like on the left or anything. It's always there. So that's the very first wall trap. So you know I can go on I can like start tomahawking on the left there. It's fine. It's just I have to make sure I don't do that on the right. I never go on the right. And if I do have to go on the right, then I want to make sure I circle. I take the wide circle like I showed. But usually, you'll avoid going on the right if possible. So this is 7 kill. We're on average kill count, unless it's more. We are still 3 minutes. Well, we're 2:30 on 2:45 ahead right now. Technically, we lost some time, but I mean, I took 1 minute. It's playing in the trap, so no. Oh, and it's 8 kills. It's actually above average. We got above average twice, plus a 4 kill earlier. So it's about average right now with the kill counts. So now we're gonna be 2 minutes ahead of pace. Still good. Wow, it's 9 kill. Okay, that's very rare. 9 kill down there is very rare. Now see that? That's like a waste of time because now I have to backtrack and find like, you know, a kill. But because it's rare to have a very high kill, you can't really be planning for that every time. Like you just take the... I'll take the 30-second loss there. Yeah, Dawntrail had names for all the rooms, but I forgot all the names. Forgot all the names. And there's no point using the names if I don't remember the names for every room anyway, so... Right, so anyway, we're out. We're out in the walls tight, of course. So right now we're only 1 minute ahead, but we're still ahead. So I'm not stressing too much about it. You're right. You're right. I called Danger Room still. But honestly, we called it Danger Room since the beginning, no? I think that was even before Dullahan. So always be fighting. Patrol starting my way. I recognize it. What is my plan? I'm thinking on my plan. I'm fighting the Abaya. I am not thinking of the Abaya right now. I'm thinking of like, what is my plan for this patrol? I could stand there. I could kite back. Or I could just kite in the room there. Okay, what do I do if it kind of like curves towards me? It comes a little closer. Okay, I'll witching. That's my plan. Okay, it didn't come to it, so we're fine. But my plan was in my head. And because we know there's no traps on the wall, then we just follow the wall and it's perfectly safe. Check this. It's a site. I'll use a site because it might show some interesting preps. Of course, you can find landmines. You could do a landmine. I mean, there's no reason you should not do a landmine. Got a steel there. That is another room that has traps not on the wall, but that are very close in the corners especially. Like the traps are always placed very... Not always, but usually placed very close to the corners, so you cannot be lazy about this room. You have to hug the corners very tight. Do I call it Stonehenge? Stonehenge? No, I don't. I don't think I called it anything. So see that trap? If you don't hug the corner tight, it would hit. It might hit you. Ah, so there's another patrol down there. I recognize it. I also recognize it's going the other way, so we don't have to worry about it yet. However, it's always good to fight the patrol, so I'll actually move myself in position. This is like my next goal, basically, right? I've decided it's my next goal. So I'm already moving towards it. Because patrols are the top priority to kill. And I'll pull it. Ah, see the wall trap I thought about earlier? There it is there. Perfect. I can actually show it, prove you it exists. The wall trap is real. So this trap, that's the one I showed earlier, the last floor. If I go like on the right, hugging the wall, it will hit me guaranteed. So if I do this, as you can see, it hits me. And the way I remember that room is the boxes around stacking up, the fact it's a dead end, and the fact that there's like almost like a podium in the middle, right? Like this staircase podium kind of thing. This room is very easy to recognize. It's probably the second easiest to recognize. Have I ever intentionally triggered a luring on a wall trap? Yes, I have. Well, I've tried. I think I've done it and hit a luring too in the past. For points mostly. So right now I'm at 6 kills. Now, whenever you have like many monsters around the key, and you don't actually have to backtrack for the kills, then in that case, it's always better to clean the key room first, right? Because then in this case, I know I want to make sure nothing is in my way when I leave. So, because even if I have to kill 8 things, well, I have all of the kills I need around. So. You know what? First, pick up the site. Where is it? One sec. I think it was this. We don't use landmines to kill monsters. Is it too advanced on this floor? I mean, you can do it. I'm just trying to do this set very bare minimum right now, so I can show that time isn't that much of an issue. You can do it though. I would maybe do it only if I had a raising. If you're like starting out, it's not very difficult. You can definitely practice it. But I would not like use a witching for it at this point. I think I would just do a landmine on like 1 or 2 monsters. So we got debuffs there, not too bad though. With home game, well, it depends on your comfort level, right? Like for me, yes. If I don't even need home game. I could pull with steel. I could pull 10 monsters without a witching on this set and be probably fine. Specific monsters, of course. Let's say though, it's like you're just trying to save time and you're just trying to do a landmine and you don't really know what the monsters do. Probably, let me first explain this monster though. So this guy, like I said, he's a caster. He will do high spites after 2 or 3 casts. So next one, usually I stun the ice spike, then I will interrupt the void blizzard. The next thing, this. The ice spike, if it goes off, whatever, but the void blizzard, you want to avoid it. And by the way, if the ice spikes, like, you just don't want to be taking the damage it does. It's not very much. It's a little bit. You just have to make sure you sheet away your weapon or like press escape or like, you stop attacking basically. Your basic auto attacks. I'll show you how much damage it does on the next imp. Oh well, this one I guess. So look at the damage I'm taking. See there, the 2000. That's the damage it does to you. Oh, Mimic. Mimic are still easy. How many monsters you say can take a banner for a landmine? I mean, how many monsters? It's... Surprisingly, it's not like the landmine that's dangerous. It's bringing the monsters to the landmine that's dangerous. Like, once you witch chain, you can essentially have like 15 monsters on you. It doesn't really matter. Bringing the monsters to you, I mean, the limit is more like the limit of your knowledge. Because as long as you're pulling easy monsters, it's fine. Like, if I pull... like... If I pull like 5 pots, it's spicy, but if I pull 5 Maroliths, it's easy because the pots are going to be doing abilities, but the Marolith will only be doing an AoE telegraph, right? So then once I witch chain, it's the same for both, but bringing them together will be harder if it's the pot. Well, I don't know. If I was doing a landmine on this set for time as a beginner, I would probably just do... I would first of all do it without a witch chain if I don't have a free witch chain. And I would probably just limit myself to like probably... like the monsters in the room, I guess. Just the monsters in the room, whatever they are. If I wanted to do a juicy landmine with a witch chain and everything, I would probably just pull like all the easy monsters, like all the Tauros, all the Marrowlits, probably pull like 7 of them, and then just witch chain, do the landmine. Don't have to do landmines yet though. I mean, you can practice it for sure. Time-wise though, you don't really have to do it. Yeah, that's the thing. The monsters on the 170s are much easier to landmine than like right now. That's also a big reason why it's not really worth doing right now. So I'll pull this guy to prove you that he sucks ass. Why he sucks is because he just spams casted spells. That's whatever. He does Mind Blast, which is whatever, but then he starts lifestealing you with this, which it sucks because it wastes your time. So right now, the pace, technically we want to be out by 24 minutes. Also, I see the patrol coming, so I'm gonna move. Like I said, always paying attention to my surroundings. Not really paying attention when I'm fighting. So yeah, right now, we want to be out by 24 minutes on the pace. But usually, once I'm past the 30-minute mark, I prefer looking at the time by subtracting the boss kill time, right? This boss, 9 minutes at most with strength loss. It's more like 8, but let's say 9. So right now we need about well, I guess I'll do it. I'll calculate after I'm out of this floor, but basically we might have to use like maybe a strength or a flight, which is fair. I spent a lot of time talking. Also, I've used no freebies. Oh, patrol's coming. See, this one I did not really pay attention. Like, what's my plan there? I could try and hide in the room, but it's less risk to just fight both. Because then if I go in the room, I could maybe pull the imp, and the imp would see me, and then suddenly I might fight 3 monsters, so it's easy to just fight. The key might open. I might be wasting a bit of time. I am. Too bad. That happens. Now, I have all my pumps at 3, and time, I feel like time might get tight, just because if I subtract 9 minutes from my current time, from 25, I'll be at 16. And 16 minutes is actually, if I take 6 minutes per floor, that is not enough time. And I seem to be taking about 6 minutes per floor, plus it's my pace. Plus there's another patrol. I think that's a respawn though. This one's kind of dumb though. Nice. So, you know, in that case, we should probably be using something before it gets too late. In that case, we'll use a strength. It's better to do this now than like kind of be on copium for like 3 floors that it's gonna be fine, and then it's not, and then we have to like rage, right? It's better to use the smaller palms first. So this guy, he's easy, he's just a bit annoying. I know there's a patrol behind me. He's gonna open it with a cone. After this, he's gonna turn around, he's gonna slap you once, and then if you time this properly, you stun there, and you're gonna prevent the paralyze. It's a very quick cat. You cannot react to it. You can only prevent it, basically. But this is a very consistent way to do it, though. You wait for him to attack you, and then you just kind of stun. So I'll try to show it again on this guy. I don't always get it, but I often get it. So he turns around, slaps me once, stun. So you may have caught it, but something actually kind of weird happened there. As the monster was finishing up his cone, even though I was behind him, he attacked me anyway. You couldn't see it because I got hit for 1,000 while his back was turned away. That's very irregular. Usually monsters will not attack you when you're behind them, so just something to keep in mind for future pulls. If you mess up, you'll get paralyzed for 30 seconds. All that really means is stay close to the monster so that you can actually like just go behind it when he does a cone. That's the only difference. Pull this guy, check this. If it's a mimic, my plan is to fight both. It is not a mimic, but I had a plan before I checked the chest. That's the important part. So we use a strength there. We used 2 strength basically. One at the beginning, one at after that. Did not use any other pickup. I mean, I found plenty pickups. I just didn't use them intentionally. So now, why did that happen? Even though I said this set would be fine for time, probably because I spent too much time talking, and the keys were all pretty high. So see there, I messed up. I got the ice spike. It's fine. You can respect it if you want. I just don't like respecting it, but no, Abyssal Swain will not one-shot you. This room again, donut room is very close to the wall trap, so don't be greedy. Keep fighting, keep pulling, never stop pulling. I did not respect the ice spike again. Oh, you can get crit from the ice spike reflect damage. I didn't know that. They did 3k to me with the reflect. So there's a chest there. This room has a not wall trap, but a close to the wall trap. I'm pretty sure. Got a side. I'll use it. Maybe we'll see it. That's not there. So you see what I'm doing right now? I'm fighting a quote-unquote bad monster, but it's because you always want to be fighting on water. So like, even if it's a bad pull, I'll fight it, right? Because you can do it. Now I will not pull the Soul Flare if I can avoid it, because it just takes long. I got a free rage there. I'm not gonna use it, but I have one if I needed it. This is 6. 6 is not the average. I would expect one more. Let's move towards there. I know there's a landmine. I'm not using it though. Let me check this. Strength. I mean, we found 2 strength and we found 2 strength back. I think that's very underwhelming. Usually you're gonna find way more on a set. And we're up. To be fair, I had no bad debuff so far. I mean, I had a damage down and a blind, I think, that's it. But I've had no glooms yet. Why not use a spare if time is an issue? I mean, I'm just not doing it for like the sake of the guide. But I would do it, right? Okay, so this is one of the worst possible set of debuffs you can have. Straight up. And we got a treasure room on the key. Wow. Okay, well, it's rare. I said it can happen sometimes, but sometimes you have Serenity in the 150s. I think that's one such case. Like a no ability is a very strong contender for a Pomander. Gloom no ability is almost never fightable unless it's flighted, but like the fact that I have a treasure room on the key as well is cherry on top, right? Like that's too many bad things at the same time. So there it's like, once again, was the Serenity the correct decision? Was it the most optimal decision? Maybe not. Who knows? But at least I decided fast on what I was gonna do, right? Instead of like mulling it over for like 2 minutes. So it's usually I would avoid using a Serenity in the 150s, but you know, as you saw there, it can happen that you have to do it. It happens. Time-wise, we're fine, because if I subtract the time from the boss... Wow, this is such a bad room, man. All these soul flares. If I subtract the time from the boss, I have about 9 minutes to do 2 floors. And this one we already killed 2. I could flight the next floor. Because like you have to think about what could I possibly get. Like what's the worst possible thing that could happen. Next floor is Gloom. Like next floor is basically a unique to Serenity floor. Which would force me Serenity again. So you know, it's a case where a flight is an option. Because if I flight next floor and I have bad debuffs, I might be able to fight without using anything. Now if I flight next floor and I don't have any bad debuffs, I'm like quote unquote wasting the flight. Oh, so I was distracted, so I didn't stun the guy, but that's what happens when you don't stun it. You just get paralyzed for 30 seconds. It sucks. And you just want to make sure you stay close so you can like outrun the cone. But that's it, pretty much. I might miss the stun on this one because... Yeah, because I got stunned at that time, but... There's diminishing return on abilities if you didn't know. So like if you get paralyzed a second time in a short time, it was gonna be half duration. And then if you get paralyzed a third time, it'll be half duration of the half duration. So it's gonna be a quarter, right? And it just keeps scaling down 3 times. And the 4th time you become immune to it for like a minute, I think. So I'm out. So like I said... Ah, come on. Like I said, we could flight this next floor. And the reason for doing this would be that if I have like a no ability, I could fight it. Because right now, if I did a no ability next floor, I might have to Serenity, right? Because it's going to just take me too much time to do it. So then you have to ask yourself, am I like... Am I willing to waste a flight, but maybe save a Serenity? And then it's just kind of a decision to make. Personally, I would say that I would do it. Because I have 2 Serenities specifically. So I'll do it. It's very rare that I fly this set, but you know, it happens. I mean, if Deep Dungeon was a 1-to-1 follow this guide, if I could make a 1-to-1 follow this guide for Deep Dungeon, then it would be, it would not be as hard of a title to get right. So in that case, we made a decision. We flighted because if this floor was a no ability or a gloom, it might have required too much time for me to do the boss in time. Now, to be fair, I said the boss you need 9 minutes. This is a very big estimate. It's not 9 minutes. It's like 7 with strength and loss. I'm just trying to give a little more of a buffer. Because I love killing bosses with like 15 seconds left, but it's not a very guide-friendly thing to do. So I'm giving a little bit of a buffer on the boss there. Necro should have been a macro. Necro should have been a macro. Yeah, it should have been. Like crafting, just have a 15-step macro for your Necro title. So we're fighting non-stop, checking chests that are on the way while we're doing it. Got an altar there. Of course, I intentionally didn't really use any freebie I got. All I got back are the flights, sorry, the strength. I used 2 of them, and I'll use 1 on the bus as well. So we did this set with 3 strength, 1 serenity, 1 flight. I would say that's more than you should use, usually. That's more than you should need, usually. but you will find more than that just by playing normally if you use things you get from chess. So I will lose this boss again, even though I have only 2. Like I said, I don't sweat the lost usage too much. I think the only boss you could maybe argue about not losting is 170. Everything else, I think you should lose. Can you fight a Sasquatch in no ability? I mean, you can. I'm pretty sure you can easily with items. But it's, I mean, if you have no ability floor, I would only fight. I would only fight if it's flighted. Otherwise, it's a massive waste of time. Do I always check the complete floor? No, I do not. Usually, I only check what's close to me and on the way. No chest there. So we're just killing until we're out. I will do the boss without steel, but of course you can do it with steel. Just look at the amount of damage I'll be taking and decide for yourself if you want to steal. This boss is pretty easy. Like, there's a very safe strat on this boss, which loses a bit of time, but I'll still show it. By the way, kill times from now on, if I lost, it's basically plus 1 minute. So like, if you don't lost, it's like the kill time I add minus 1 minute. So we did not need a flight in that case. It was, like I told you, it was more of a safety flight. It was just in case of bad debuffs, just to make sure I would not have to go on to 170. So there we're gonna strength, pop defensives, potion, lust, and you could steal if you feel like it. I could do this boss without strength probably if I really felt like, you know, like squeezing the timer. Squeezing as much out of the timer as I could, but I don't feel like that's necessary. So this boss is exactly like the one before. He spams puddles, you just want to make sure you're out of them. Then he does this mechanic. The way you want to do it is you just want to get pushed like in an empty spot. They will always explode after the dash, and they will always explode. They always have telegraphs as well. Now there's a very brain dead way of doing this boss, and I will show you exactly how. If you get the boss on the edge of the wall and you let him push you towards the middle, it will never, you will never get hit by anything, because it's never gonna push you far enough to like hit an orb. So of course it loses you some uptime, but that's a very easy way to do it. And it works every time. I'll show you by actually like positioning the boss over an orb. If you stay in this, you're gonna get a bleed, and it just hurts a lot. So, yeah, well, I mean, I can't really show it up there, but trust me, if you are on the orb as it spawns and he pushes you out of it, you are safe. This is always safe. Now I'm gonna show you the uptime way after this. So So the uptime way, you have like two ways. First way is you just let the boss push you like in the wall, essentially, like this. This way you don't lose any DPS. Second way is you use arm's length, which also works. Also, I didn't really thought about it, but you should be using Vengeance on cooldown, technically, because it is delivering a little bit of damage every time. It retaliates 55 every time you get hit. And yeah, if you want to also save up time, you can just arms length this, like that. As a reminder, I don't have a steal. If you feel like that's too much damage for you to take, feel free to steal. It's not a big deal to like use a steal there. And then let's go back to the safe strat. Just get the boss on the edge of any wall. You can be in a telegraph, doesn't matter. Then he's gonna push you out, and he won't push you far enough to hit any orb. So as you can see, I have way too much time. So, you know, I was definitely like overplaying how much time this guy takes. I mean, I know it's gonna stress you out, but you should, when you kill a boss, you should have about 3 minutes left. Even less is better, because otherwise you are wasting like some resource. So see there, I got a bleed tick because I stayed in too long. That's what happens if you stay in too long. So see, I'm riding an orb there. I'm fine. It always blows up after. And it's almost dead anyway. And it took. Let me actually make sure how much time it took. This was like 6:30, no? I'm waiting to see when my strength timer goes below 1 minute. I'm pretty sure it was like 6:30. If it takes down about now, it's 6:30. If it takes like 15 more seconds, it's more like a 6:15. Yeah, 6:30. About 6:30. So 6:30 with strength loss. If you don't lose, about 7:30 you should expect. Without loss and strain, it's like 9-10 minutes. Without loss and strain, it would take... about 9, I think. No, without lust and strength, probably about 10, yeah. 10, 11. But I don't recommend you do this boss without strength. There's not really any reason to do that. So yeah, this set is your warm-up. I think we had to use a little more than average. So something I'll start doing now is I will be analyzing the end of each set, starting from 150 all the way to 200, just to tell you guys how I think it went, what it could have been different, how RNG could have worked differently, what palms would have been viable in certain situations, etc. And just also look in general at like if we were lucky with the kill counts or not. And so I'll be doing exactly that. I'll also be telling you kill times for the bosses, if depending on what palms you use. So let's just look at it. So this is the first set, 150. This is the first set where you can have to manage your time a little bit, as you saw. So now this right there is my inventory at the start. As you can see, I had pretty much most of my Pomanders, except I was missing one flight. I was missing one flight and I was missing one strength. I was missing one loss. That's about what you would expect. I would say, though, I would expect you to have 3 flights at this point. So anyway, something I like doing on the very first floor, if I have 3 strength, which I did because I found a strength, is I will just strength right away, first floor, so that I can then fight. First floor was a 8 kill. This is above average, so we were unlucky there. I would expect around 7 kill average on this set. So yeah, like usually you would have a 7 average. This is for each floor. Second floor was a 4 kill. This is very lucky. More than makes up for the first floor that was unlucky. And we still had a strength rolling at this point. So we just basically fought these two with strength. So far, it sounds about right. And we also got the flight we were missing. So we got a flight. That's nice. But I would say I would expect you to enter this with a flight. So this doesn't really matter. You would have this normally. Next up, on the third floor, this is the one where I fought a rare monster. This floor took 627, so it's actually a little above the pace, but we had no strength for this. I did use a sight because I got a free one, but I used it only to show off the landmine, one of the wall traps, and also I spent more time talking there, so that time is actually higher than what you would expect. This was also 8 kill, unlucky. So far we've had 8, that's 16 plus 4, that's 20. 20 divided by 3 is about 7. So yeah, we're about average right now with the kill time. So far, we're like about on pace. We're not really that ahead. We're like 1 minute ahead, but we're not behind. So at this point, I decided I would not use anything. Now, what could you have done? Let's say you got a bad debuff, like on this floor. Let's say you got a gloom, right? Now, if you got a gloom that early, on this specific set, it's probably worth to fight it, even though it's gonna take a while. Something you could maybe do is you could maybe use a strength if you have 2 already. So if you have 2 strength, it would not be a bad idea to strength this, but I would not Serenity, I would not Rage. I think it's too early to do something like that. And on this set, you will be able to make it with enough time just using your uncommon Pomanders and whatever free things you pick up, because that's something to keep in mind. You have to not forget, I did not use or pick up 90% of the chests I found. You will not have the same experience. You'll probably find multiple things to use. But I'm just talking out of your pocket. If this was a gloom, I would probably strength you at 2, but I would not really use anything else. If the gloom was a high kill and it took you a long time to do it, right? Let's say this floor took you, 9 minutes to do instead of like this. So it was like a 9 minute 27. Now you would be quite behind, and a play you could do there is use a flight because you have 3 flights. It's always better to start off with the Pomanders you have at 3 and then just go down from there, especially trying to start with the uncommon Pomanders. So that's something you could do. Now, if this was something truly tragic, like a no ability, and this was like not flighted and you had to fight a no ability, you've got a decision to make there. It's quite early, so you could fight the no ability, but it will put you really behind if this is a high kill. And there's no way to know if it's a high kill until you've killed things on the floor, right? So if this was a no ability, Personally, I would still fight and just take the time loss, but then I would basically like guaranteed fly the next floor or something, right? Like if this was a no ability, I would just straight up be ready to use something. But anyway, that's not what happened there, of course. What actually happened is we got a regular floor, which took a little more time than expected because I was talking it was high kill. So the next floor was just another high kill, was 9. It took 8 minutes, no strain, 9. I probably spent some time talking there as well, but this is a lot of time. After this, we are actually behind a bit. And the 5th floor, we use a side to show off a trap again. We did not actually use this landmine. I just stepped on it because it was a wall trap, but I didn't actually use it. 6 is nice. 6 is nice. It's about 6, you know, it's about 6 or 7 for the average on this set, so I would call this average. So after this floor, we were about on pace, and then this floor was a damage down, not a huge deal. It was 6, but we actually overkilled 1. That happens. And we did use a strain, so that's the second strain we use. That's the second time gaining Pomanders we use, essentially. After this floor, we were actually a little bit behind. So on this floor, I got out really fast because I had a strength. It was 7 kill again. But like basically, I was, because I realized I was behind, I used a strength there, right? That strength was not because I got a free one, it was because I was behind. Because if I'm not wrong, at this point at 2 strength, I think when I used this strength I had 2, right? Because I started with 2, there I picked up 3, used 1, I was at 2, and then I didn't find another strength until there. So maybe I found the strain and then used it right after, but either way, if I had not found that strain, I would have been at 1, but I still would have probably strained this. Flight would also have been fine, because, you know, at this point, you have to realize you're a little, like, tight on time, so it's not a bad thing to use something. Because, like I said, it might end up being a waste, but, like, you'll feel a lot less bad, quote-unquote, wasting a strain than if you have to, like, rage at the end, right? Because your time is really bad. So anyway, that strength pretty much put me back on pace for a good time. So this floor went fast, 7 strength. This floor was the one with terrible debuff. This is one of the worst combinations you can have. No ability gloom plus anything else, but no ability gloom is almost never fightable. At this point, my time was average, so I definitely did not have time to fight. I could have fought this if I had like an extreme amount of time, like maybe 10 minutes plus, which honestly you might. If you're using the freebies you find, you might have 10 minutes at this point. Would have been possible, but either way, I decided to Serenity this. It was basically between a Serenity or a Rage in my case, because as you can remember, the later we are in the set, the less options we have, and that's not exactly what happened there. If I had truly no time, then it would have been a Rage, but because I had a little bit of time, I could Serenity or Rage. I decided to Serenity, even though Serenities are more precious, because your odds of finding one Serenity before you need it again are very high. Also, this set just generally has more debuff, so I feel less bad using a Serenity there than like the next set. If I was on the next set, I would have been more tempted to Rage than Serenity personally. But it's a little bit of a judgment call, right? You can pretty much use whichever one you prefer. You'll work out your own habits. So anyway, we did Serenity there. Kill count was good, but we overkilled 1, so it ended up being about average. And then last floor was damage down, but also we flighted, right? We flighted out of safety, because if this, let's say this was like a no ability again, or gloom, now it's possible, and this was like 8 kill, it's possible that time I would have taken there would have been too much for me to do the boss with like minimum Pomanders, or worst case scenario, I would have had to rage this. So I did a flight there on the previous floor just out of safety. So that flight actually ended up getting wasted because we only had damage down. So it didn't matter. Even if this was 8 kill, I would have been fine. But it still was okay. It's still, I don't really consider that a waste. It's more of like a bad RNG prevention play. It's definitely something. If we have 3 flights and there's like any chance a flight would save you from using Serenity or a Rage, it's never a bad idea to use it. So anyway, last floor, 4 kill, about average for a flight. And then we got to the boss. The boss, I used 1 strength, 1 lust. So the boss kill times, it's gonna vary depending on what you use. I would say by default, I would expect 1 strain, 1 loss for most bosses. So as you can see, 1 strain, 1 loss, it was 617. You have to look at this time there. It was 617. What I like to do personally with my kill times is I always add like a 15 to 30 second of buffer. So to me, I look at this, I would say like 7 minutes. So if you go to this boss with strength and lust, I would say 7 minutes is about what you would want. Now, if you don't lust, it's about 1 minute less per lust you don't use. So let's say we just did this with strength. Oops, I lost my marker. So let's say I did this without a lust, sorry. Then it would probably have been around 8 minutes. If I had done this without strength, without lust, then it starts being like a lot higher. But I would say I can actually check right now. So if I did this boss naked with nothing, it would be around 10. And then if you do it naked but with a lust, then it starts being a little tricky, but like it's essentially 1 minute. So if I did this no strength but with 1 lust, then it'd be probably 9 instead, etc. So these are the kill times. These are the kill times if they interest you. Like I said, I don't think you'll be that pressured for time on this set though, but it's nice to be able to get used to just dealing with kill times in general. So would I say this floor felt lucky or unlucky in my case? This felt about average. I cannot comment on the pickup luck because I didn't really go for pickups. You would have like multiple strength, multiple flights, probably some alters, probably like even a rage that you picked up during this. Because I didn't do it, I can't really comment on that RNG. But like, I would say RNG, I mean, you can sit there, right? We killed 57 monsters and we had 5 minutes to spare. And there's 9 floors, right? And if you divide 57 by the average, which let's say it's on the higher end average, right? 7. So if I divided 57 by 7, that means we kill on average 8 monsters per floor. Oh, sorry, I divided the wrong number. Sorry, I mean, if I divide 57 by 9, then we kill about 6.3 monsters on average per floor. Periodic, right? So that's about average. Between 6 and 7 is average. We overkilled a bit, so actually we wasted a little more time. So we got about average luck. I would say we got maybe a little luckier than average on debuffs. We had like one terrible floor. That's rare, but we had no like gloom that we really fought through. Usually I would expect 1 or 2 gloom floors or like something that's bad. No item is a bad debuff, but because we're warrior, we don't actually care. So like, because it's not rare that you're gonna get like no item twice on this set or something, but because we're warrior, it would not really affect our time. So anyway, final tally up for this set. What did we use? I'm not going to be looking at what we got because it's not really relevant in our case. You will have multiple Pomanders. You will most certainly find your strengths back as well. Very common Pomanders. So what do we use in the end? We use 2 strengths on the floors and 1 strength on the boss. We use 1 flight out of safety. We use 1 serenity because we kind of had to. And then we use 1 lust on the boss. So as you can see, basically only use 6 Pomanders. Would have been 5 if I took the risk on the last floor with the flight, but I didn't want to do it. It would have been even, if I really wanted to squeeze the maximum value of the time on this set, I could have used 1 less strength and 1 less lust as well, because I didn't need it on the boss. So that's the final analysis for this set. I would say exiting this set, it's usually you'll be able to keep most of your pumps at 3. It can happen though, like me, where you have some things left at 2 after this. Usually it's gonna be like flight or strength or lust. But it's fine. I mean, it's better use your palms than because like what will happen often is your pace is like average and you kind of like cope with it, and then at the very end you're gonna get 2 very bad floors at the end, and then you like the only thing you can do is a rage. That's why I use a little bit early on there. I use a strength at the very beginning. That's always a good thing to do. Then I use another strength, I think on the 6th floor, and then I use a flight at the very end just in case. And then we had Serenity, that one very bad floor. Okay, next set. This set, again, mostly monsters are mostly issues for DPS. For us, for big tanks, there's not that much that's bad. Thyrsus, however, is a bad one. This guy just wastes your time because he's gonna put a guaranteed slow on you, 15 seconds of GCD slow. And this guy's cone also will kill you, I'm pretty sure, so don't get it. Lindworm does nothing. Crotch does nothing. Sorcrow does nothing, but it does one thing, is that it should be called the Crotch instead of this guy. So it always confuses me, but actually does nothing. Wyvern does nothing, and this is the monsters where if you're a DPS, you should be starting to sweat a little bit. Luckily on 10, it's not so bad for us. Veneragoon does nothing. Milodon does nothing, but will kill you if you get hit by its cone. Orcheosaurus, nothing. Diplo, it just has like a... he has a very annoying shield that you can interrupt. Or stun, so just do that, but it doesn't do anything. Pteranodon doesn't do anything. Triceratops does nothing, but the worst monster to fight on DPS. And Mimics are still very easy. The boss of this set is very easy, especially if you have a steal. Like very easy, especially if you have a steal. Like I'll show I'll show like the intended way to do it, but I also show you that it's very easy, especially if I have a free steal to prove it. So anyway, we're ready to go. This set, we will have to manage our time a little better. So like the whole thing about the pace and everything, I'll be paying very close attention to it. We'll be using a little stuff early on. Thank you very much, Jordan, for the sub. Much appreciated. Thank you. And let's head in. So food buff, very important. To make sure you have food, full food buff. Honestly, you should have started having full food buff for a little bit now. So the pace, 6 minutes per floor, always be fighting. This set is not a bad raise if it's your first time there. Not a bad time to raise if it's your first time there. But there is a risk, not a very high risk, but there is a risk that you don't have your raise back for like one of the endgame sets. So, you know, if I just showed you all the monsters and you don't feel very intimidated by any of them, which to be fair, they're not very intimidating on tank, then I would not raise there. I would keep it for the last 3 sets. So anyway, that guy is the one that I was talking about that slows you. He does this. Very annoying. Luckily, this has diminishing returns. I'll even pull the second one. This has diminishing returns. So the more it casts on you, the more like immune you become to it. And now I've added cast twice on me. Now this one's gonna cast a 3rd stack on me, a 3rd time. And now it only lasts 4 seconds, and now I'm immune to it for like a minute. So now if there were like other patrols, it'd be a great time to pull all of them at the same time. This set, you will usually need a bit of help to do it. Like you're gonna need some pickup or some Pomanders out of your pockets. If right now at 3 flight or 3 strength, I would be using them. I would be using my strength at 3. I would be using my flight if at 3. Now because I don't, I'll all into it a little bit and I'll see if I can like, I'll basically decide what I do depending on the pickups I find. But if I had 3 flight or 3 strength, I would be using probably both. Just so I can gain a little bit of extra time. Now, I do have like other palms at 3, right? I have 3 rage, 3 size, 3 altars, but these are not palms I like using on this set personally. I think the sights, you really want to do your landmine stuff on the next set, just if only so that you can have a raising for it. I mean, landmines are good on this set too, but it's way better on the next set, so I prefer keeping my sights and witchings for it if possible. And the rage is like, it's not off the table. I could rage this set, but if I rage this set, I want it to be like a really good time for it, right? It's like a terrible debuff or something. I don't want to just rage a raw 161 with nothing. And so because of all that, I prefer using low value bombs early on there, which usually is like strength, flight, alter, etc. Alter is not a bad one to use too. I might even use one. Honestly, yeah, why not? I mean, I have 3, so... Serenity is back, so see, we Serenity last time. And you know, in a way it was a hard decision because I know Serenities were precious, but then we found it right back, so... I'm not saying you're gonna find it right back every time, but bombs are meant to be used. Because like, think about another universe where my last set, that one floor of Serenity, instead I decided to rage it instead, or like, sorry, let me rephrase. I was like, I decided to like kind of try and fight it, and I did, and then I was behind on the very last floor, so I had to like panic rage it. And now I got to this floor and I found a Serenity, and I'm like, bruh, you know, I'm like, bruh. And of course, Serenity is more common than Rage. Like, you know, people often say they keep losing to bad RNG. That's kind of what happens to them often. Is they have the RNG, but they don't utilize the RNG. So like they'll find 3 rage in like, let's say the 180s, but because they keep trying to hold on to the rage for like a long time, well, they can't use that luck, right? And then later on they get unlucky, but then because they get unlucky, it doesn't like but because they got lucky but didn't use the luck, then the unlucky part feels even worse. So, but this is an extra kill I have to do. This sucks. Usually you don't want to do an extra kill, but in that case, this guy was in the way. And the key was the very last thing I found. So there I checked the chest while I was fighting. If I had a Mimic, I would have just fought both. But, you know, my plan could have been to steal too. It would have been fine. Now we have 3 strength. Now this guy moved in a bad... Wow, this guy really moved in a bad way. I'll do what I said earlier. I'll let him move once. This floor is safety, so I could like I could move around. I'll let him move once, both of them, and if they don't cooperate, I will pull. I have 3 strength now. It would be a good time to strength. Now, something you can do when you kind of know you're gonna strength is you can pre-strength before you go onto the key, just in case you get a no item floor. Bro. Okay, well, this one is fine, but almost wasn't fine. So what you can do, you wait 3 pulses and then you strength. In that way, if you get a no item, you have a strength for it. Like I could do the no item without strength, but then if I find a strength on the floor, I'm wasting it, you know. We'll use an F once. No, I'm not gonna use too much of what I find. I'm going to like limit myself, but I'll still use a few things just so it's more realistic. So we got a Mimic there. We got 3 Mimics. Warrior, I mean, of course, I would rather get Coordinates because it's gonna save me time, but Warrior is a great job for Mimics, so sure. I don't mind it. Just make sure you interrupt. What's nice about Mimics, like I said, is they have a 50% drop rate of chest. So like, yeah, you're getting in a long fight, but you know that you're getting in a fight that is more likely to give you something back. Overall, it's worth. So patrol are usually the first thing you want to kill. So I will pull the patrol. Now, okay, something to watch out for. Whenever you fight a Mimic, your interrupt is going to be on cooldown, right? Make sure you try not to pull another Mimic while your interrupt is still on cooldown. Now this chest could be a Mimic. What's my plan? Well, I mean, even if I open that chest right now, it doesn't really serve any purpose. I mean, the best possible thing would be it's a free rage. But then, you know, then I could kill this guy a little earlier. But that's the only thing. So it's a fortune. I mean, sure, I'll use a fortune. If your fortune is at 3, it's never a bad time with fortune. Like, you shouldn't wait for like a fortune to appear in the chest. But like, if you're gonna fortune, you want to like a few Pomanders at 2 at least, so you can pick up value, right? So these mimics starting to hurt a little more. If I was a DPS right now, I could not face tank the mimic. This is a warrior privilege there. Well, a tank privilege. So see, this one does it again. Now my interject is on the cooldown. Now mimics, I haven't mentioned that too much yet. They have a longer pull range than regular monsters. It's like 15 yards or plus. Like if I turn around that corner, he's very likely to see me. It's about that distance, if not a little longer. So I'll show you. Oh, it doesn't see me. It's very close though. Like if I take a few more steps, yeah, it's definitely gonna see me. So it's about like 15 yards, I think. Now, regular monsters are 10 yards. I mentioned that earlier, and I have actually a way to like show it to you. You may have noticed I have Howling Fist at the top, which is not just to show up. I actually use it to know when I'm in range of a monster. There's a very nice trait is because monsters pull from like, I say 10 yards, but they pull from like 9.8 or something like that. And because this is a 10-yard skill, you see there's a red cross on the skill. As long as the red cross is there, I'm out of range. He's never gonna see me, whatever proximity or sight he is. But as soon as the red cross disappears, like this, when it disappears, he's like a few steps from pulling. Like this. So that's why I have Howling Fist at the top. I have a video on it too. It'll be in the description. With a steel, I mean, of course, you can use it for convenience. I'm doing it without steel specifically so I can show the worst possible damage on the monsters. Double crit, nice. I'm glad I'm not a DPS. So always be fighting. I was not like ready to pull a monster there. It's a bad play. Check this while I'm fighting. The mimic. Oh, so what's the plan there? Well, my plan was to fight both. If you open a mimic in combat, you must have a plan for it. My plan is just fight both. But like maybe your plan is a witching, which is fine. Though I would try to maybe not witching mimics until the next set. Just so you can have your witchings for the landmine. Like I said, I don't encourage doing AoE pulls for the clear. I do encourage though doing like getting used to fighting two monsters like that. It doesn't really require you to dodge too much. It just requires you to rotate your defense as well. So this is 7 kill would be average kill count. If I'm not out, I'll pull this truck. So right now the pace, we are exactly on pace. That means we have gained no time, lost no time. We have an F1 running, we have a strength running. If we are just on pace, having used some things, then it makes sense to keep using some things, right? Because then, you know, I'm just gonna fall behind if I don't use anything. So right now, I just look at my palms. For this set specifically, I'm thinking of like, what's a pretty common Pomander that I have at 3 that I could use? And the answer is obvious. It's a strength. So then I'm just using strength. Next time, my strength's down. That's a treasure room back there. So I have to see if that's the key. It might be. Now, treasure rooms... The earlier you find a treasure room, and especially the earlier you find out if you have to kill the treasure room or like go through it, the better. Because if you find about it early, then you have a lot of time. Like let's say you need 7 kills. Well, by the time you kill 7 things in the treasure room, then you'll have enough space, right, to leave. And the key is there. And these guys, yeah, I haven't really mentioned about which monsters are proximity or not, but this guy is proximity. If I don't mention it, assume it's sight, right? That's a good assumption to make. If I don't thought about it being proximity, it's sight. So this guy is definitely a guy you want to make sure you know to rotate your defenses for. I have a potion running too, is not bad. This room is the second room with a wall trap. The most easily recognizable, like recognizable room as well. It's on the right there. I'll show you with the waypoint, a waymark. So you see, in that case, I found the treasure room early. Thus, I'm able to fight most of the things I need to kill just like normally. If I found this late, it would get pretty ugly. Like the solution might be fight through it anyway, but then, you know, I would be quite behind. A rage would be a bit nuclear right now for this. If I found this situation on the next set, maybe I would, but on this set, it's a bit nuclear for that solution. Also, it's no knockback, so we can't even rage. Oh, patrol. See there, I didn't recognize my surroundings. A bad example, well, a good example of what you should not be doing. You should never be caught off guard. Now, of course, it's fine. I mean, it doesn't actually change anything in my life because I can fight both easily. But you should get into the habit of never getting surprised. So this is the 5th kill. If it's average, I'm out in 7. If I have to kill 7, we're probably out on the 7th kill. Like, I'll have space to go. Of course, when you're looking to get through a treasure room, top priority is proximity monsters, because they're way more difficult to get past. That's why I've been pulling all the wyverns. Now, like I said, there is a wall trap there. I swear I remember to waymark it at one point. Well, I see, this is a good example of a safety, because let's say this guy gets me out. Then if I do go around the wall trap, because you can actually get around the wall trap. I wish I could show you. Well, if you walk like around the edge of the wide spot, you can actually get around the trap every time. But then if I do that, I pull the truck, so I need to kill one extra monster. So a way to get around that would be I simply safety. And I'll do exactly that. So there is a wall trap that is pretty much right there. So if I go on the right, I would hit it. And you can get around it by going around there. In that case, the safety saves me. The safety saves me from having to pull an extra monster. So like that safety saved me 50 seconds. Good value, because your safety rarely gonna save you time on the tank. Also, I did the same thing there. I used a pre-strength as I was going to the next floor. Raising is nice for the sake of the stream. I mean, it's nice if you're trying to clear too, but it's very nice for the sake of the stream. So see there's 2 patrols trying my way. Why did I pull that monster even though there's 2 patrols? Because I know that I can just go there. And now, you know, this way I've been fighting for already 10 seconds instead of waiting for the patrol to arrive. But I have to remember these guys exist, right? I have to keep that in mind, of course. Like, there's a chest there. It's not out of the way. I will check the chest. It's a steal. No, I want to pull something, anything. Let's pull the crutch. Also called the Sarko, because the crutch is the guy that doesn't look like a crutch. There was an F once. I've been really lazy with my well, I guess whatever. We've used already enough F1s. We use like 2, I think, so. We got another strength. Strength is not rare. Like, it happens that you get a set with no strength, but it's pretty rare. I would expect at least 2 strength per set on average. So Veneradun does nothing. You can kind of cheese him. If you go behind him every time he does this, he's going to like do the third like back move. But then if you go back in every time, he's just going to keep spamming it. That's more of a DPS thing, though. It's very unimportant on tank. He's there, so we're just fighting until it's out. Patrols first. I heard a patrol. Never mind. It is there though. I thought I heard it, but... So this guy is gonna arrive when we need to kill another monster, so it's trying to work out nicely. Now there's a silver there. This is something you have to be careful for. Is it worth to go to the silver and try and explode the monster? Yes, but like you want to make sure you don't like don't waste like a minute trying to make it happen because you're forcing it too much, right? Like just do it if it's convenient. Like right now it's convenient because this guy moved, so sure, and then it worked. So we would pull this guy if we needed one more kill. But like don't force it too much, right? So we're flying through the... I've not looked at the time in a long time. We're flying through these sets though. Yes, 5th floor. We're 4 minutes ahead. So this is a Gloom. This floor is not flatted or anything. However, time is good. We're 4 minutes ahead. So we can afford to fight this. We even got a new strength. Always be fighting, of course. If you're gonna do a silver, stun, safer. Now, if you find a strength and you already have a strength running, so like, you know, you would kind of waste it by using, you want to delay using the strength for as long as you can. But you have to like also consider where the strength is located. Because like if the strength is bumfoot in nowhere and it's like 6 squares away from the spawn, not the spawn, the key room, then you kind of want to use it so you don't have to return there. In that case, though, I don't know where the key is yet, so I can delay using the strength. So this guy is proximity and just moved, so we can't really explore yet. I could explore this way. Remember to always try and be doing multiple things at the same time. Now I can tell the key isn't there just from looking. Well, that's fine. That was a risk I was willing to take. If you haven't seen a monster move in the last 10 seconds, you should always assume it can turn back and just, well, move towards you. Patrol, is it coming my way? If it's coming my way, I will probably fight both. It's not. So see that guy, I could squeeze past him on the right. But if I have to combat there for a strength, he would be in the way. Thus, I will just clear him out. The key is either in that direction or like near the spawn. But the spawn, I think I peeked and it wasn't there. So that's another patrol I'll avoid it by going there. The key is not there, so I think it's at the spawn then. It might be a mimic. I might be fighting 2 monsters. I accept the risk though. That's a Serenity. I mean, you would use it. I will not use it intentionally because I don't want to like Especially because I think I'm on my 3rd strength find, so I will kind of slack a little bit. But you would definitely Serenity, of course, if you get it for free. Now I will use that strength because I'm not coming back there. I'm unlikely to come back there, I should say. Because the key should be there, right? Yeah, it is. So if I kill everything in that room, this is 8 kill. 8 kill is above average, so I would expect to be out. So we can just fight there. So yeah, staggered cutting. Well, I should say just like, if you're just gonna move in a chaotic way around the monster like that, right? Basically, you're skipping your own auto attacks, but so is the monster. That's a way to reduce the incoming damage, is just kind of run like an idiot around the monster. I try not to do it too much today, but to be fair, I do it without even thinking about it quite often. It is a DPS loss though, for sure, because you're skipping your own auto attacks as well. So after this, I am 5 minutes ahead, if we get out within this, which is an average shield count. Oh, and we're doing above average, alright. On a Gloom floor too. That's a pretty bad case scenario. This is why fighting a Doom floor under certain situations is okay, but this is why you never want to fight a no ability floor unless it's flighted, because then if you get like a 9 no ability floor, well, there goes like 10 minutes, which is insane. Patrol. So there, we don't use anything. I have 3 strength. I might have strength if I had no strength running, but I have a strength, so. Honestly, at this point though, I don't think we need anything to clear the set. So this guy is he's proximity first of all, which is very annoying, but he's mostly a DPS issue. Like, don't get me wrong, he still hurts something, but it's more on DPS that this guy's really spicy. By the way, I still have not seen the 3rd and last wall trap. We'll see it at some point. The room I spawned in though, this was let me actually show you guys. The key's right there anyway, so. This is the one trap I showed you guys before. The wall trap, but there was a treasure room on it. So of course, this one has no trap because it's the spawn room, but this is the one that can have a wall trap. So it's on the A, if it's there. Let me just use my Berserk, then I'll actually show it off. So the way you avoid it, if you absolutely want to go on the right and you want to avoid it, you just kind of circle around the edge of the snow like this. Like this. So if you do this, you will not hit any trap, including the wall trap. Another way you can actually avoid it is if you run in a straight line like this, there is no trap. On this like straight line, there is no trap as well. All the way to the end of the room. 2 ways to avoid that wall trap. This one is the most easy to recognize, in my opinion, because the room is very, like, it's a dead end. It's like a very unique look. It's a very easy one to recognize. So that is 2 of the 3 wall traps. Like I said, if you want to get your intuition back for money, go ahead. That's the last set where you can get them at kind of low risk. After this, it becomes more like a only get it if you have safety side running. Is Ninja still top tier after the changes in Dawntrail? I've not ran it again. But as far as I'm aware, it should be pretty much no different from before. Probably a little better, because now you can actually build up a resource and spend it on like specific monsters. So it's probably the same, but a little better. So the steal again, I might actually not steal, except the bosses. I'm not sure yet if I'll do that, but it's nice to show off the monsters at their worst damage potential, right? Well, not worse because you could have Gloom, but at least without a steal at the worst. How is Dark Knight in Palace? Pretty good. Pretty good. The 180 push is a bit hard, especially now that it's a bit harder than in Endwalker. Outside of that, though, it's pretty good. Not as good as Warrior. It's basically like Warrior, but you don't have run tuition. Essentially the same thing. So, like, take run tuition off your bars. That's close to the Dark Knight experience. Well, that is 6 kill. Would be nice to get out within 6. Nice, I'll take it. So right now we are massively ahead. We're 6 minutes ahead. That doesn't mean I don't want to look at the time. That just means I want to like... that just means I recognize that I am ahead. So, you know, I can still have to use something. Depends what debuffs I get. However, if we have a no debuff, like no bad debuff, anything, this is easy. Okay, I will use that Serenity because there's not really any point in me showing off the HP down, but you know, it doesn't really affect my DPS. So I'll check this while I'm fighting. If it's a Mimic, I just plan to fight both. So there's a free strength. I've used enough free Pomanders on this set. I think we'll just do everything without anything else. And if you use anything else, it's gonna be out of my own budget, right? Free Rage. Free Rage is not rare. Like, it's, you know, it's like once every 2 sets, I'd say on average. So you should expect to find some. We're not gonna use that one too. What is the worst combo debuff on Warrior? The worst combo, I mean, the worst combo would be Gloom, no item, no ability for sure. But that 3 bad debuffs is unlikely. I'd say the most reasonable but like the most reasonable but worst debuff combination would be something like no ability, no item. Because a no ability, no item, you can't do it even if you have time, and then you can't do it, and it's slow as fuck. So you have to synergy it. Like a no ability Gloom would, I would probably never fight it, but like technically it could be done if I have like massive amounts of time. By the way, this guy's gaze, you can actually just stand behind them. It's a cone. Also, the Diplo is proximity, so it's a good priority target. And the Musin is interruptible and stunnable. It just gives him a shield for like 8 seconds or so. Just stun it, don't deal with it. So this guy just moved. Something I've been doing also and not really talking about too much is I'm paying attention to when the monsters are moving inside rooms. Whatever. I said I was not going to use anything else, but it's not time I'm going to be picking up the chest anyway, so. So yeah, I'm paying attention to how the monsters are moving because sometimes I want to go somewhere, but I don't necessarily want to fight everything that's like between me and my target like location. These guys are proximity, however, so we have to fight them. Now, if I count how many things I have to kill, there's 6 possible kills there, and I'm already at 3. This would put me at 9 kills for the key. That's insane. So I would definitely want to try and fight at the key rather than this room. Like this room is going to be my backup monsters. But then to do that, I need to wait for them to let me through, right? Unfortunately, this one does not let me through. This one moved about 15 seconds ago, so he's about to move again. So what makes the most sense there is for me to pull the one that's in the back. Because he's the one that's most likely going to block me. Let's just go the other way. Now this one moved out of the way, so now I can pull this. And just go to that room, and now that guy is like my backup, right? It makes more sense to do it like that. In that case. So there, I'm looking there. What am I looking for in their movements? Well, first of all, this Triceratops is proximity and kind of in the way, so this guy is very likely to be my next target. But I'm also kind of looking for this gold chest. Picking up this gold chest. I'll do it now. The Triceratops might pull, he will. It's fine. Even if this was a Mimic, I would have fought both. Now I fight this guy. If it opens and I'm lucky, Diplo is out of the way. If I'm unlucky, I have to kill the Diplo as well. So see, this guy, the Milden just moved, and there's a chance I'm out next kill, so I will actually like take the chance of maybe getting out now. I'm not lucky, unfortunately. So we're gonna kill the next one. But then if this guy had opened the key, I would be out instantly. Rather than having to wait for like the Milden to maybe move again, because like now he moved in a good spot, but maybe he was gonna move towards the entrance, right? There's no way to know. So it's just being proactive. Now we're gonna do a time check. This boss, again, if you lost strength, 8-9 minutes is what you should expect. If you don't lost, this is probably 9. Well, I mean, I should probably add. If you don't lost, it's probably like... Ah, come on. You have to move in that... like the one time I can leave. To be fair, I wasn't... I should have been more on the left there. I was just talking though. What was I saying? Yeah, the boss, 8-9 minutes if I strength loss. If not, it's probably 9-10. I do think this is probably the best boss to not lost. If you had to like not lost one of them, because it's the one right before 180. Also, we happen to have one loss. That's pretty unlucky. Not having picked up loss in 20 floors or something. My health's getting spooky, but it's because I'm not using my potions intentionally, so... So like, let's say this guy takes 10 minutes. That gives me 13 minutes to do 2 floors. That is plenty of time. Maybe we get unlucky and one of the floors I have to like fight a little more. But even if that's the case, I could lose the boss, right? Though probably not. Like if I have one loss, I think if you have one loss, you definitely don't want to lose this boss. Because then you don't want to like... It'd be very awkward if you got to 180 and you had no loss and you just kind of lost to it. So you know what? If you have like one loss, I would definitely not lose this guy and just accept the fight's gonna take 9 or 10 minutes. Honestly, it's probably 8 minutes if you don't lose. But let's just say 9-10 to be safe. The ace there, by the way, very nice. Always be fighting. I'll pull this guy. Milden's probably gonna move back, then he'll move again and I'll go. Well, you never know, he might move on the right there and I can actually go right away. Patrol. Okay, so see there. I will actually go around because I want to get to. I don't want to find the key, of course, ASAP. Because I know this guy is not gonna see me on this side, so let's just do this. This is where being a tank is nice, because if I was a range DPS right there, I don't have any room to kite, right? It would suck. Luckily, we don't have to kite on this job. So there is a patrol behind me. I have to just remember this. It's gonna work out though, because I can pull like this Triceratops. I'll kill him, patrol's gonna come back. I'll kill the patrol. And then we're good. The whole plan is already like... I've already thought of the plan, right? We're just gonna make sure that we follow it. In fact, because of the haste, I have time to kill even maybe one more monster before the patrol. Oh no, it's trying to work out actually. So patrol next. Just to make sure it doesn't gank me and I get a bad surprise. No, I saw the Diplo move just now. I can actually go there. Because we want to find the key. Key is there. Perfect. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have plenty of kills. So we just kill. We just kill around this room until we're out. We don't really have to go out of our way to explore unnecessary. This guy is a telegraph, by the way. It doesn't hurt very much, but it is very quick to come out, so like, it can catch you off guard sometimes. Again, though, it's more of an issue on DPS. Also, if you go for donut room chest in the middle, just keep in mind, traps are a possibility. It's kind of a good time to safety. Like, you have 3 safeties. This is a pretty good safety time. Funnily enough, I got a side from the safety, so you know, that's kind of funny in a way. And you know, in that situation where you have a raising up, well, now I safety, so it's not true, but like if I had just sided and I had a raising up anyway, then it would be worth to check, like maybe if I could do a small landmine just to get a feel for it. And yeah, we will have more than enough time on the next set. Sorry, the next floor. So I keep doing things, I'm not really mentioning them, but like as I was fighting the Triceratops, I was looking at the Archosaurus. As soon as he moved, I went for the chest. It's stuff that's it's a bit muscle memory at this point, so it's hard to like say it as I'm doing it, but that's why I was like looking at this direction specifically. So this is 7. If I'm not out, I just pull something there. Something I haven't talked about very much. So respawn is 5 minutes, starting from the 150s. Personally, I don't keep track of it too much. But like, you should keep track of it if you are able to like, if you're willing to sweat a little bit for it. It's not that hard. It's 5 minutes and the timer starts as soon as you zone into a new floor. So basically, whenever you zone into a floor, what I do, if I do it, is I will type in the chat the time I zoned at. And then I just have to subtract 5 minutes from it to know when the respawn is happening, right? It's the easiest way to do it. Right, so in that case, we got about 730. This was a hate kill, pretty high. Oh, it's a 9 kill? Damn. That is pretty high. That is pretty damn high. So, I mean, what could be the worst possible case scenario for me? It beat next floor. If next floor has no bad debuffs, we're fine. If next floor was a bad debuff like a Gloom, and it was I kill, it might require Serenity from me. So then it's a bit like last set where I have to think of like, do I want to use something that maybe prevents me from using Serenity if things get bad? However, in that case, the difference between the last time and this time is that now I have 3 Serenities. So like, yes, I don't want a Serenity, but if I have to do it, it's not the end of the world, right? So I will just accept the risk and just go with nothing. So we got debuffs there. Got damage down. Should not really matter. So I'll pull the patrol first. And then we're just gonna find the key. So we didn't use very much. We used like what, 3 strength, 2 or 3 strength plus 1 on the boss, and 1 altar, which gave me mimics. And that's it, I think. I don't think I used a flight. But by the way, how do I know how much time I will need to fight the floor before I even enter the floor? It's just kind of a feel. Like, as you fight through the set, you'll kind of notice how much time it takes you to kill one monster, right, on average. And then you're gonna notice, like, okay, if the floor is average, it takes me this amount of time. And if the floor is unlucky, it takes me this amount of time, etc. And then you're just kind of like gonna base your estimations on that. That's what's going on. That's why I know that with 7 minutes, I have time to do this floor if it has no bad debuffs. Is PotD the hardest? It depends on who you ask. I don't think it is. But I think a big part of if you find it the hardest or not is the length, like... Wait, where's my mouse? One sec. Okay, there it is, sorry. I think the biggest, like, part of it is, do you consider the length to be part of the difficulty? If so, it's the hardest. If not, I don't think it's the hardest. And like by this, I mean specifically the floors are kind of boring to climb, right? Like, do you consider the 1 to 50 part of the difficulty? The fact that you have to climb it every time or not? So this boss, you can decide if you want to strength or steal. It's up to you. Sorry, you can decide if you want to steal or not. That's up to you. You should always strength. You should... Honestly, if you have 3 loss, I would probably lose this boss too. Now, because we have 1, it's kind of a weird situation, so I will not. I would probably lose this fat 3, though. What was I saying? Oh, wait, we have 2 now? I mean, to be fair, it was very unlucky that I had no loss in such a long time. Not usual. So anyway, this boss, you can decide if you want to steal or not. It's very not hard. It's very it's not hard even if you don't steal. But if you have steal, you can actually just stand still to do the boss and you don't have to do a single mechanic. That's kind of funny. It's definitely good for uptime. Like, if you're really rushed for time, it's definitely good to do it for uptime. Well, it's more of a meme than anything, really. Yeah, well, I think Heaven on High... I always thought Heaven on High was the hardest, but that's because for me, it's like I'm looking at it from the perspective of like every single job type. Oh, I'm out already. That was fast. That was a 5 kill. Pretty fast. Could have went up to 8 or 9, I'm pretty sure. I can't even risk... well, whatever. We'll just leave. You'll see there I have proximity monsters. Both are in the way, actually. This... No, I have to like decide which one is more likely to be in the way if one move. I think this one. Oh, wow. And then we get a proximity patrol respawn as well. Very cool. This guy is proximity. It's always nice to have a little buffer at the end just so you can be ready for these kind of like things happening. Now I'm staying there because I know the archers might move. I have to go now though. Yeah, he did, but I moved before. Yeah, even on High, I felt like overall for me was harder than PotD. Because like there's a... If you have good bombs, it's easy, but if you don't have good bombs, it gets quite hard. Wow, nice movement. Okay, I'm just gonna kill this one too. Maybe it'll explode. Nope. Well, whatever. I mean, we got a lucky open, but we still had to kill 7 monsters. I'm not too sure I could have really patted this floor better, but this set has a lot of proximity monsters, so it's not rare. It happens that you have to overkill a bit there and there. That patrol was unlucky, though. Alright, so I said it would take me 9 to 10 with just a strength and no loss. We'll see if I'm right. I'm not going to steal, just so you have an idea of what kind of damage to expect at your worst. So this guy is the same as the one we did before. I'm pulling at 9:35. If you're ever close for time, by the way, what I like doing if I'm tight for time and I need to make sure I have enough time is I will type in the chat whenever I pull. In that case, it was 9:35. One sec. I'll explain the cycle a little more. Let me just type in the chat because my capture was on. So I pull at 9:35. So I'll type in the chat. And then I will, whenever the boss is at like 50% health, I'll look at the time in the chat plus... Well, basically, I'll see if it's at 50% of the time when he's at 50% health. If it is, or it's lower, then I need to use something else. If it's higher, then I'm fine, right? That's like my way to bait myself. So anyway, I will explain the cycle a little better when we do it again. But basically, he's like the boss I fought earlier. Much earlier, the one in the 70s, except he doesn't do 2 electros, he only does 1 electro, and then he like alternates with douse every time. Of course, the big difference is he does way more damage. And see there, he does electro, then he's gonna douse. And then he does electro again. You basically lose 1 GCD every time because you have to move. Then after the douse, you're gonna do a bunch of tank busters on you. 2 of them, in fact. Then he'll do like electro, like this, which you can tank, by the way. It's just it doesn't hurt that much. But you definitely want to try and avoid it because it doesn't lose you uptime to avoid it. But yeah, when he does douse, you're gonna lose probably 1 GCD of uptime. Electro. Then you just wait for the douse again. So that's the cycle he keeps doing. However, he's gonna open up with a slow on you the very first time, and then every few like cycles he'll put the slow back. When that slow is on you, if you want to avoid the damage, you can tank it, but if you want to avoid it, pop sprint and just sprint away from the boss after the second tank buster, and then you can just make it out like this. However, on tank, you can just also tank it. It's really not that much damage. So, but you do lose 1 GCD every cycle, so it does slow you down a bit, to be fair. Now, if you want to do this boss, and let's say your time is very tight, and you don't want to lose any uptime, you can actually face tank this boss with a steal. Like, if you have a steal, you don't have to move for any mechanic. I might show it up a little bit, because I don't really need steal for my own tier, so... I will show it up a little bit. I guess towards the end, I'll show it up. Because I don't want it to influence my own kill time too much. So time-wise, we are fine. No issue. Took 4 minutes to do 50%, so it's going to die with around like 1 minute left. With my current pace. So what I did is I just waited for the boss to be at 50%, then I checked how much time how much time elapsed last time I checked, and then I just checked, you know, I just did the math real quick. I do it at 50% because that's like the point where the math is at its easiest, right? I haven't thought about tinctures at all, by the way. Oop, wrong kill. I haven't thought about tinctures at all. You can definitely tincture on cooldown on bosses. You don't really need the hyper potion for anything. Feel free to do it. I mean, especially if you're raiding, you have tinctures already. If you're not raiding, like maybe you can grab a few, but I don't think they're a big deal too much. Like overall, the tinctures are gonna save you seconds, right, from a fight, an encounter, a few seconds. But it's available. It's up to you. I mean, it shares a cooldown with this potion, the hyper potion, not the sustaining potion. So it's not a huge deal. Keep in mind that when I say it shares a cooldown, it's going to use the cooldown of the tincture itself. If you use the tincture, that means your hyper potion will go on a 4-minute 30-second cooldown. I say it's not a big deal on the bosses, because on the bosses it's rare that you have to hyper potion, excluding Behemoth. However, on the regular floors, you would probably just want your hyper potion to always be ready. That's why I haven't really made a big deal of tinctures, because I think it's just a thing you can use on the bosses. So go ahead if you have a few. What would I do if I was saying that I was 2 minutes off? So let's say I checked the time and I needed more time. I would lust. Lust would be my first thing. And then the loss saves you about 1 minute. So then I would ask myself, will saving 1 minute save me? If it does, I'm fine. If not, I would consider a second loss. And then if it's still not fine, I would go in very desperate situation, which is resolution. Because resolution is more damage than you can do. So like if you go in resolution and you just start blasting, it's more DPS. But that's like very desperate if you get to this point. But yeah, Lust is your #1 like backup commander. Refreshing strength also, right? Like if I'm going to be doing a bit of the fight without strength, then I would refresh strength also. So I'll show you what I meant. But I'll steal just to show it up. But like if you're really pressed for time or you just are very lazy, which fair, you don't actually have to move for anything on this boss. With steal, you can just stand still and do tank everything. Well, I'll do it until he's dead. Because that douse, this does damage on the telegraph. If you're max melee, it won't hit you though. This gives the buff a buff of damage and ace to the boss. It doesn't do damage to me though. If I go inside of it, it doesn't do damage to me. But you can just tank everything with steal. Honestly, even without steal, you might be able to do it. But with steal, it's very easy. So you just tank everything, yeah. So this fight, yeah, about 8 to 9 minutes if you don't lust. 8 to 9 minutes if you don't lust. Yeah, and the one on the set before was about 7 to 8 minutes. So it's like 7 to 8 if you don't lust. 8 to 9 if you don't lust there, and then probably Behemoth. Well, Behemoth is a little more tricky because of the push, but it's a good point of reference for these two. So what did we use? I think 3 or 4 strength, including the boss. That's it, right? We use an altar, which was mimicked, so it doesn't really count. And that's it. Yeah, we use a safety too. Doesn't really count though. We have very little resource required there. So again, we're going to be analyzing this set, which was the 161 to 170. So I would say it went pretty well. That's about what I would expect with debuffs. Only 1 loom, 1 damage down. So that's like 1 floor that had a really bad debuff, 1 floor that had like a somewhat bad debuff. I think that's about the average experience you would get. When we entered this, we had 2 strength, 2 flights, and 1 loss. I'd say 1 loss is a bit unusual. I would not expect 1 loss at this point. Usually you find plenty of loss on your floors, but that's just the end I was dealt. So first floor, I did strength right away. I found a free strength. I found a strength in the chest, and then I strength right away. However, even if I had 2 strength, I might have just strength. Just because starting from the 160s, you really like the 150s, you can be lucky and you don't have to use anything. But the 160s, I would say usually you'll have to use something. So something that's just good to do is just use a strength right away. I would just not do it if you had 1 strength, a single strength. But if you do at least 2, that's never a bad play. I used a safety, doesn't matter though. Every time I use a sight or a safety on this set, it was only to show off something, so it didn't really affect anything. Again, by the way, I'm just gonna mention the pickups every that I got every time, but I'm not going to make a super big deal out of it because I skipped many chests again. Pretty sure I even skipped a rage again. I skipped a serenity at some point. I think I found a serenity on the gloom floor and didn't go for it. So anyway, average kill count, I would say it's about the same as last set. It's like 6, 7. Average, I'd say it's a little more biased towards the 7 this time. Last set was I know I said 7 in the last set. I wrote 7, but it's more biased towards 6. This time it's more biased towards 7. So I guess you could say 6.6 if you want a number. So anyway, first floor took below 6 minutes with a strength. Good kill count, 5 is good, but we killed 6. I don't remember why we killed 6, but we killed about the average anyway. Next floor, we still had a strength rolling for some of it, and it took 7 kills in 6 minutes. That's exactly on pace. So at this point, I was on floor 163. I was exactly on pace, so I wasn't really stressing too much. There with a 6 kill again, pretty average. We use a strength, another strength, because when I picked this up at 3, well, at this floor after 161, I had 2 strength. Then I picked another one on 162. Which means when I was on 163, my strength had ran out, and I had 3 strength. So this was a perfect excuse to use a strength. I would say keeping your strength at 3 is like, you just do that if you're at the end of the set and you know for a fact you won't need it. But if you are ever at the beginning of the set with 3 strength, there's very little reason not to use it. Very little reason not to use it. So that's kind of what I did there. So anyway, this floor sits with strength, was pretty fast, 420. At this point, we're a little ahead. Next floor was amazingly fast. Why was it? Strength. It was just really fast. 5 and 320. Wow, okay. I cannot remember why this was this fast. I'll probably just check the recording after I record this just to make sure there's nothing funny. But I assume it was just... I probably fought monsters and the key was like right by me at the beginning, and that's why it wasn't really fast. That meant anyway that on 165 I was doing good on time. And then I got a Gloom. But because I was doing good on time... Oops, sorry. Well, it was... I was able to fight it. And so that's what I did. I fought the Gloom. With just a strength, another strength. I refreshed my strength and I fought it. Next floor, nothing special to mention. It was a 435. 6 kill, very fast. I had my strength still. So with all of that, my time was actually really good entering 167. So it was pretty much just going to be use whatever I find in chess. Well, I mean, I was not using in chess what I would find, but you would. So it was just kind of smooth sailing from there. This one was actually 7 kill. This one was, I believe, a treasure room. So we killed one more as well. I used a Serenity there because I got a free one, but the debuffs did not really affect my DPS, so it doesn't really count. And then the next floor, we got a haste. Very nice. I used a side probably to show off something. And it actually took 7, but this was a 9 kill. Very high. Very high. And then finally, oh yeah, I should also mention I used an altar at some point there, but I got mimics from it, so this floor did not really speed up from that. So anyway, so this floor was 9 kill, very high. That means going to the last one, there was a very slim chance I would maybe have to kill like, you know, like maybe 9 monsters if I'm really unlucky, and then I might have had to use something, and that something would have been a Serenity like I mentioned in the video, because I had 3. However, we just got a nice floor. I just did the floor. I got a lost back as well. Finally, it had been a while. And this was 5, but I killed 7 because I believe there were 2 proximity monsters at the end that I didn't really manage properly. Also, keep in mind, I was talking and explaining and showing off things, many of the floors as well. So anyway, we got to the boss. We had about 10 minutes when I got to the boss. More than enough to do the boss with just a strength. Took 754 with a strength. So... Again, we can just say that if you have just a strength, this is probably 830 with just a strength. If I had used a lust as well, and I would probably have used a lust if I had 3, then I would have a 730 kill instead with the lust plus strength. And then if, let's say I got to this boss and use absolutely nothing, which, you know, it's an option. You can do it, especially, I mean, if you're going to do that, this is a good boss to do that because this boss it's probably the least dangerous boss in the end game. So, I mean, if there was a boss where you don't want to use anything, that's the boss for it. If I use nothing, this would be about 1030. And then any of these times can be slightly improved if you use a steal and just kind of stand still and don't do the mechanics. Because if you don't do that, you'll have to like use a GCD there and there when you're moving away. But anyway, so this set, really not so bad. You just, the secret to this set is you have to make sure you use like a few things early on. Like, you know, there was a strength, there would use a strength, and another strength, basically 3 strength in that case. You just have to make sure you use some things early on so that whenever you get to like the you know, 168, 169, you don't make sure you have a buffer there. Because if you don't have a buffer, your only option will become like a rage or a serenity, and then that's how you have situations where like you'll enter the next set with like missing 1 rage, where you could instead be missing 2 strength or like 1 straight, 1 flight, right? So that's why you want to use some things early on. Like maybe it won't matter, right? Like maybe I'll use a strength there, but then I never have a bad floor again, and then I actually get to the boss and have too much time. But like you wasting the strength, it's not wasting, it's like bad RNG prevention. You just see it this way. So anyway, this floor, so like I said, what we ended up using was 30 strength on the boss, 30 strength on the boss, 4 including the boss, and that's pretty much it. We use an altar, but it gave me mimics, plus it was a free one anyway. And then we use a Serenity, but it was free. Didn't actually use it for anything. So yeah, it was only 4 strength. You can see I had about 1 minute 30 of extra time. So we definitely needed these 4 strength in my case. We picked up 30 strength. That's like, I'd say on average, we're going to see 2 per set. So maybe we got a little lucky with the strength pickups, but that's fine, right? Like let's say you did this set as I did, and then you picked up no strength or like only 1 strength. It would have probably just been like a flight. You would have probably used a flight at some point. And then since you have 2 loss, you might have lost at the boss instead, which would have made it 730. And now you could have maybe like not use 1 strength earlier, etc. You could also have Serenity this Gloom. A bit nuclear as an option, but I mean, that's an option. If you got to this floor with like if you got to 165 and you had like 25 minutes left, then maybe a Serenity would not have been a bad play there. Lots of options, right? That's why I'm covering these floors at the end there, because there's like endless combinations. I'm just trying to like give you a little bit of tips of like when you could use certain things. But yes. And the kill count itself. So let me just get my calculator up. So we killed let's look at what we killed rather than the key. So we killed 63 divided by 9 floors. That means on average we killed exactly 7 monsters per floor, and 7 is like it's pretty much the average for this set. A little bit on the, it's even a little higher than the average. I would expect more like 6.6 or something. So we actually just got a pretty, I would call this a pretty damn average 160. But this set has less debuffs than the previous one, so that's usually the way it would go. And you, again, I will remind you, you should expect way more pickups than me, because me, I left many Pomanders in the chest. So yes, just, it's gonna be the same until the end, by the way. Just make sure, gain time early, kill everything that is between you and the key, unless you can avoid it without losing time. Pay attention to your surroundings, and then try to always get out when the key is open, and do not explore out of your way too much. That's the strat, and that's what we're going to use for every next set. Anyway, I'll leave you with the rest of the video. All right, next set is where the run starts for real. Something I never mentioned, and I just remembered as I'm almost done editing this video, is that raising cannot drop above 180. So this is the last set where you are able to find a raising. That is why I highly recommended you had 3 raising as soon as you're into 171. That's because you really want to raise the last 3 sets, but then you're not going to be able to find any more raisings after this set. I mean, I know I've been saying that the past 3 sets, but this is usually the set where people... this is usually the sets where people give a shit. So... And I'm not saying nothing before can kill you, I'm just saying this is where the real difficulty begins. So... Next set... This is where I have a very set in stone game plan. Like before, it's a bit of adjusting, and of course you need to, like, adjusting will always be a thing you do, but like at this point I have a pretty good game plan. So there's a lot to talk about for the monsters. Cyclops will do a line AoE on telegraph followed by a circle AoE. A circle point blank that knocks you back. At this point, you don't want to be standing in anything though, so like just avoid both. Many of them will not kill you, but I almost kind of want to keep it a surprise what will kill you or what will not kill you, because you don't want to make it a habit of standing in front of things, inside of things, or like behind things or whatever they do. Banner Snatch, it's just a double tank buster guy. Bear doesn't do anything. Delmel doesn't do anything. Wolf puts an annoying dot on you and lifesteal. So it's like kind of a... It's not a bad fight as in like... It won't kill you. But it's a bad fight because he heals. So like he's gonna lifesteal and make the fight last longer. Withstand has an Enrage. On tank you can interrupt the Enrage. So it's fine. It's 30 seconds after being in combat. Lion does nothing. Monkey honestly doesn't do much on tank. He's just a very big proximity monster. He also has an out of combat vuln stacking thing. And you just want to make sure you don't pull him when he has his attack buff. But on tank, this guy is like a joke compared to DPS. Enzu is, however, not a joke. I would avoid pulling an Enzu if you don't have a steal. It's possible if you don't have a steal, and I will do it, but it's not a comfortable fight. If you have a steal, don't be afraid of pulling Enzu. Don't do it if you have better options, because this guy wastes your time, but he's not like that bad with steal. So don't like don't waste time avoiding them if you have fight 1. Basically, he spams a stun on you, which has no diminution return for no reason, and also puts a dot. Deep Palace Bird is a proximity patrol, a bit annoying, but not that bad. Curl puts a paralyzed 30 second on you. That's it, just annoying. And Mimics, Mimics is like, they gradually get worse and worse, but it's really just on DPS that you feel it that badly. On tanks, it's never that problematic. This boss, I mean, this boss, you probably heard of it, it's Behemoth. This is the wall of the run, the most difficult part of the run for many people. Now, something you can do, and I recommend you do, is what I do is I have a hotbar that I made specifically for the boss, for Behemoth. It's this. So I made it a 3x4. Sorry. If you want to know how to make a hotbar like this, it's just you click the UI element, and then you can tell it like what size it is. Also, you can right-click it to like hide it. So like if you right-click it, it's hidden. But if you right-click it again, it's showing, right? So I will show it when I do Behemoth, of course. I'll just keep it hidden until then. But anyway, so the way the bar works, this is the order of skills you will be using on the Behemoth Meteors. So the way the push works on Behemoth is when he reaches 15%, below 15%, he'll start dropping Behemoths on your ass. Start dropping Meteors on your ass until you die or it dies. And they do 80% of your max health every time. So basically, the way this works is we're gonna push at a specific like HP with loss. We'll basically make sure we have as much damage as we can when the push happens. And then we'll do a very, like, honestly, very simple rotation where as the first meteor is casting, we do nothing. First meteor falls down, we do these. Second meteor falls down, we do this. Third meteor falls down, we do this. And now it's dead. That's like the order of healing we're going to use. This macro over there is status of Trail of Battle. So like that, what basically when the first meteor falls, I'll like blood waiting. Chill battle, and then remove the chill battle with this, because since the meteor does a percentage of your HP, well, I don't want the chill battle to give me more HP, right? I just want the healing component of it, but not the maximum HP increase. So I highly recommend you prepare this hotbar. I recommend you have a macro to remove the chill battle. If you don't have a macro for it, that's fine. That's why I had no macro for it too before. You have to right click the buff. Make sure you are able to right-click the buff in the pressure moment if you don't have a macro. Yeah, you mean like I can make you mean I can make one macro for Trill Battle? I don't do it because the way macros work is macros will interrupt each other's if you use another one, right? So I don't know what kind of hotbars people are using. People might have macros built into their like rotations or whatever. So like for example, like I have a macro that does something for PvP. This. So like for example, this macro does 3, 2, 1 circle. Oh, however, if I use another macro, it's gonna stop this macro, right? Let's say I do this and then I press this. See, it stopped the usage of this macro. That's why I don't make the Trill Battle the same button, because I don't know if you have a macro somewhere in your rotation or whatever that will like interrupt your Trill Battle macro. So that's for this reason I made it 3 buttons: Blood Waiting, Trill Battle, and then this one. You do have to make sure you don't like you have to wait a second whenever you use Trill Battle to use this one after. In fact, you know what? Maybe a safer way to do this would be actually to do. It would not circumvent the issue I just talked about, but if you don't have the issue I just talked about, like let's say you have no macros anywhere in your UI, it might be safe to do something like this though. I believe this would work if I'm not wrong, no? So like what this would do is it would try to remove... It would try to remove the debuff every 1 second, 3 times, right? This might not be a bad idea. Now, of course, I don't know. Like, you might have a macro somewhere in your stuff that, like, cancels a macro, but at least you won't rely on it. Like, you can still use it delayed or not. But then at least if you press it too fast, this might save your ass. Yeah, if you might be able to skip an extra meteor. The reason my rotation is the way it is, this is not even optimal. Like, every cycle has a little more healing than it needs, because you could survive an extra meteor. Like, on the top of my head, this blood waiting, you don't need it, so you could delay it by 1. And I'm pretty sure this cycle you also don't have to trill battle. You could survive 1 more meteor, but it would make the healing requirement too tight. So this is my setup that I recommend for like a good balance of tightness of healing and DPS required, right? That's just the setup I prefer personally. So let me just see my macro words. If I press them back to back, yeah, see, it does remove it. That's nice. Okay, so now this is a way better macro, I think. So sorry, 1. So the macro I made, I just did status off trill battle, wait 1 3 times. So this will, if you press all 3 really fast, it will remove your trill battle. Like, it will try to remove it 3 times. And the reason I don't put in the same button though is I want to make sure that you don't have anything that cancels your macro. At least you have to like consciously make it 3 different buttons, which I think is a good thing. So anyway, if you wanna practice Behemoth before doing Behemoth, I'll have a video in the description of the video. But basically, you wanna go to the Stone, Sky, and Sea dummy, go on YouTube, put a 10-second timer video of whatever, and then kind of simulate the rotation, right? By doing this. That's the best way to do it. The best way, to my knowledge, to practice Behemoth. So anyway, that's the Behemoth push. I'll be explaining the boss a lot when I get there. Another thing about this set is I think it's a good thing to have 2 tries on this boss if it's your first time up there. This might require you to rage the floor once, even though you don't need a rage usually. So just a heads up. I would recommend, once you're like on the 8th floor, if you got like, you know, 20 minutes or something, like 20... Let's say above 22 minutes, I would recommend you rage on the 8th floor and try and double dip your rage to the 9th floor, just so you can maybe have 2 tries on the boss. I think for your first attempt, it's worth. It's very worth. If you're on your further attempts, not necessary, but on your very first attempt, you will, trust me, you will be fucking thankful that you have 2 tries on Behemoth. Like, everyone thinks they have a good time on Behemoth until they get there and they have like a 190 hard by minute BPM, you know, like beat per minute on their heart. So it's a very stressful boss. A very stressful boss. In the beginning, the way the set works, the game plan is the beginning we're gonna be doing crazy like optimal landmines to try and save as much time as I can. That's the plan. No, I'm not doing this macro, folks. I thought about it a few times already. I don't want to put the trill battle and the cancel trill battle on the same button. I mean, anyone watching is free to do this. I don't want to do it. I don't want to recommend it though. I prefer it being 3 different buttons personally. This one blood waiting, this one trill, and this one cancels the trill battle 3 times. It tries to do it once every 3 seconds. Sorry, it tries to do it once 3 times every second. So that's just the way I prefer to run it. Just this way, if I press it fast, it will remove the trill battle. But then if it's the same button, I don't want to rely on the same button press, because then I feel like you're likely to maybe press some macro. Because like macros, like, see, this is a macro. See, like this is a macro. Like if I press these, I will cancel the trill battle. So I prefer it being 3 different buttons. You would still cancel this one, But then at least if you cautiously make the decisions of waiting 1 second before pressing it, then at least it will still not cancel it. So that's the way I'm gonna roll. And we're ready to go. So we're gonna be doing landmines at the beginning. I will try to show off as many ways to do the landmines as I can think of. But refer to the description for all my landmine videos. They are very helpful to watch. So anyway, I'm ready. Like I said, I have a pretty solid game plan from this point on, so it should be very smooth sailing. Alright. I would really stop going for badge at this point. If it's in your first layer, it's very risky to go for badge at this point. So, landmines, how you do it? You side right away, because we're going to do landmines. So, you want to pull the easy monsters, right? The easy monsters... Also, I would steal for the landmines. Always. That's your best value steal. So, bad monsters are basically the Cyclops. The Cyclops are the worst thing you want to pull. You can pull. So, we're just going to pull as many things as... not too many, right? We want to aim for 7 kills to open the key on average. So, we're just going to pull 7 things. See if there's a landmine. See, there's a landmine there. Alright. So, let's do the most... Class 8 simple kind of landmine. Like we're just gonna pull 7, 8 things. The part where you're carrying the monsters is actually not very stressful. You just want to use your potion, have a defensive up, and then you just, you know, just keep your health up, keep cutting. Now when you're witching, it's a good thing if you try to do the animation cancel I showed earlier, this. And now congratulations, the hardest part of the landmine is behind you. Easiest way to do the landmine by far. Raw intuition. Pop the heal and step on the landmine. Wow, I did that so wrong. But like, step on the landmine as the heal is triggering on you. And that will make it so that your heal is going to like happen at the same time as the damage. And that will make the landmine very safe. Now, I didn't show it very nicely there. But when I'm talking, I struggle to show it properly. And we're out. So next floor. So I just wanted to say 2 things about that landmine, and honestly all landmines I'm going to do. First of all, your own game, you can use it whenever you feel like it. Some people like to use it first floor, third floor, etc. I thought about this, but something I didn't mention is that your own game, you don't necessarily have to use it when you step on the landmine. Like you can use it while you're still gathering the monsters and like right when you're about to witch chain as well. That's a good time to use the own game. Like, you know, like just before you witch chain is probably going to be the most dangerous part of the landmine, and that's not a bad time to own gain at all. In fact, if you do it right before the witching, you might even have time to do the landmine as well with the own gain. So just something to keep in mind. And also, another thing is I will mention that multiple times, but I highly recommend you watch my landmine videos, because the landmines I do in the guide are not as good as they could be, because I just didn't execute them as well as I could. But in my guides, you're going to see me do them in multiple ways and much better. You can strength too. If you're not very confident, you can strength as well to have more damage. So that's I'd say that's the most basic landmine. By the way, I will not use on gain, but at any time you can on gain for comfort. If you on gain, then you will basically on gain the first floor and the third floor, because that's the cooldown. So that's just something to keep in mind. So there I'm going to do a landmine again. I found a landmine there. This time I'll do... I guess I'll do just a landmine with no, no witching, right? Now Cyclops is very bad in the landmine, but that's life. So I'm going to do a landmine if I have no witching. It's essentially... do this. You can use long range if you want. I didn't use it there, but basically you're just gonna pull a few monsters, not very many. Then you're going to just step on the landmine. Preferably no Cyclops. No, having a Cyclops is a bit YOLO there. I would not recommend that, but that's just... I'm just rolling with it because that's life. Also, I'm just showing the extreme right now. You definitely don't want to be doing that on a a Gloom, and HP down floor. I'm just trying to show as many types of landmine as I can, right? I'm not saying you should do something like that on an HP down Gloom with Cyclops on you. I'm just showing like the different ways of doing landmine. This is what I call a lazy landmine. It's where you just have a few monsters on you, easy monsters, and you just step on a landmine that is like near them without a witching. Yeah, Behemoth's bar is still on screen. Thanks for telling me. You can tell I don't look very much at anything of what's going on. Thank you. So yeah, that's like what I call a lazy landmine. It just was very high stress there because of the debuffs and the Cyclops. Well, let me show it more properly. Oh wow, nice. So lazy landmine is like, you just pull like some easy monsters, like 2 or 3. Usually it's the room they're in. You wait for them to attack you and have like an ability going on or something. And then you just step on the landmine. See, like that. This is the easiest kind of landmine you can do. Requires no witching. And we're out just like that. So that's 2 types of landmine I showed. Now next floor I will show you what to do if you do not have a landmine, but you've already pulled monsters. Because that is something that caught people off guard often. So if that happens, first of all, you have to like look at your lost count. If you have a good lost count, if you have 3 lost, it's viable to do what I'm about to do. If you don't have a lot of lost, I would be more careful about not having a landmine in general. So I will assume there's no landmine on this floor, right? So I'm just pulling. I have a few monsters on me, right? I'm like, and I'm trying to find a landmine, and then I realize like, oh crap, there's no landmine anywhere. What do I do in that case? So you can raid. A witching will be involved in some way. So there, you should expect a witching. You have a few options. You can strengthen lost and have a steal as well, or you can rage if that happens. So let's say there's like right now I have like 5 monsters on me and I'm like, man, there's no freaking landmine. I am fucked. Well, you can just witching, and so you're gonna strength to have a strength for your loss, and then you're just gonna witching, pop defensives, pop your lost, and you're gonna lose the monsters like this. It's not very hard. You have to do it fast, right? You have to do it fast, but it's not very hard. Now, the witch chain will end before your loss kills them, so you might have to do like a little bit of, you know, kiting around. It depends how fast you were, really. Like there, I was pretty fast, and they all died at the same time as the witching popped out. So if you were doing this and you happen to do the loss too late, or maybe you forgot to strength, and then let's say they were about to pop out of the witch chain and they still had like, you know, a good chunk of health left, maybe like 20% or something. Something you can do if you don't feel like fighting them, because it depends what monsters you have. Like if you have like 4 bears on you, you could probably fight it easily. But let's say you got 7 things on you and there's like 2 cyclops, right? A really nasty we pull. An option you can do if you have the witchings for it is you can witching twice. So basically, you're gonna cancel your loss and you will witching again, and then you'll simply AoE down the rest of the monsters. There should be plenty of time for you to do that last 20% before they pop out of the section witching. Though if you do that, of course, you need to prepare yourself for that eventuality. So like you need to make sure you do a witching or something. Like if you get in a situation where they will pop out before you can lose them down and you have no witching to spare, and then they still have like 20% HP, it's gonna be harder to recover from it. But at this point, your best play would probably be to just pop sprint and then start to tomahawk them one by one until there's a few left, and then you could go in and AoE, right? So it's not over even if you don't kill them within that loss, but it's definitely gonna get spicier if you don't. Now that's a very unfortunate treasure room, not gonna lie. I mean, if I wanted to do it better, like if I was on my own run, I would have witched the entire treasure room. I just didn't want to make it big for no reason. But yeah, this is a way to do it if you have no landmine and you already have monsters on you. Like if there's no landmine, but you still haven't pulled a single monster, then you don't have to do this, right? Then you can just like you can just fight the floor normally. This is specifically if you have monsters on you but no landmine. So as a reminder, what I did there, I just made sure I had a strength. Then I did a witching loss with my potion and defensive running. That's it. Yes, this will be on YouTube after, don't worry. In fact, many people will be watching on YouTube. And that's it. That's the landmine floors. I did not use home gain, but as a reminder, you can home gain any of these. The lost, don't home gain the lost, because there's... Well, I mean, you can, but it's not very useful. But if you want to home gain the landmines, up to you. I mean, do it, of course. That's the third treasure room. That's fucked up. That's kind of funny. So at this point, we're just gonna be fighting. Is it worth doing such a multiple, even if you know there's no landmine to save time? I mean, is it worth? Yes, it is worth. I would say it's a bit difficult though, so I don't like... I won't really push for it too much, but yes, you can... What I did with the loss there actually is something we do in scroll runs all the time for like AoE pulls. So it's a very viable strategy. Now, so what some people will do if they're very stressed about landmines, if they will only do landmine on the first floor and the third floor, because that's when your home gain is up. However, I will warn you, if you do this, you're kind of like losing flexibility of when you can landmine, because then if you get a no item 173, well, now you don't really have a good time to landmine, right? So this guy has an Enrage, but you can just interrupt it, so it's fine. Also, I want to just mention again, the second floor, the one that had Doom HP down, my landmine there was very, like, not new player friendly, not like new runner friendly. It was a mess. I just wanted to show off a lazy landmine, right? Like a landmine where you don't wait chain. Don't really look at the first pull I did with the Cyclops, it was messy. Look at the pull I did with the 2 Dalmels, where I just pulled both of them, waited for them to attack me or do an ability, step on the landmine, raw intuition, etc. As a reminder, just check the videos in the description of the video when it's on YouTube. They explain landmines in ways better than I could ever replicate in like a middle of a run, right? Because like keep in mind there, I have to explain it, but I also have to do it, you know? Like, I have to do both at the same time, so it's a little more difficult. Yes, this is not pre-recorded. So anyway, after the landmine floors, as you may have noticed, we have an insane lead of time. Your lead is probably going to be smaller than this, especially if there's one floor where like your landmine goes bad. That's why you are raising. But like once you can do the landmines pretty good, you will always have a massive lead in time there. Like especially if you strength because you had to loss or like just strength for safety, you'll have a massive lead. The rest of this set, you can almost always do it using nothing else except strength on the boss. So like think of it in that way. Any freebie you find from this point on is like adding to your time, which you already don't need time for, right? So it's why I think going for 2 attempts on Behemoth is a viable strategy, because you'll just have so much time. Pull a patrol. If you want to try it on Behemoth, you want to try and get to the boss with around 19 minutes, like 19 to 20 minutes if you want 2 attempts. If you want 1 attempt, I would probably go with the boss with 10 minutes. Any less than that is doable, but you will be like this is the worst boss in the world to have like a stressful time against. So like this boss, you want to make sure you have plenty of time with it, right? And yes, because you guys keep bringing up the home gain. As a reminder, home gain is like for comfort. Use it. I would use it on the first floor and the third floor, or use it only if it's like bad debuff. Like it's really up to you. There's no difference when you home gain. It's still the same principle. You're going to like let the monsters tickle you down to about 60% HP or so. You're gonna pop raw intuition. use an AoE, and as the heal is happening, you step on the landmine, and then, you know, then you use a healing at the same time, right? Basically, you want to make sure that the healing happens at the same time as the damage. That will make the landmine, if you do it properly, it will not even look like the landmine did damage to you. It will look like the landmine healed you if you do it properly. So that's where monkeys start showing up. Luckily, we don't give a shit because we are tanked. That's tank privilege. Now, you know, on tank, you're gonna have a hard push on floor 180. That's the tank unprivileged. That's the part where you're not privileged. But everything else, like if you can get past 180 especially, you will have a massive tank privilege compared to playing machine. This is the part where early on, it's nice to be machinist to be fast. And also it's nice to be machinist on 180 because the push is super easy. But like once we get past 180, honestly, starting from now, except 180 is when that's why you are warrior. This is the part where warrior shines. Like it's hard to stress unless you do it yourself. It's hard to stress how comfy it is to do these floors on a tank compared to like machinist or like any DPS. Like it's very different. Like I don't have to be kiting, right? I can pay full attention to what's going on around me. I can face tank most monsters as well. So monkeys start showing up. Now we don't have many kills over there. I will probably go this way and just get some kills. War can face tank all the monsters. With steel, yes, 100%. Without steel, there's a few monsters that will give you trouble if you like just face tank them. But like for example, the monkey is fine, even without steel, without strength. You need to rotate your defense as well. But even this monster is fine. And this monster is a huge challenge. Like this monster cannot be face tanked on any DPS. And see this, in that case, it's not even hard. So. That is the warrior privilege. Tank privilege. Any tank would have an easy time doing this. There are some monsters though where warrior is like privilege. The very hard hitting ones. Lion has a very long cast cry. It's huge. I like stunning this personally. Also, I should probably mention the monkey is proximity. Also, it's one of the reasons why he's very disliked. Because it's very big and proximity. Now you may notice my health gets dangerously low, but that's because I'm being greedy and not using my potions. Like you, on your own run, you don't have any reason not to use it, except if you just don't want to waste it. But like, you know, in the sense of a gameplay advantage, there's no reason not to potion every monster every time, so. Since the cry cast is long, why not hold the cake? I mean, you're right. If you want to save as much damage as possible, you want to stun at the end of the telegraph. I'm just not really doing it because it's unnecessary. For this job at least. But if I was playing like a DPS, I would do it. Like if I was playing a melee, I would do that, yes. Oops. Well, that was fast, 5 kill. So again, check chests are on the way. Do not go out of your way for chests. No, I'm not using the chests I'm finding. It's not because I don't want you to use them. I'm not using them because I'm trying to like make sure I don't overuse, like, you know, I don't want this to be a lucky run and then that's like my guide, right? It's like, oh, get lucky. That's easy. So it's why I'm not using keys in this room. That's so this is actually an objectively awful treasure room. This room, man, if I was like machinist, that sucks, right? That room sucks. It's very nice. I'm worried for this room. And it's very nice that I can actually like fight it right away as well. Like it's not hidden, you know, behind 4 other rooms. This room would suck, man, if I was machinist. Like, first of all, because I don't have a lot of room to kite. And second of all, because there's 2 Enzus that I don't necessarily have to fight. But are likely to cause me trouble when I'm trying to leave, because they're going to like patrol back and forth, right? What if I was Conjurer? Well, if I was Conjurer, I would rage this. No question asked. This is not a Conjurer guide. Be warned. So the Enzu, I'll fight the Enzu no steal, no strength. I think no steal, no strength, it might get spicy even for me. I would say though, you generally want to steal if you're fighting an Enzu. No, I have only 1 steal. But every steal I found, I ignored. And then I wasted a steal on 170 just to show off like the thing, right? So it's my steal situation right now is bad, but like it's kind of bad like on purpose. It's not bad because I needed them. I would expect you to have 2 steal at this point. Or 3. Yeah, is rage an option? I mean, time is so good that like it's like an option, but it's not a good option, right? So something I've been doing sometimes, but I actually never mention, is that you might see I like jump a little bit whenever I'm provoking monsters are quite far. It's because whenever you're jumping, it can actually give you just enough sight to like be able to pull a monster. So basically, if I'm on the ground, it won't let me provoke because the staircase is breaking line of sight. But if I jump, well, towards the end of my jump, there's a little period of time where my provoke actually hits the monster. And that's why I tend to jump whenever I'm pulling monsters from like high rooms. And there's like a lot of monsters in these rooms. It's because I want to pull something specific without pulling other things if I get too close. Is still the MVP of higher floors on tank? No, it's not. It's nice. I like it when I have it on the higher floors, but it's not like MVP. It's just like quality of life. I would much rather have a strength on the later floors. Enzu, by the way, is not proximity, thank God. If it was, it'd be quite bad. Yeah, I was peeking to see if there was a patrol. There is no patrol. I'll pull the lion next. I will pull 1 Enzu just to show off its damage, but I do think without strength and steel, it's a very bad fight. In fact, I want to make sure I have all my cooldowns for it, because I might have to own gang the fight. Yeah, we got a lot of treasure rooms, huh? This would be a great scoring run. It's great for the guide though that we keep getting treasure rooms, because that's probably one of the worst things that can happen for you on tank. So there is definitely no patrol. Alright, so let's pull an Enzu. Very hard fight. You're gonna see what it's like. This guy spams dot and stun non-stop. Very annoying. You need perfect defensive usage for this guy. You can stun him, which I will make use of. The stun is about every like 12 seconds or so. Always trying to make sure I have a defensive and good health. So yes, bad fight. If you have a steal, this looks very scary without steal. If you have a steal, it's not nearly as scary. Nothing like this. With steal, it's a pretty comfy fight. Without steal, I mean, if you were in a situation where you have to fight an Enzu, I would do it. Like even if you have, especially if you have a raising, I would try. But like, if you can pull something else, if you don't have a steal. It's very annoying. Like, he wastes your time, right? He's not a good fight. He's doable though. That's the thing that is important. This guy puts a 30-second paralyze on you. Now again, this has diminishing returns. So if you're gonna fight a curl, well, it's better to fight multiple of them in a row. I'm not out. You know, in a way, this is 7 kill. It's good I'm not out in like 5 kills or something, because I do have to fight all most of this bullshit to get out. A little trick, by the way, if you get a treasure room and then you feel like you might be able to squeeze past the monsters, but then you would have to run in the middle of the room to do so. This is a pretty good safety. Not necessarily, because like often you can kind of like, you know, hug the right or the left side and you'll avoid most of the monsters. But sometimes like the good path is it's always in the middle. If it is, it's a great safety. So of course time is crazy good right now. So see, we're out. But like, I have to wait for the Enzu to move. Probably by the time he moves, these guys will move back. So like, this is an easy situation where you just get stuck in a loop of like waiting for things to move. So I would rather, what I'm doing right now is I'm looking at if I have a way to go, but I'm fighting while I'm doing it, right? I'm doing two things at the same time. So if this Enzu moves back, I might be able to squeeze past this curl on the left by going to the left, but only if the Enzu moves. So that's what I'm looking for. Looking out for. See, he moved, but then their curls are about to move again. So this one move in a good way. If this one moves in a good way, I can leave and I can leave. So I will safety, like I said. See, this is a perfect example of the middle path being like the way out. Great use of your safeties. Hey, welcome Dizzy. I'm glad you're enjoying Warrior. Good luck on your clear. So see, this is another Warrior privilege. We don't give a crap. Now, you will need to be good with your defensive usage in this kind of like situation, but this is very possible, very doable on Warrior. Don't get fucked though. This is a bad time to get a fuck, so don't get fucked. But the amazing debuff for Warrior. I mean, amazing. Amazing in the sense that it's really not that bad, right? Of course, I'd rather not have it. See, I'm doing it right now. I'm not even really thinking about it, but I'm doing it a little bit right now where I keep shuffling away from the auto attacks there and there. This is to prevent some amount of damage. That's something you can do. I don't think it's something you have to do if you have potion rolling, but if you have a no item, this is something you might have to start doing. Another thing you can do if the monster gets quite spicy and like you need time. Free rage, nice. I would not be using that rage anyway. I mean, you would on your run, but I am not. So something you can do if it gets spicy, I'll show you after the monkey does some damage to me. Well, I see if I face tank this guy, the damage, I do think it's fine, but it might get overwhelming a bit. Well, if I dodge twice, yes, it's very easy. 3 times. Sorry. Well, if it gets spicy, you can kite. You know, there's nothing prevent you from kiting. You pop sprint and you just spam tomahawk like this, and you try and run in circles or a straight line. You can do this. Also, a tip: your raw intuition works on your tomahawk as well. So if you want to heal with this, that's an option. Like you can heal while you're kiting from the raw intuition. I'll pull the monkey simply because he's like more likely to be in my way later. Plus he's doing the out of combat zone thing, so. So a good time to stun the monkey, or like any monster with a tank buster attack, is you wait until the tank buster is about to come out. Usually it's every 10 seconds or so. So you wait until like, you know, 8 seconds or so, and then you do it. Then you stun, because you don't want to stun right after the tank buster. You want the tank buster to be delayed for as long as possible. But yes, as you see, this definitely requires way better defensive usage than before. Keys there. Enzu would be... This is an impossible fight. Enzu... I mean, is it impossible? Probably. Like, this is probably a fight you don't want to take in the bottom. Or if you take it, have a raising and on game ready, because I think it's gonna get ugly real fast. So there are some, like, impossible fights on War, but they're just very... It's usually because of a debuff. And it's only specific monsters when that happens. But they still... it still exists. There's sometimes monsters you don't want to mess with. Nice dodge. Now, funnily enough, I think I might need to fight an Enzu, because I'm not sure there's enough monsters to get out of there. Yeah, I might have fight it. I mean, if I find an Enzu, it's gonna get ugly. Definitely gonna get ugly if I fight an Enzu. Of course, I would recommend you wait for your health to be up between pulls. I'm doing it because I know I'm fine, but... Run tuition is just so much health, man. Like, every run tuition you use, it's like 40% of your health back. Crazy steal. Wow, okay. That was a scary respawn. Well, if you want to prove that keeping track of the respawns is good, which I did not do, well, that's proof. Because if you knew the respawn was coming, you would stand in the hallway. Like, you wouldn't stand in the room, you would be standing in the hallway instead. So looks like I have 7 kills until I have to mess with an Enzu. I mean, I really hope I don't have to mess with an Enzu. Like, you know, it's rare that you have Serenity on water, but like if I have to mess with an Enzu, this might actually be one of these times. Well, you know, 7 is the average. Might have even opened with 6. We're all with 6. So this guy just moved. So as you can see, time is amazing right now. I would say I feel like we've been pretty lucky with debuffs overall though. Hasn't felt that bad. I mean, I say that, but if we were playing a DPS, I wouldn't be saying that because we didn't know him a few times, you know? Like starting from 160, so it's not like it's been crazy good, but for Warrior, it's been pretty good. So if I were at this point, and I wanted 2 tries on Behemoths, here's what I would do. I would fight this floor, because this floor, I know if I fight this floor with nothing, it's gonna take me at most like 8 minutes, right? Like if it's really chunky, it's gonna take me 8 minutes. So what I would do if I wanted 2 tries on the boss is I would just fight this floor, then next floor I would if, well, there's two branching paths. If the floor is fast, if this floor is fast, I would flight next floor and then fight the next floor with a flight. I have enough time on the boss to do 2 tries. If this floor I'm doing right now was very long, then on the next floor I would rage to have 2 tries, right? I'd have 2 options basically. And like I said, I do recommend that you have 2 tries on the boss on your first time there. You will be freaking thankful that you trust me. And like yes, you'd be down 1 rage if you rage. Maybe you'll lose because you don't have the rage. Like maybe you'll time out because you don't have the rage. I mean, that's a rage is a big deal, right? Maybe that made you time out on floor 199. But like, trust me, the odds of you failing the run to Behemoth are so much higher than the odds of you timing out on 199, right? It's not even comparable. Okay, I'll fight the Enzu. I did say that you should probably not do that if you have better options, but I'm impatient. So I'll just fight the Enzu. A little trick too, if you want to save a little bit of damage, whenever you stun a monster, go behind the monster after the stun ends, because then it has to turn around before it like damages you again. It's gonna save you a little bit of time. Pretty nice. Yes, this is in fact Danger Room, the last wall trap. I feel like it's the first time I've seen it too, unless I missed it before, but I feel like it's the first time I've seen it. So yes, this is Danger Room, the last wall trap. This is the most difficult one to register, like to see. Let me pull the Waymart before I start fighting. Because the room, it looks like a lot of other rooms. Like there's a lot of rooms that look similar to this. So the way I recognize this room personally is like, it's a 3-part process. First part is that there's this very recognizable wall. That on one side will have a wall. Every other side will be like just a white wall or a path, like a branching path. But there's this very recognizable stone wall. And the second way is the middle there is going to have like these kind of tiles that have sand covering them. But like the part with the sand, you don't have to remember it too much. You just have to remember that there's tiles in the middle. And then the third way you're gonna recognize the room is you look up. So you know there's sand on the tiles. Where is the sand coming from? You look up. There's rocks floating above. Yep, this is Danger Room. And Danger Room is called this way because there is a wall trap right there on the B. This is the most common wall trap that you will hit. It's the hardest one to recognize. Now there's a trick with Danger Room, and I will show it to you in a moment. Is there anything I haven't fought that was worth showing? Not really. I fought everything. I haven't really thought about this bird too much. He's more of a DPS issue. Whenever he does Tropical Wind, don't interrupt it. He's going to start spamming Revelation. Just make sure you don't stand in it, because if you stand in it, you're dead. It will like perma CC you. So. But when he's doing it, he's not attacking you. He's not auto-attacking you, so it's worth to just not interrupt. So yeah, the Danger Room actually is safe if you run through the middle, like this, in a straight line, like this. So that's a way that you can avoid, that's the way I know to avoid the trap there. So again, 3 ways to recognize this one. First way, the very easy to spot wall. This wall is why you'll struggle to like recognize the room, because there's many rooms that have this exact like one wall side. Second way, middle of it is like tiles with salt of them. And then the last way is you look up and there's rocks floating. Okay, and we're out. So in that case, if I want 3 tries on the boss, because I have about 3 minutes, yeah, I have about 4 minutes 30, I would flight. In fact, let's do it. Why not? Let's do it. So I'll flight this because I want 2 tries on the boss. I'll get 2 tries on the boss. If this was a bad debuff, like let's say this floor was no ability or something, I mean I would have time to fight it if I wanted. Now of course you would rage this and you know, win the set, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna fight normally. Of course, if you had like a bad debuff right now, you would maybe Serenity, right? You would have to think of like, do I have 2 tries but be down 1 Serenity? I would honestly still do it. I think it's worth it to have 2 tries. Highly recommend you do it for 2 tries. Like, I'll be honest, many people have come and said they really like, many people come in my chat and they say like, I killed it on the 2nd try, or like they were glad they had 2 tries. I've never had a single person come in my chat and say they regretted getting 2 tries on the boss. Never. I've never heard it. So, you know, that's why I recommend doing it. Because like, keep in mind, 180 boss is the wall on tank, in my opinion. And there is no way to practice that fight. The only way you can practice this fight without like in your run is doing a group run. And like asking people to just like let you solo the boss. That's the best way to do it if you have friends. Outside of that, you can only practice this boss by getting there. By the way, I have not been using F1's fortunes at all. Like, fortunes, you can use them whenever you have 3 fortunes. Use them whenever you're fighting a floor that's not flighted and you're missing some Pomanders. Like, it's better to do that than sit at 3. I've just like, I guess it's just I'm talking so much, plus I'm not really picking up the things I'm seeing, so it's like, for me, I've not been using fortune whatsoever. But both F1s and fortune, there's not really like a good floor for them, right? Like, I'll never tell you like, oh, you should use fortune on like 186. Oh, you should have F1's 187, because there's no time for them. They're good to use whenever you have like some pumps at 2, pretty much. I will say one thing, F1s will double the treasure room rate. That's the only thing about it that has a gameplay impact, really. But it's, if your pumps are at 2, it's still worth to do it, right? Because you might pick up something nice. And we're out. So when this was flighted, I'll check this. Still, I'm sure. Okay, so this boss, highly recommend you steal your first time there. You don't need it. I will do it no steal, just to show off the worst possible damage again. But I highly recommend you steal this boss for your first time. This boss, you want to use your strength when it's around 80%. At around 80% health. So just a heads up. Also, this boss, you need 1 loss and you need 1 strength. If you don't have 1 strength or 1 loss, you die there. You lose. So don't get that. Don't get in that situation, right? So like, you know, I have 2 tries, but I don't, because I have 1 strength. So if you plan to get 2 tries, of course, try to have 2 loss and 2 strength. Even if you don't, still try for 2 tries though, because like at least you get to practice the motions, right? I think that's what really matters. So this guy, there's a pretty safe way to do him. I'm just gonna circle around the map. You can do clockwise or counterclockwise, doesn't really matter. Like, it'd be very easy. The actual rotation looks very easy. And of course, enable this if you're using it. Make sure you have food buff. So as just a thing, you can remove your food buff during the push, because it will make it so you need less healing. I don't do this personally, but it's something like you can do. I just don't do it. Just to explain a little bit more what I mean by this is that your food buff gives you vitality, so it increases your max health. And because the meteor during the Enrage does a percentage of your max health, well, if you don't have a food buff on, it will hit you for less. However, your healing will still heal you the same amount. So that's why sometimes people recommend to remove food, because essentially your healing remains the same, but your max health gets reduced. It's not something you need to do, but like it's something that can be at the back of your mind if you know you messed up something major. Like, for example, you use a healing cooldown before it was time to use it. It can be a last-ditch effort is to remove your food and just hope that it's gonna let you survive the meteors. That's an option. Yeah, let me show more properly how to do this boss. I'm kind of like on a... I'm doing it chaotic, like chaos right now. So I'll show you what happens if you get hit by trance with Rampart. It puts a Vuln and it does some damage, which you add Vuln there. Sorry, add Rampart and Raw Intuition. It's not a one-shot. With still, it's not a one-shot at all. But it hurts. It hurts and it puts a little Vuln on you. I don't know how much the Vuln is, honestly, but it's some amount of damage. Next, I'll show you, I guess, maybe a Carib. What it's like when you get it by... Not Thunderbolt. I'll do Thunderbolt next. Yeah, I'll do Thunderbolt next. I will explain the cycle more properly. Just let me show you the damage it does first. So Thunderbolt, you might get it by Thunderbolt if you're caught off guard. It happens sometimes. So I have a Raw Intuition for this. That's the damage. This can crit, by the way. I don't know if the Trance can crit, but this Thunderbolt can crit. Reminder, I don't have a steal right now. I'm not gonna show the Carib, but the Carib, it doesn't do that much damage. It's gonna suck you in, though. So it's like, usually if you die to Carib, it's just you get wombo comboed, right? By like something else at the same time. Just don't stand in Carib. So anyway, the way this boss works is he has a very like set in stone pattern. It's depending on if he's on the south wall or the north wall is a little bit different, the pattern. I'll start showing it from the north side, I guess. Also, if you're gonna strength, you can strength run from 80%. In my case, I'll do it from like 70 because I might lose a bit of time explaining. I have only one strength. But from 80% is safe. So when he's on the north wall, he's gonna trounce, of course, gonna walk through it, trounce. He will open with Thunderbolt first. Gonna slap you a few times, gonna do a Thunderbolt. Multiple ways to dodge. The easiest way for melee is you just go in, you know, behind. Then he's gonna do two Charibs. The way I like to do it for melee uptime is I kind of drop them like this, like side to side. Then he's gonna do Thunderbolt next, and the way I do it for uptime again is I kind of just stand there by the staircase, and then I move up when it happens, like this. That's my uptime way, by the way, you don't have to do it this way. Next is gonna be a Charib. Usually I position it right there. Oh, never mind. I sometimes mix up. Well, anyway, he's gonna run across, we're just gonna follow him. It's on this cycle, on the south, he's gonna open with two Charibs. I do the same, just in reverse. I just like put them side to side like this. After that, he's gonna do a Thunderbolt. Same thing, if you want uptime, I just trying to do it like this. Then on this one, he will do a Charib, another Charib. Usually I position it like this, because then you get this little spot for uptime. And then he's gonna run across, you just follow. And then it's just repeat. Now I will strength. You could have strength run from 80%. No, I didn't forget strength. I wanted to delay my strength a little more because I'm talking a little more, right? So I just want to make sure I do have strength for the push. Would be a dumb way to lose. So again, Carib 1, Carib 2. Don't worry about pulling up your resource until I would say 35%, 40%-ish. Until then, just use all your cooldowns. Oop, didn't do the uptime there. Of course, you would have a steal right now. If it's your first time there, you would have a steal. You would be taking less damage, but it's the same. You're just gonna run tuition, basically on cooldown, and potion whenever it's up as well. This boss, you cannot afford to be thinking of your potion usage. Use it on cooldown, right? That's like use it on cooldown. Don't even think about your potion. You cannot have any points of stress on this boss. Any points of pressure. There's already enough pressure. By the way, I'm going to give you a dumb trick. If this boss stresses you the fuck out, there's a thing you can do where you just type /BGM0. /BGM0. I swear to God, if you turn off the music on this guy, he is like a million times less stressful. Straight up. So that's an option you can do. If this really stresses you... No, I will put the music back on for myself, but I know some people, if they turn off the music, it actually helps them relax. So 40% is when you want to make sure you start keeping your cooldowns. At least it's when you want to make sure you have a charge of infrared ready. So 35% is about when you want to stop using your cooldowns period. And also it's when you want to start trying to build up your gauge. The push... Okay, the push will happen very fast, so it's gonna be hard for me to explain everything as I do it. But basically, I will lust, and I'm not waiting for any specific time to lust. I will lust when it's a good time to do it. I will get 5 stacks, then I will quit my lust. And then I will do only one thing until it's at 15%. I will just be spamming my 1-2 AoE combo to get my Storm Surging Tempest up, basically. That's it. That's all I'll be doing. So when do I lust? I lust when he's at around 22%. Like between 20 to 22% is a good time to lust. So we're chilling. This is the part where your heart rate is gonna shoot up. This is the part where you have to relax. Make sure you have the resource. Before you're going to the lust, I would maybe do a pocket check, right? Make sure your cooldowns are ready, especially your healing cooldowns, alright? Make sure you have like potions available and all this. Okay, now when you're gonna lust, it's simple. You have a steal, right? Don't forget you have a steal and I don't. You simply wait for any cast, you pop potion, pop rampart if you feel like it, and then you're gonna go into lust. And then you put 5 stacks. Don't raid. Do not raid. Light cast if you have to, but don't raid. On tank, you have like plenty of time to lust, right? So put 5 stacks. I mean, you can even put a 6-1 if you feel like it, but don't greed it too much. Now, all you're gonna do is exit the loss. You're gonna spam your 1-2 AoE and make sure it doesn't go below 15%. Once it's at like 15.5 or so, stop. Keep using your potion and sheet your weapon away so you don't auto attack, and then you're gonna wait for any cast and just go on. Personally, I like waiting for Carib to happen. You can wait, you can do during a Thunderbolt though, it's fine. So wait for a Carib. Alright, go in. And now you're gonna Berserk, keep your potion up. And do exactly what I said. So first, we don't use anything. Alright, now we use these. These will keep us alive during the first meteor. Alright, second meteor. Now we're gonna home gang. This will keep me alive during this meteor. Keep your potion up. And then last meteor, we use everything that's left. Run tuition will come up at the very end. I highly recommend you press it. You can survive without it, but it's very close if you don't do this. And that's it. That's the push. About an entire meteor ahead, so there's plenty of leeway, as you can see. Oh yes, and stand to the side, Sammy. Very good point. So let me actually make this very I will make this very important to remember. So if the boss is A and he's facing towards B, whenever you push, he'll basically start doing the meteors, right? And he'll stay in he'll be facing in direction. Let's say he's facing towards B. He's actually able to auto-attack you between meteor pushes. It's like a cone in front of him, right? He can auto-attack you if you're anywhere in front of him. So when you start the push, you have to make sure you're on his side or on his back. But do not stand in front of him or he will attack you. Now, if you have a steal, you honestly might be able to survive even if it attacks you. Like, he might sneak in an auto-attack and you might still be fine because, as I said, my rotation has extra healing on every single like team. You have extra healing on everything, but don't get hit for no reason, right? So when you start the push, go on the side. It's important. It is. Like I said, the push happens very fast, so it's hard for me to cover everything as it's happening. But hopefully you can remember that you don't want to be in front of the boss. And for the put, like the loss, like I said, the loss, just do it when it's a good time and your regen is up. And then for the push itself, don't wait for any specific timing. Just wait for some cast bar and then go ham, right? Me, I like waiting for Charib. Some people like waiting for a double Charib. Some people just do Thunderbolt, right? It's up to you. Personally, I wait Charib though. You can apparently die if you use a super potion instead of a hyper potion. Yeah, if you have a lower rank potion instead of hyper, the last cycle you would probably die if you don't have raw intuition. I know it's fine if you don't raw intuition with hyper, but since I have mine there for safety, this will basically give you 2 GCDs of healing on the last cycle, and it should keep you alive even if you have a max potion. Yes, removing the trill is on the macro. So anyway, we use, on this set, we use 3 sights, 2 weight chains, and a strength, 2 strength. 2 strength, 1 loss. Use the bare minimum, and we have enough time with 2 attempts on the boss. So, as you can see, this is a very easy set for time. So I will be analyzing the 171 this time. As I said, this is the first set where I have a very set in stone game plan. So there was actually like Pomanders I meant to be I was gonna use from the get-go. Yeah, so anyway, we entered this with 2 strength, 2 strength, 2 steals, what is this, 2 flights, 2 loss. You know, we had 2 of a few things. I would say that's about normal. I wouldn't, you couldn't, yeah, no, that's about what you would expect entering this set, in my opinion. You maybe would have had to rage, like, but it would have been a very, if you had to rage at this point, there was something like, something really wrong happened. Or like maybe you didn't use flight or strength on the previous set and then you were forced to rage on the very last floor or something. But anyway, Pomanders are about what I would expect you to have at this point. So this set, as you can see from the first 3 floors, they are extremely fast because of the landmine tech, and also the average shield time is 7. I'd say it's about 7 at this point, and for the next set too, but yeah, you should expect about 7 kill on average to open. So anyway, first 3 floors, best case scenario is you do them through some amount of land mining, and preferably 3 times. You can do it twice as well. I would try to shoot for at least 2 minimum. 3, but I think 3 is worth it, especially if you are on your first attempt and you want 2 tries on the boss, or maybe you just want 2 tries on the boss. You don't necessarily have to get 2 tries only on your first attempt. You can still go for 2 tries on future attempts. But yeah, so I showed like multiple ways to do landmines in my video, and also in the guides, in the description of the guide. So you know, it's basically just it's basically gonna be a steal right away, so -1 steal, and then it's gonna be side, 3 sides, And then with chains, usually it's gonna be 2 or 3. In my case, I use 2 of them. So that's you know, it's a lot of Pomanders early on, but like you have to keep in mind the sides. There's no point in the run where your sides will like be as valuable as a rage almost. So like even though you're using a lot of Pomanders, it's not like these sides would be serving you much purpose later on. So it's always good to use the sides there. So anyway, you're gonna do the 3 landmines. Maybe you'll have a like maybe there's a no item 172 and you fight it instead. I mean, I think that's what I would do personally. If, like, let's say this was a no item, I would have probably fought it instead. If this was though like a no item gloom, then maybe I would Serenity and do a landmine anyway. I would see like I would think about it. It would be a hard decision actually. I would say if you did a no item gloom or a no item nobility, I would probably Serenity this and just do landmines. Just do a landmine anyway. But if it's just like, if it was just a no item, I would fight it. If it was like a gloom, if it was anything that's not a no item, I would landmine it though. So anyway, you're gonna do the 3 floors. You're gonna use a strength steel probably. You're gonna use your sights and your wishes, and now you're gonna enter the 4th floor. And it's actually very easy for the rest of the set. You just kind of fight like everything. Like as you can see, I use nothing. Like nothing on 174, nothing on 175. That's a safety. I use a safety on 176 because there was a bad treasure room and I could like skip some monsters. Nothing on 177. I use a flight on 178 because then it would let me get 2 attempts on the boss. In your case, if you had like, because you have to adjust with your pickups, right? Keep in mind, I've not really been picking up the bombs I find, but like, let's say I picked up a strength. Like, for example, let's say I picked up a strength there, a strength Pomander, and now at this point I have 3. No, I have 2. Let's say I picked up a strength there and I have 2. I would probably try and keep the 2 for the boss if I want to get 2 tries. But let's say I picked up, you know, another strength there. Well, now suddenly I have 3 strength on 175, and then maybe I would strength 176, so I could, you know, push the odds of getting a 2 tries Behemoth more. Lots of options. Basically, you want to look at your common Pomanders, and if there are 3, then there's a good reason to use them. There's a good excuse to use them. So yeah, pretty much we fought every floor using almost nothing, and then we use a flight there for the double Behemoth. Now, I would say go for a double Behemoth if you need it, but like it's not like it's possible that you gets like a streak of really bad debuffs and then you kind of give up on the double attempt. I would really try to get it, but it's not impossible. Like maybe you get maybe this was like a gloom no item, right? Quite nasty, and then you fight it, and then suddenly like this is like a no ability instead. And then it's like you're not too sure, because then if you fight it, then you don't have enough time for 2 attempts. But then if you don't fight it, then you have to rage. And then, you know, then you would have to decide if you want to try and double dip the rage and get 2 tries. It's kind of a judgment call. I would say they'll try and get 2 tries for sure. Not for sure, but I would recommend you get 2 tries. And if you don't, then have a good excuse for it. Yeah, have a good reason for it. So yeah, we fly to the last floor. I said that 5 times already. The kill counts, they don't really matter on the landmine floors because you just blow them up instantly. But like the other floors, we can look at them, right? I don't really have to do the math. 7 is average, 5 is lucky. That's a lucky one. There we kill 8. 6 I would say is a little lucky. 6 there I would say is also a little lucky, and 3 is average. So we actually got pretty lucky on the kill counts. I think I could have definitely had to kill a few more monsters overall. You know, because this was lucky, and this was lucky, and this was lucky, and then this one we killed 1 more. So technically we were 2 monsters lucky, if you can see it that way. So, you know, it's not impossible that I would have had to use another flight. It's not impossible that it would have taken me another flight if I really wanted my 2 tries. And, you know, in that case, like, let's say I got a high kill there, I would have probably been on this floor. And then this floor would have been high too. At this point, I would have probably used a flight there. Then I would have fought this. Then once I got there, I would have just like kind of looked at the time and decided if I use another flight or not. But at the end, this is just to get 2 tries on the Behemoth. Because as you can see, when we got to the boss, we had the 20 minutes to spare, and the boss took about 10 minutes. So we basically wasted 10 minutes. I did it for the sake of the guide, of course. Of course, I would be confident to go in with 1 try, and maybe you are. Like, maybe you are. Even if you've never went in, you just look at the push I just did, and you're like, actually, that's not too bad. I think I can do it in 1 try. I mean, sure, go ahead if you think you're fine. Or if you're on your... if you're on like another attempt and you're confident after doing the boss once. So anyway, what did we use? Well, first of all, debuffs, I would say pretty average. Again, like 1 gloom, 2 bad floors, but like one of the bad floors is warrior friendly. So like, it's about what I would expect. If you had more bad debuffs, you would just have needed to, probably strength or flight. You would have probably found more strength than me too, because you would pick up more chest. And then we use 3 sights, but like these don't really count because you're not really going to use them anytime else. We use basically 2 strength, 1 on the floors, 1 on the boss, 1 loss, and the loss was only to show off a landmine going bad. Technically, we did not need that loss. It was just like a worst case scenario kind of thing. So like really that set took 1 flight, 1 strength, 2 witch chains, and the 3 sights to get to the boss with 2 attempts. And then on the boss, we did 1 strength, 1 loss. These are required. You have to strength and loss the boss. And if you want more than 1 attempt, then you need another strength, another loss as well. And then again, pickups, as you can see, I picked up very little because I opened very little, and also I just let my overchap. Overall, I'd say this set, once you get past like the landmine hurdle, it's actually going to give you a good time almost like every time. I think you're gonna have an easier time on this set than the previous one, because the previous one, it's like it's tempting to try and use nothing, and then you always get these bad proximity monster floors. Like everything's in your way, end up overkilling a bit, and then, you know, time is like tight a bit. I'd say this set, once you have it figured out for the landmine floors, you're going to have just an easier time usually, because you have so much time saved early on that you would need some like really nasty luck on these to not make it in time. For like one attempt, you would need some incredibly bad luck, and for 2 attempts, I mean, you just have to use a few things. Probably just the 3 Pomanders you find, but if not, just a few flight strength in your pockets. And if you really want to guarantee the double try, probably gonna rage. I mean, the nuclear option would be like you rage, you check your time. I thought about it in the guide, right? But you check your time there, and then you decide that you're gonna like double dip a rage, so do a rage on 178 and then continue in 179. So the kill time for this boss is actually pretty easy to remember, because you always going to use the same pawns for it. Always 1 strength, 1 loss. And the strength, I would recommend you use it when it's around 80%. 80% or lower, depending on how much time you have, but 80% if you're tight for time. That will make the boss no more. If you want to go to this boss and have 0 pressure about time, you go in at 10 minutes and you strength at 80%. That is the 0 stress time. If you're pretty confident in your ability to DPS, still strength around 80%, but you can probably get away with about 9 minutes if you're confident. So this set is a culmination of all your efforts of, like, you know, trying to multitask on the floors and all that. This is the set where it's going to make a huge difference in your time. I've done this set before on Warrior using no rage and only like a few flights, so it's definitely possible to save a massive amount of time there depending on how you're moving. But like, it's not like it's super tight. You have some leeway, right? Usually I rage once, but I've raged 3 times, 2 times on this set, and I've still cleared with plenty to spare at the end. So most important part of this set is not dying, of course. The boss of this set is easier than 180, but it can catch you off guard. I've seen people die to it. And luckily nowadays I have there's a new strat to, like, I'll show both ways of managing the blue bomb on the boss of this set. You can actually not kill the bomb if you prefer doing it. Personally, I prefer killing the bomb though, so it's probably gonna be what I do. But it's an option. So anyway, The next set has the most annoying monsters by far. Okay, so everything there hurts a little more is tankier. Luckily for tank, like if you get a gloom, it can start being a bit tricky for like some of the fights, but it's usually not bad, done that bad. Wamura is fine, not that bad. Grenade is easy. Sprite is easy. Wamura Kampa is easy. Garm is easy, but he has more HP than the other monsters. As you can see, this one has 26k and the Garm has like 40k. There's essentially plus 50% HP. He just has like two abilities you gotta watch out for. He does Ram's Voice. If he does Ram's Voice, it's a point blind, so you have to be out. And if he does Dragon's Voice, it's a donut, so you have to be in. You can survive the donut with Steel, but you cannot survive Ram's Voice. It will kill you. So, but I would not really risk getting hit by either of them. You can interrupt both, but I would not rely on your interrupt. I would only use your interrupt as a last light resort thing. Because if you start relying on it, at some point you'll have no interrupt and you'll hit the button and then you'll die. So I mean, this boss, this monster is actually a good fight, usually on DPS. On tank, maybe not so much. But he's like not a bad thing to fight. You just have to know what he's doing. And also he's a proximity patrol and he is huge. That's usually what's annoying about him. The Worm. This is a fight where you really gotta be on top of your defensive usage, but it's a good fight if you are, because you can actually completely negate the Enrage on tank. Crawler is a terrible fight. The least good thing to fight on this set for tank. Don't recommend you fight it. It puts a poison and a slow on you and it just spams both non-stop. Very annoying. Winter is the easiest monster of the set. Archerosaur is easy for tank. This guy is a bit like the Worm, good defensive usage. He's not too bad because you can stun his one slow that he puts on you. Flood Dragon, if you have a Steel, it's a pretty good fight. If you don't have a Steel, this is a tricky fight. Not impossible, but it's a bit like a Nenzu, right? Like if you don't have a Steel, I would maybe avoid him. But if you have a Steel, then don't be scared of a Flood Dragon. And Mimics are still not that bad. So like I said, this boss has many mechanics. Also, it's likely that when I get to this boss, I don't have that much time to like talk about the mechanics. So like it's going to be a bit of shotgun information when I get there. But just as a reminder, when he does the blue bomb, this is exactly like the boss on 90, but it's like the opposite colors, right? So whenever this guy does blue bomb, we have to kill it. And whenever he does red bomb, we have to push it. And whenever he does the blue bomb, we can actually not kill the blue bomb. And as long as I like take enough distance from the boss, I can survive. Or I can just kill the blue bomb and not have to worry about it. And then the red bomb, the easiest way by far to do the red bomb is you just position the boss exactly where he needs to be right away. Well, I'll show off like what to do if you don't position him. It's basically you just auto attack the bomb. And that's it. This boss, if you have a strength and 2 lost, if you have a strength and 3 lost, it's below 8 minutes. If you have a strength and 2 lost, it's going to be like 8, 9. If you have 1 loss, we're approaching like 10, a little more than 10. If you have 0 loss, God have mercy on your soul. This is going to be a long fight. Hopefully it doesn't get to that point, but it's going to be a long fight if you don't have a loss. So I hope you have a loss. If you don't have a loss, it's probably like, with 1 strength, we're probably looking at like 11:30. 12, something like that. But anyway, 190 easier than 180. Is it specifically on tank? Specifically on tank. I think on DPS, it's usually 190 is harder. On tank, 190 is easier. No, I'm not going to have 2 tries on this. I could. If I use all my rages, I could. But you're never going to get to this boss with 2 tries. On like a regular run. It's insane. Like there's no way you would. It's no way it's worth it, right? It would require you to use everything. So alright, so food buff, very important, of course. There we go. Raising, of course. If you have only one raising, like let's say you get to this set and you have only one raising, I would raise this set every single time over the last set. This set is like way more dangerous. That's a nice strength. Okay, so my strategy on this set is use many flights and altars early, preferably, so that I then have a lot of time later. And if I get a bad debuff, it's like rage, basically. Almost instant rage. So what I do usually, if I have to, you kind of want one strength for the boss. So I like keeping like one strength as a buffer. But if I have 2 strength or 3 strength, I will use my strength almost on cooldown. Unfortunately, I have only 1 strength, so it's not going to be the case right now. But if I had 2, I would use 1. Of course, I want to find the key. There's no bad fights. We'll just pull like literally everything. There's no bad fights yet, I should say. To pull everything. Why is this one more dangerous than the next set? This one has just much worse monsters than the last set. And also the thing with this set is because you're gonna like, because the time management is hard, but it's not the last set. It's not like you can just use all your pawns, right? And just like, you know, win with multiple, like, you know, you can't just beat this set and have 20 minutes left. Like, you want the time to be tight. So for this reason, you're more likely to take risky plays on this set than the last one. Because the last one, if you get 3 rage, I mean, you can't just use a 3 rage. Oh, 2 strength. So perfect. I'll strength. So I don't know where the key is, but always be fighting. I do know there's like 2 or 3 patrols around. So what I do specifically, like I said, so okay, by the way, I see the turn of return there. That means there's no key in this room. That's kind of a little assumption you can make. So anyway, my strategy, like I said, I'm gonna flight and alter pretty much like down to 0, all of them. And what I like to do is I like to just alternate them. And I like to start with whichever one I have the most of. So like right now I have 3 altars, 2 flights. So what I'll do is I'll alter before I flight. And then after that, I'll probably fly. And then I'll alter, right? I'll like alternating them. And the reason for this is because... So I have to comment on the Fortune and Affluence usage, because it's just killing me watching this VOD back. I definitely, in my guide, I definitely did not do a good job of using my Fortunes and Affluences at appropriate times. I think it's because I got it in my head that I wanted to use as little palms as possible, and so because of this, I just kind of like stopped thinking of Affluence and Fortune. But I'm going to just make it clear there. When you want to use them is pretty simple actually. It's just whenever they're at 3 is almost always a good time to use them. For Fortune, it's just a good time if you're going to be fighting the floor and it's not flighted. It's also a good time if you're doing a rage. But like honestly, if it's at 3. It's a good time to do it. Even if you have a lot of palms already, it's just a good time. If you have 2 fortunes or less, then you want to use it more on the floor. You're going to fight or rage, but like you want to use it whenever your other palms are close to 2 instead. And your affluence is almost the same idea. If it's at 3, honestly, you just want to use it for the next floor. Because who knows, you might get lucky. And if it's below 3, if you have below 3, it's preferable to use it if most of your palms are at 2. And the reason I say most of your palms are at 2 is because then in that case, there's less risk of you overcapping, right? Because if you were to use an affluence and now you have 3 strength, 3 rage, and then you just find like 2 strength on the next floor, you're wasting palms. So it's why it's preferable to have them at 2. And I will say affluence also, I don't remember if I mentioned it in the video, but affluence is very nice to use in at the same time as a flight. So if you're doing a flight, it's almost always a good idea to affluence at the same time because it's going to add chests to the floor, but there's going to be less monsters like, you know, across the floor, so the chests are going to be easier to check. So it's just a very good time to use an affluence. If I'm going to find like freebies, I want to make sure I pick them up, right? So like, for example, let's say I use all my flights right now and I'm just sitting on 3 altars. Well, there's a chance I'm going to be wasting multiple altars, you know? So for this reason, I prefer keeping everything kind of like at the same level. And rage, my rage, it doesn't really matter if I use my rage later or early, but what matters is how much time my rage saves me. So my rage is sitting at 3 until I get a bad debuff or a very good opportunity to like double dip a rage, or both. So like, yes, there's a risk I will overtap my rage, but I think it's a risk that's worth taking because you don't need a rage. Like, I don't need to pick up a rage to clear. So for this reason, I prefer waiting for like a good time to use it rather than just use it right now. Which honestly, like, it's fine. It's a strat. Like, if you use a rage right now, just to put it down to 2, that's a way to play. That's the way I play in a score run, but I don't think it's necessary in that case. By the way, this patrol will heal its allies. So that's one of the few monsters you absolutely do not want to pull while they're fighting something else. This guy just does a pretty big cone. Make sure you're out of it. Yeah, double dip rage exactly. Like, if there's a key on the treasure room, that I will almost guaranteed rage, no matter when it happens on the set. I would just not do it if I was like late in the set and I didn't need it. But if it, like, next floor, there's a treasure room key, I will rage. So kill count is still a 7 average at this point. So you're still gunning for 7. Your still usage is basically up to you. I don't need still for many of these monsters, but if I'm fighting something and you feel like the damage is way too high, feel free to steal. So I will say you pretty much want to steal on 190 if it's your first time up there, to make your life easier. I might even steal myself, because honestly, I mean, you can definitely do 190 without steal. But, meh. It's the best way to use your steal, pretty much, for, like, the last 20 floors. I guess the best way is actually to rezo, but, oh well. So we got mimics, unfortunately, but we have aced, so it worked out. And, you know, like I said, mimics are not bad on tank. Well, that's fine. So I am paying attention to everything except the actual monster I'm fighting. I'm just trying to see if there's a patrol coming, because it's going to change my plan. Now, right now, my plan is just fight the mimics right now. If there was a patrol coming, then I'd delay that for a bit, but I don't see any patrol. I saw the key, by the way. I see it pulsing there, very likely. It's very faint, but the key's right there. So for this set, the pace is like, it's still 6 minutes per floor, but I honestly, I would not even look at the time. Well, I would, but like, I don't even, the time is never good until you're like on the last 2 floors. Like, even if I were like 10 minutes ahead, I would still use all my flights and all my altars on this set. Because you're very, very, very likely to have to rage at least once. And if I have to rage once, well, I would rather just empty out my flights and my altars and maybe not have to rage. Because if you get into the last set with 3 rage, like, I'm not saying it's free, but like, you're damn unlikely to lose. So by the way, I did the mistake there where I pulled without my intuition. Sorry, my what's it called? My interject. That's why you got purities. Try not to do not make this mistake happen too often, though. As you can see, Mimic starts to hurt quite a lot more. Okay, now my interdict is down. So see, this chest, I would risk a luring trap. And I don't really... I mean, I have one safety, but like one safety over one chest, I don't think it's a good trade. So this chest I will skip it, actually. Like right now, we're really benefiting from that warrior privilege. We're at the part where warrior is like, damn it's good, right? Like, damn it, it's good. Compared to a DPS, because we can fight all of this bullshit, no like bombs required, essentially. Like, you know, if I was even on a range DPS, I would struggle a little bit to fight the sprites. The mimics, I can interrupt pucks. We're living good right now. This is the good life we're living. This is why you work your ass off on 180s, to get to this part. On warrior. You're living the good life. Okay, it's a bit weird. I'll wait 10 seconds just so I can open this and just not get bugs if it's a mimic. I don't like waiting, but I think it's worth for this. Alright, safety. This Wamarakrampa is sound, and this sprite is sight. I'll check this while I wait for the sprite to move. Shrine, great. So I know it's a weird thing. The sprite is sight, and you can tell from the little arrow where he's facing. The Wamarakrampa is sound. So now I'm gonna fly. Bad debuffs depends what they are, what we're gonna do. No regen doesn't matter. So there with other Garm, I highly recommend you pull the Garms first. Like, if there's a patrol you want to pull first, it's the freaking Garm. Like, that guy will cause you trouble. There's a lot of patrol on this floor. See, this is like a good example of you pull a patrol ASCP in case there's multiple of them, because there is multiple of them right there. A lot, in fact. And now because I just pull a patrol instantly before I even knew what the pull was like, it's so much less trouble, right? I'll try the silver. Why not? Didn't work. But like I said, this guy, you never want to pull him while you're fighting something else because he's gonna heal. So if you do, witching. If you do witching. And if you don't have a witch chain, kill it. Like you just switch target and kill it first. So see, this floor kind of bullshit, right? Like that was like what, 6 patrols, and like 4 of them went in my direction right away. But because we pulled right away, it wasn't a big issue. Now, if I had waited for all of them to pass me, this is where like it's gonna get really fucky, because then it's like. Then I have to deal with all of this shit, and I'm not progressing the floor in any way, right? Keys there. Pull patrol next. No, it makes the rooms very clean to fight in. At least there's like nothing in any room. 2 strength. I recommend when you have 2 strength just to use it on this set. Not sure when I picked that up, but. It is what it is. So again, don't pull multiple of these guys. To chill. Crawler is terrible. Probably the worst monster to pull in deep dungeon period for warrior. At least for PotD. It's possible, but like, man, it's a bad fight. I don't recommend you do it. I'll show it off I'll show fighting the crawler, but I might have to witching the crawler. Just a heads up. But I show like one. So again, I'm looking at everything except the actual monster I'm fighting. I'm trying to like see where the patrols are, how many are coming my way to. Now this is 4 kill, it's likely to open. If it doesn't, I'll fight a crawler. But it is fine. So now I could have checked this chest a bit before in case it's a mimic. I did not. We got a flight. So I'll use a flight. Affluence is like, it's okay. I have 3 rage, but I have 2 of everything else. So it's a good time for it. Like I said, Affluence Fortune is like, it's you just use it when you feel like it. Don't overthink it. I would not keep him at 3 for as long as I did, though. That is kind of a waste. Flight again. Patrol first. Don't even think about it. See the arm, pull the arm. Every time. Like, don't even think about it. Like, even if you're going to rage this floor, like, even if you're considering raging the floor, just pull the ground while you're thinking. At least you're doing something. What if you see a trainer arm? Pull one right away, and then decide what you're gonna do. Because at least if you're gonna fight, then you're like 1 gun less to worry about. I'll show a crawler. Like I said, this might require a steal. Even me, I'm not too sure what this fight is going to be like, but it's not a good fight. Let me tell you, it's not a good fight. Because he puts a poison in a slow, and he spams that shit. Now keep in mind, I have strength, so it could be worse. Like, you could be fighting this guy with no strength. But like, man, please God, if you're fighting a crawler, at least have a strength. You can stun this guy too. It looks like it's gonna be fine. Even without strength, pretty sure this would have been fine. But it's definitely the least favorite thing to fight there. This guy is the easiest monster to kill. I think the key was over there. Yeah, it is. I mean, you can fight 2 guards at the same time, but it's like it's more of a desperation play than like a flex play. If I had like 2 witchings, I would witch in 2 guards almost every time. If I don't, it's because I want to show up. Honestly. It's a very dangerous fight. So this is 3, this is 4. I mean, it might be doable, but like, you know, it might be doable. It's not very convincing when you're like 13 hours into your attempt, you know? Like, it might be doable isn't good enough for the amount of time you've put into the run. Like, it might be doable. It's something that you do when you're like 1 hour in. So I'm out. I'll use a flight again. Honestly, at this point, I might not use any pumps I find. Except maybe few strength. Maybe like 1 or 2 strength, but I can assure you we have all we need to clear. So I'm not gonna use that rage, even though it's free. But keep in mind, I skip many rage, but I'm just... this is a guide, right? So for the purpose of the guide, I'm just trying to show like a very bare minimum, you know, everything. So I'm gonna pull this guy first, because I can actually fight in that room more easily than fight in the other room. So I will interrupt this one. I don't recommend you interrupt for uptime, like I did there. Do as I say, don't do as I do. So this guy, where is he going? He's going the other way. However, if he was coming my way, once again, pulling the Garm instantly would have been a great thing, because then he would be dying as this one was coming. But then if I had waited, then I would have to like juggle 2 Garms over there. It'd be messy. Just pull right away. It's way easier. Yeah, I'll pull the Crawler. He sucks, but there's like nothing nearby. And also, I'm kind of surprised by... I feel like it didn't hurt me very much last time. I kind of want to see if that was just lucky or something. Like maybe I dodged some attacks and didn't realize. I thought it would do way more damage. Because I remember fighting this guy recently on something. It was really bad. But maybe it wasn't a tank. It might have been something else. Well, I'm mixing it up with a tank for some reason. Because that is really not so bad. I was expecting worse. It's just like slow. Yes, of course. This will be on YouTube. I mean, the point of this is to be on YouTube. So it will be on YouTube. It's gonna be my new POTD guide, like the one I link people, assuming I clear. I do think it's gonna clear though. It's gonna be the one I link people. Rather than the old one. Yeah, I have a strength running, but like, you know, looking at the fight, it's not like I was out of juice, right? I could have definitely fought for like 30% more. So it's why I don't even think it's that bad after doing it 2 times. Because I still had my Trill of Battle, I still had my stun, I had probably like 1 use of Run Tuition, I had my potion, I had a lot. Because strength... Oh, but strength heals me more, doesn't it? Actually? You know, I've never really thought about it, but strength heals me more on my Run Tuition. Right? It should. I've honestly never thought about it, but yeah, it should heal me more when I run Tuition with strength. Very interesting. I've never thought about it. Yeah, because it increases healing options, healing things. It made sense. Alright, that's good to know. How have I never realized this? Okay, we got Corrigens with my altar. I'll kill the Corrigens. I'll allow myself that little pleasure. Mimic's fine. If you provoke a Corrigan, it will die. Basically, as soon as it enters combat, it will die. HP down. It doesn't matter too much, but this is enough for me to not want to fight a Flood Dragon, even like without Steel, I would not even touch a Flood Dragon in HP down. With Steel, it's fine. Without Steel, no. It's way too dangerous, in my opinion. So. Right, that's a good point, man. Strength increases the amount of healing you do. I never thought about it. So yes, it does make the monsters easier if you have a strength. It should increase your equilibrium and your run potion. It doesn't increase your potions. Key is not there. I'm gonna pull the patrol though. Okay, well never mind. I'm gonna pull this patrol instead. That's why you gotta pay attention at all times. I'm out? What? Oh, wait. Oh, I killed the Kurgans. Right, I killed the Kurgans. Wait, there was a 4-kill open? What the hell? That was fast. That was very fast. I mean, I'm overkilling this guy, but like 4-kill open is so good. I'm not even mad. Also, it's likely I have to kill more things. Anyway, so... A little trait, by the way, if you're ever fighting a Garm and then you have to kite away from the Garm, once you see him cast Dragon's Voice, then it's kind of safe to run away from it. Because he's not gonna do it twice in a row, right? Or if he does it twice in a row, there's gonna be a huge delay between the two casts. So whenever you see Dragon's Voice, it's time to kite the Garm. Streamers like endless spams and not many debuffs. I mean, excuse me, endless spams. Excuse me. I left on the floor like 80% of the bombs I found, to be fair. I mean, I am finding the bombs, I'm just not picking them up. I think so far I picked up 2 flight and 2 strength on this set, and everything else I left on the ground. No, they can do it twice, but it's never it's never close to each other's. Like it'll never do Dragon's Voice, then wait like 5 seconds and do another Dragon's Voice. There's always gonna be a delay. Flood dragons have a tendency to like be dumb and not move for a while, so we might not run in that situation. But if you see a flood dragon just kind of chilling and not moving for a long time, sometimes if you're witching, it's gonna unstuck it. It's gonna get it unstuck. But like if you're gonna witch chain, it might be worth just to kill it as well. So just a heads up. By the way, time is crazy good. I'm still going to listen to myself though, use all my flights and all my altars. So this is a new ability. Now I am in an interesting position because this is gonna take freaking ages, but I have plenty of time and it's flighted. If it wasn't flighted, I would not fight this even with my time. If it wasn't flighted, I would rage this floor. Honestly, I would rage this floor. But because it's flighted, I will just kill. It will be slow, but it's worth it. So you know what? Once again, I have a good game plan for the last sets, but it's never set in stone. You always have to adjust. Serenity would also be okay. If it wasn't flighted, honestly, you could choose between rage or serenity. It's almost up to personal preference. Personally, I prefer to rage before high serenity. Do flood dragons have more HP? No, I think they have regular HP. They just hurt quite a lot. That's why I've been avoiding them. I'd like to fight one to show it off, but no ability isn't the time for it. I should be able to fight 1 or 2 on the next floor though. Yeah, why they're very dangerous is because they have a very powerful dot. Outside of the dot, they don't do anything. So anyway, if you're ever fighting a no ability floor, it's just boring, right? It's just you don't have your berserk and you infer it. Just make sure, and you don't have your intuition. I guess that's the bigger loss. You don't have your intuition. Make sure you keep your potion rolling non-stop. Because if your health gets low, you have like nothing to prevent it. But I mean, you have your upper potion, that's it. No ability is the worst debuff you can get on Warrior. It's the worst one. This is basically no ability is like the no item equivalent. But the reason why it's better than no item is because if I did no ability, so I picked up a flight there. I might actually not use this flight the whole run. I'll see. I'll just keep it in my bank. I'll use an altar next floor. But you know what? I'll use nothing next 2 floors, I think. But no, I'll use an altar. I said I would use all my flights and all my altars. I will still do it. But that's the way you should play. Like right now, we have an insane amount of time. That's not. I think that's kind of irregular, though. Yeah, I think you're thinking of the dragons in like the 90s or something. Like the dragons in the 90s have an insane HP pool. Patrol's coming back. I was waiting for that. So like, do I have to fight the patrol? No. But it's... If I'm going to mess up, it'll be because this guy ganks me while I'm fighting something else, so I'll fight it. To be safe. Just gonna peek real quick what my options are. Okay, there's nothing really. Yeah. How much did it get me to get my first layer? You mean like how much attempts it took me to do it? My first layer took me 2 POTD attempts. My first layer was Red Mage and it took me 2 POTD attempts to do it. But before I did POTD, I did Evan on High, and my Evan on High took me 3 attempts. On Gunbreaker. By the way, the Garm, be very careful about being inside its hitbox. As long as you're like max melee, nothing should kill you. But this guy is tricky when you're in the middle of his hitbox, because if you are in the middle of his hitbox and he like rams voice, this is how you die. Like, you don't have time to run out, basically. Okay, my options for nobility are not great. I would not mind a Mimic. No Mimic. This flight, I'm not gonna use it. That's a respawn. So, unfortunately, this is like my best option, but it's not a good option. I don't even know how possible it's gonna be, no ability. Might need a Steel or a Witch Chain. I'm leaning more towards a Witch Chain, though. So I'll do a Witch Chain. No ability, like, your options are like trash, because it's like... Well, it's trash. Like, you don't have a lot of options. Because, like, losing your damage is one thing, but losing your healing is another thing. Like, that's all that makes Warrior strong. By the way, I Witch there. Steel would also been a good thing. Steel, in fact, Steel is less risky because this Witching is not guaranteed to get me out. Like, I'm not guaranteed to get out with this guy. And if I don't get out with this guy, I have to Steel anyway, right? By the way, the Scorpion, he will spam that join move. And you cannot knockback prevent it. We're out, so it paid off. But yeah, he will spam this move. It's not like a bad fight. You can't do it even without Steel, but it is a bit of an annoying fight. But like, honestly, every monster is annoying up there, so you gotta choose your battles, you know. So anyway, we have a lot of time. We don't need this at this altar, like, for sure. But I did say I would use all my flights and all my altars, except the 2 I picked up there. Yeah, you can stun the tail screw. That's why it's like okay. Blind. Oh, we got a rare monster there. Livia. I believe she's called. We got Corrigians. I'm considering not killing the Corrigians. I think I will. We got Corrigians twice out of 3 times, if I'm not wrong. I'll kill them. Patrol first. At least we get the abilities back. So I will fight a Flood Dragon on this floor. But I kind of hesitate to show you the fight without Steel, because I think without Steel it's pretty unviable. I might try. I'll try it without Steel, but I have a feeling it's gonna be like a Witching or a Steel midway through. Well, at least you'll get to see the damage it does without Steel. So yeah, spoiler, I never did end up fighting a Flood Dragon, so instead I'll show you a clip of me fighting one in another run a long time ago. I think actually my Felt Leaf was a little weaker back then than it is now. So anyway, it's just a monster where you really just gotta make sure you rotate your defensives very well. You always want to make sure you have a defensive up whenever it's trying to apply the dot on you. which happens every 10 to 15 seconds or so, which is exactly what I'm doing there. I mean, there's nothing much else to say about this monster. You cannot stun it, so you just have to tank the damage with your defensive, draw intuition on cooldown. Preferably you have equilibrium up. This is a fight that is not as bad as I thought it was initially when I saw it again. But I would say it's kind of a fight you want your raising for. Like if you had no steel and a raising up and you needed to fight a Flood Dragon, I think that's a fight I would risk it. I think it would be a worthwhile risk. So anyway, there it is. Oh, well, perfect. I have a free steal. Not like I've really been using my steals, but still. There's a worm back there. I want to fight a worm too. I'll also fight Livia. Why not? You know, in a way, I'm a bit, I almost feel like I should rage just to show off a rage. Like, what it's like. I don't need to, right? That's the thing. I don't need to rage, but I almost feel like I should at least show it once. Anyway, let's fight the worm first. So this guy, you need to do good defensive there. Sorry. Because he chunks you really bad. However, as long as your defensive usage is good, this is a okay fight. Much better than other jobs because you can actually stun the Enrage. I'll show you what it's like. When he enrages, he's gonna do like a drawing effect, which has a telegraph. And all you want to do is you want to react stun this, and then you're gonna run away, basically. And as long as you do this, you will not get hit by the Enrage. So this, stun when you sit, it'll still draw you in, but then you're not gonna get hit by the follow-up, which is this. And this Enrage happens 30 seconds after you pull it, if you want to time it. But fortunately, you can react stun like the thing every time. So, usually I count it, but on other jobs, not really on tank. Yeah, if you're strength steel, you can fight a Flood Dragon easily. Honestly, if you just have a steel, you can fight one easily. Without strength and without steel, I don't know. I kind of want to find out, but I don't think it's a good fight. But it's definitely not a good fight, but I don't know if it's a possible fight. So that's a worm. Now, if you want to see what Livia's like, she's like a mimic that only attacks. So she's actually one of the hardest things to fight for DPS job. On tank, she's gonna hurt. But like, that's all she does. So, and you're a pretty good job for things that hurt, so... But she hurts. She cannot be stunned, and she cannot be witched. So if you pull this guy, you gotta make sure you can kill it. Because like, one of you has to die. You can rage her and you can rezo her though. Nice miss. So we've killed 16 so far, and this is a non-flighted floor, which means the average amount of kills to get out would probably be 7. Ooh, nice. Trying to wombo me. Oh yeah, by the way, worms do an out of combat send pillar. This is what you just saw there. Whenever you're about one room away, they can just shoot a pillar at you from across another room. And that's more of a DPS issue again, but like even on tank, I felt it there, right? Like it will disrupt you while you're fighting other things. Lord Garrus, I'm coming. So I don't need to for time, but I will show you a Rage double dip, what it's like. So whenever you taint, there is enough monsters on the floor to do, like, let's say you taint that this is enough monsters to open the key, and the key is there. So the key is there. I already killed 6 Stains. I know the average is 7. It could go up to 9, 10, but that's very unlikely. So what you want to do is to prepare a good double dip with no witch chain. You can witch chain to double dip. Like I could witch chain a few monsters, bring them over there, and then do it. But just to do a simple double dip, just pull like something that's not too hard somewhere. Go to the key room. Make sure your potion will be up and your defensives as well. So defensives, potion, and then what you're gonna do is you're gonna rage. Then kill things until the key opens. Make sure you know what is sound and what is not. The worm is sound, by the way. I haven't really mentioned that, but the worm is sound. So you can avoid him if you need to. And then that's a double dip. Now I have 45 seconds of rage and I'm on to the next floor. I'm going to have about 35 seconds. You can be unlucky. You can have the no knockback debuff on the next floor, which then means that you wasted the double dip, but you still got some value out of it, right? And that's a double dip. So you see, in that case, it worked out great because I have Gloom damage down. So in that case, it worked out great. Now you have to be careful. You might hit traps when you're in the rage. You lost your run to a discount on 140. Sorry to hear that. I guess I haven't mentioned it, but if you disconnect in Deep Dungeon, you lose your run instantly. Everything you did, even if you had a raising. So it sucks. So sometimes you descend, it's not even your fault, right? That sucks. It is live though. If you have an unstable internet, this is very hard to do this content. If you have internet that cannot be stable like an hour at a time, it's very hard to do this content, unfortunately. But sometimes you DC and it's not even the fault of your internet. So anyway, that double dip, I did not need to do it for time. In fact, I'm kind of I don't like that my time is really good because I feel like I can't really show off like much. I mean, I don't feel like I've been picking up too much either. I have 2 flights, but I didn't use them. So anyway, that's a double dip. You are likely to have to do what I did with the rage there. Like, you're gonna zone to a floor. You're probably gonna kill a few Garms because they're in the way. And then you're gonna, like, try and get a few monsters on the key. You're gonna rage on the key. It will open. You'll be onto the next floor with that rage. And then you're gonna, like, smash a few monsters. Probably 5 or 6 with that rage. That's a double dip. Usually, you need to do 1 on this set to make it with enough time. Usually. In this case, no. We didn't need it. But usually, you'll have to do it, so I wanted to show it off. Now, if we pick up another rage, I'll not be using it. Because we have all we need to clear still. Worm. I'll pull the worm. This guy should be pretty bad in Gloom. But as long as I have good defensive usage, it's not that bad. Make sure you keep your stun though. This will, I mean, in Gloom, it might one-shot me without steal. But this will, if you have a steal, this should never one-shot you. It can crit, I believe, though. But even with a crit, it's in steal, it will not one-shot you. And if you don't have a steal, I'm pretty sure it doesn't one-shot you if it doesn't crit. If it crits, maybe, though. Oh, this is requiring actually a lot of juice. It's fine, though. I have enough juice, but this required most of my cooldowns. I think he does the Enrage again, but he does it like a minute after. So it's like a different timing if he does it again. And we're up. I mean, 2 Corridians and 4 flights above average. The 2 Corridians were nice. They were nice. 4 flights. I mean, I think you would have 3 flights joined to this set. I think you would alter 3 times and fly 3 times on average. I don't feel like it was that lucky. It was lucky if I had picked up everything and used everything, but I don't think it was that lucky. However, we have an extra 8 minutes. So we have an extra 8 minutes, which essentially is 2 flights. I could have used 2 less flights and been fine. Warm is very hard, but I had gloom there. So actually something that's nice is that I have so much time that I can actually show you the markers and everything. So this boss will... It's like the 90 boss. He's gonna do blue bomb, red bomb, blue bomb, red bomb. He's gonna alternate. So it's a bit different because 90 does like red, red, blue, red, red, blue. But this one does blue, red, blue, red. The bombs have specific positions. Oh, I never fought a Flood Dragon, you're right. Too bad. Alright, that sucks. I wish I had fought a Flood Dragon. I never fought a Flood Dragon. Flood Dragon, you want to have a steal for it, in my opinion. If you don't have a steal, it's a very risky fight. Make sure you have a Raising and a Witching ready. If you have a steal, it's fine. He's just going to put a strong dot on you. Make sure you defensive well. Sorry for not for fighting a Flood Dragon. Bye, bad. So anyway, this guy, when he puts his bombs, it's in predetermined positions. It's specifically, it's like 3 on the right. Well, I just put a marker. It's like 3 on the right, 1 on the left, and then 2 in the middle. The way I remember to do it personally is I just remember where to port the boss. So I'll port the boss on A, then I'll port the boss on B, and then I'll port the boss like on C, basically. That's the way I do this boss. And I just have to remember A 3 times, B, C. So A, B, C. Right, 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 left, mid. Mid is twice, but usually it's dead by the time you get to the second one. I have only 1 loss this time though, so it's actually going to be a fairly slow fight. It's going to be a fairly slow fight. And this boss, I will really recommend you steal. I will use a steal. I don't think it's worth to show this boss without steal. Maybe I'll remove it, but who knows. So this boss, when he does the blue bombs, I'll just start fighting it. I mean, I don't need strength for the moment. I guess I'll just fight it naked for the moment. I don't have to use anything. So that's going to show you what kind of damage he's going to do to you if you don't have anything running. So when he spawns the blue bombs, they also have fixed positions, but I don't know them. The blue bombs, you want to kill them when they spawn. However, you can actually not kill them, which I recommend you do this if you don't have a strength running. And the way it works is you want to make sure you're full health. And when the bomb is about to explode like now, you just make sure that you're away from the boss. It's gonna do 80% to you, but you'll be fine. Because the boss is gonna start casting sap before it reaches you. So that's the way to do the blue bomb if you don't want to kill it, or if you don't have a strength. So anyway, after he does the blue bomb, he does 3 saps during the blue bomb. He'll do a 10 buster phase. The 10 buster phase is more a thing you want to know on DPS though. On tank, it's just whatever. Just have defensives up. Now it's the first red bomb. That's the one you want to push, but luckily we know where it spawns. So we just port the boss on A, and the bomb is right there. Make sure you don't get hit. This will interrupt the massive burst. Like this. And that's the first red bomb. So after this, there's going to be a blue bomb again. Nice damage. Now, if you have a strength, you can kill the blue bomb. Personally, I prefer killing the blue bomb. Make sure you don't stand in the little blue bombs though when they blow up. But you can kill this. That's my preferred strategy. And I recommend that you lost. If you have multiple loss, that's like the time to loss. After you kill the blue bomb is the best time to loss, so I will do this. You can also lost on the pull. Like when you pull the boss is a good time to lost as well. I just want to mention that if you stay in your lost, it's always a DPS gain if the monster would take more than 1 minute 30 seconds to kill, because effectively you're extending the 50% buff. So like for example there's no reason for me to quit out the lost. I would only need to quit out the lost once I could not tank the damage anymore. So just something to keep in mind, especially if you have a steal, you'd be able to squeeze a lot more juice out of your loss on this guy. So yeah, I put steal up there because I want to make sure I would be fine. My health dipped low, but that's because I was doing multiple things at once. I was stalking and everything. It should not dip that low. With steal, it's very not much damage. That's going to be incoming. So anyway, next bomb is right again because it's right 3 times. Make sure the boss is on A. It's going to be positioned properly. You heard that you should never pull with Lust on this boss. You heard that for DPS. For tank, it's different. You can do it. If you have a steal, you can do it easily. If you don't have a steal, you can probably do it, but make sure you have like defensives and the potion rolling. So next blue bomb, I'll kill it again because I prefer killing the bomb. Now something that's kind of important to know about the bomb. Like when it spawns, it's gonna like do nothing for a few seconds and then it'll start doing its blowing up thing like this. So if you attack it right away when it spawns, it's going to start casting right away. So make sure that when you start attacking, like you're ready to do damage, right? That it's when you start doing damage. Because if you like slap it once and then you lose 3 GCDs from moving, then it will probably explode on your face. And if you were to mess up and the bomb would explode on your face and you don't have time to like get away from the boss, or he's missed time and he's going to sap at the same time as you get frozen, your tank invuln will save you from it as long as you use it the very last moment. Just something to keep in mind. So that's just something to keep in mind. So again, I'm just waiting for the sap. There it is. The third bomb is right again. Right. Park on A. Now, next bomb is left. But I will intentionally not position the boss correctly to show you what it's like. So blue bomb, we kill it. So see how it started casting very late there? That's what I mean. Like, for as long as you don't attack it, it's basically going to delay the casting by like a few seconds. So preferably when you start attacking the bomb, like you're ready to do damage to it. And no, you don't need to keep Berserk for it. I did not keep Berserk for any of them. I mean, it's good if you have it. But I would not delay your Berserk. I would maybe keep a Felt Leaf in stock or 2, but like don't delay your Berserk for it in my opinion. Oh yeah, so that I'm going to mess up the next bomb. The next bomb would be left, but I'm going to intentionally position on A. Will it be the worst possible way? So there, I'm thinking the bomb is on A, right? I'm chilling. I have to pay attention, of course. And I'm chilling, then I'm like, oh shit, the bomb's there. What you want to do, right click. And then if you need to push it again, come on. Do not GCD the bomb. If you GCD the bomb, it's going to like auto attack at the same time. It's like gonna double push. Which, I mean, to be fair, in that case, I would need the double push. But like, don't do the double push step by step if you need it. Don't like GCD the bomb. If you do, it'll auto attack at the same time. It's just a mess, okay? It's just a mess. Don't do it. Right click, by right click, I mean auto attack the bomb. And then if you still need to push it, tomahawk. That's the easiest way by far to do this mechanic. If you mess up the position. Or if you don't want to memorize the spots. Like my first runs, I did not memorize the spots. So now I'm taking way more time on this boss than you would ever need. Plus I had 1 loss, that's kind of unlucky. I will give you like a kill time at the end of the kill. Like at the end of this kill, I will tell you what kind of time you should expect. But don't use that kill as like your kill time, because this kill is unrealistic. It's way longer than it should be. Oh, so see, this one I actually messed it up, and like legit messed it up. We'll just right click, move like this. It's a very organic mess up, you know. The marker should be low. I don't know why I put that marker so high. They should all be aligned. Honestly, I'll show you the markers more properly where I place them after this, after the boss is dead. But they should all be lined up. So blue bomb. I mean, like I told you, we can skip the blue bombs if we feel like it. Like it's not like I have to choose one or the other. So this one I'll skip it. Why not? I'm not gonna do damage to it. If you skip the bomb, you have to not do damage to it. Because if you do damage to it, you're going to like start the bomb earlier. And if you do that, the boss, it might sap you as you're frozen and then you'll die, right? So if you skip the bomb, you have to decide before you attack it. If you attack it, it's too late. You have to kill it. So that's something that's different from the old guide, by the way. You have way more flexibility with this boss now. You can decide if you want to kill or skip the bomb. So I'm gonna show you one last thing. I will fail the red bomb. I will actually not like do it. If that ever happens because you push it in the wall or something, you can survive. When it blows up, it'll do 99% of your health. So you have to make sure you are able to heal fast. If you want to be safe, use Alm Gang right before. Be far away from the boss. Be full health. Use your Alm Gang to be safe. And then just heal with like anything you got, like this. So you can mess this up. If you mess this up, you are playing legit the best job. Mess up. So like it's a good time to mess up. Right, I'll skip this bomb again. Again, when the bomb is about to blow up. Usually when the second sap is about to happen, you just start running, be full health. No, I am losing steel. I'm not gonna refresh my steel, but honestly, you should almost always do this boss within 1 strength 1 steel. Now, I actually don't know where the next red bomb is spawning, so we're just gonna do it the way I used to do it, which is part the boss in the middle and just adjust, like do the mechanic, I guess. So I'll just part in the middle and I'll do the mechanics, simply. Oh, and it's right there, lucky. No, I don't have a steel and a strength, but this guy's probably dead before it even matters. But if I were to do the next blue bomb, I would skip it. Anyway, I think I showed pretty much everything I could possibly show on this guy. I mean, that's the nice thing about having so much time, is I could actually show this guy properly. What changed that allows you to skip the blue bomb compared to my old guy? What changed is that before it was like an Astro like strategy, but then people started doing it for other jobs, and then it turned out it was actually not that bad for other jobs. And now, because of this, now I actually think it's viable to do it on warrior. Technically, if you're looking at uptime, like pure uptime, technically it's better to skip the blue bomb. Like if you're very tight in your timing, you're gonna gain more DPS by skipping the blue bomb. But the timing for this, you need to be like very close to the boss. He might attack you once, right? Then you could be crit. So like if you do it safe, it's usually gonna lose you DPS compared to the blue bomb. But like they're very close. They're very close. So anyway, the mortars should be aligned. It should be like this. The way. And the way the very first marker, this You see, like, on the ground, on the right side, there's like these 2 puddles, right? There's like these 6 circles doing like a kind of a diamond shape almost, like this. I put the marker in the middle of them. If you part the boss there, between the 6 shapes, it will get hit by every bomb on the right side. And then you just want to align everything, and then everything's going to light up. Like, if you part on B, it will get hit. If you part on C, it's going to get hit. But I do recommend every time you do it, just pay attention to the red bomb. And if it looks, even if it looks far, like even if it's barely grazing the boss and you're not sure, just like attack it once. Like just go behind it, right click it. You always have time to do it before the little blue bombs. Yeah, I mean, if you're using the bomb chart, which I don't have available, but if you're using the bomb chart, you could map out every single bomb. But like, especially on Warrior, I feel like you probably won't have time to do this. At least your first time's up there. Yes, the pattern is the same every single time. It's why I can use these markers. It's the same every single time. If you... Okay, yeah, a little thing though. If you die, the pattern, like, it basically continues from where it left off, but it doesn't care about the color. So basically, TLDR, if you die, you cannot rely on like positions anymore. If you die, you have to adjust every bomb. And yeah, the way I remember it is right, left, mid. The mid one is like, I think that one is a little below and one's a little above, but as long as you part in the middle, they're always touching. So anyway, this set was, I wish I had less time, but it's kind of nice I had more time to show the last boss properly. Alright, so let's analyze the 181-190, usually considered the hardest set, time-wise at least, for your time management. I would say it usually is the hardest set. I would, this run did not, it's, I think I got it kind of easy, but I'm going to be discussing a lot about it anyway. So anyway, first of all, we entered with pretty much most of our bombs, because like I said, last set, the point of the last set is you're gonna blow it up with landmines, which in turn lets you keep most of your bombs at this point. So we had 2 flights, 3 rage. The 2 witch chains is a bit lucky, but I never ended up using them, I believe. Or maybe, no, I used one. I don't remember why, but I did use one. Either way, I would expect to have 0 or 1 witch chains at this point. 1 lost. The loss have been not that great this whole set. Still a bit unlucky, and we never found another one on this set too. And but everything looks pretty regular to me. In fact, we have no strength. That's, I would even say no strength is maybe a little unlucky. So you might have 2 rage if you use your rage to do the last set in 2 tries. So first floor, I mean, we got 2 strength from the get-go. I did a strength as soon as I believe as soon as I found the second strength, I just strength, because on this set, if you have above 1 strength, you just want to keep 1 strength for the boss, but then if you have 2 or more, it's always a good time to strength, so I did that instantly. And then my strategy on this set, I'm not going to repeat myself, because the entire guide, it basically like parrots that the whole time, but like my entire strategy on this set is just alternate flight and alter, always using the one I have the most of. And so that's what I did. First floor, I just fought with strength, 7 kill. It took below 6 minutes. So, you know, like you can look at this and you can just tell yourself, if I were to strength every single floor without debuffs, I would actually make it to the boss with enough time. So it's not as tight as you think it might be. You still have to do good management, but it's not as tight as you might be. So anyway, I did, my first thing I did is actually an alteration. That's not a flight, my bad. So I altered. Unfortunately, I got mimics. I fought the mimics. But it was a 5 kill, so we got out pretty fast. Mimics are quite tanky. They have the same HP as a Garm, I believe. But it was still a very quick floor. We had a strength running for that, and we had an ace, so this was a very good floor. Then we flighted, so I just keep alternating, like I said. The flight was a 4 kill, about average, and then we did another flight. We also picked up a flight. This was no regen, didn't matter. Next floor, 4 kill, average, flight picked up, flight used, same thing. Next floor, 3-3. Maybe a little lucky on the kill count for the flight. Because I would say at this point, the average kill count is still 7. Flight is like a 3, 4-ish. Usually it's more than maybe towards the 4, but it's about 4. It's about 7 kill on average for the floors. So anyway, the 185 was flighted, and then I just used an altar. Then the altar gave me Guardians, which was nice. Also was 5 kill, was 4 kill in fact, very lucky. We did overkill 1 though. So that was very lucky. Then I used a flight. Average kill count. No ability, quite a bad floor. As you can see, it took almost 7 minutes to kill 4 monsters. Only reason I fought this is because it was flighted. So we got a very bad debuff there, but it was at a good time because we flighted. If I had no flight there, most certainly would have been a Serenity or a Rage. Probably would have been my Rage double dip, in fact. I probably would have dipped my Rage into this floor, and then I would have fought the last one if this was not flighted. So anyway, the wishing I used there was because there was a monster I didn't want to steal for, and it was the last one. And so I used another flight there. No, an altar, sorry. I got Corrigan's again. I did kill 9 monsters though. Well, sorry, I killed... This was a rage double. I fucked around a little bit on this floor. It's why it was pretty long, because I stayed on this floor for a while. I think I wanted to show off specific monsters. I also wanted to show off the rare monster Olivia. But essentially, this floor, it was very fast because I did my rage double dip. Which I did not really need to do it for time. It's just because I wanted to do at least 1 rage double dip for the entire run. Well, not the entire run, but I want to do one on this set specifically because you are very likely to have to double dip. Because like if I look at how this went, first floor, it's average, right? Let me circle the lucky floors. This is lucky. This is normal. This is a bit lucky. Let's do a little smaller circle. This is very lucky. Average, and then the rest doesn't matter. So see, there's 3 floors where we got pretty lucky kill counts. And then we never really got bad debuffs we had to deal with, excluding the very end. But then this one was flighted. This one we rage double dip into this one. So like all 3 bad debuffs were kind of handled by just the rage, right? But you know, you have to like you have to understand though, if I had gotten these debuffs, like, you know, let's just move these debuffs around. This is like the classic. This is a classic debuff you don't really want to fight, but then sometimes you do, right? So like if I got this there on this floor, which is flighted, I would have fought. If I got it there on this floor that had Corrigan's, I would have probably fought if my time was really good. Otherwise, I would have rage double dip. So I would have rage there, and then just double dip into this floor, which was no ability, so it would have worked out very nicely. Then I would have fought the blind, and then this floor, assuming it had no bad debuffs, I would have probably fought it normally. So, you know, there's like many ways that I could have played this. In the end, we didn't really use like as much as you would think. Like, first of all, keep in mind, my boss, they took ages because I showed like every single possible thing. I showed markers for a while as well. We essentially had like let's say a 6 minute of free time. So this is a flight I didn't need to use. And also, if I had just Rage, Fortune Rage 1 floor, if I had flighted instead of the Rage, I would have been fine too. So I had a lot of leeway. What we ended up using in the end is 2 strength on the boss. Sorry, 2 strength on the floor. 4 flights, 3 altars, 2 of which, like, let's say 2 of them actually gave me Guardians. And then a Rage that we double dip. So, you know, I used about what you would use normally. All your flights, all your altars. 2 altars is a bit lucky. Let's say one of the floors did not give me Guardians. That would probably put me 3 minutes behind. Now, if I remove these 2, well, these wouldn't matter because I rage, but like, basically, if I had not gotten the Guardians, would probably be losing 2 to 3 minutes for each floor where that happened. So like maybe I would have had to use well, honestly I would have not had to use anything. Maybe I would have Serenity this. Actually, that might have been the play. Let's say my time was bad, was worse than it was because like let's say the kill counts were very high. Let's say this is, I don't know, let's say this was more of an 8, this was a Gloom. Now suddenly I get to this floor, right? And I have Mimics also. Let's have Mimics. So I have Mimics. Now suddenly I get to this floor over there and my time would not be so hot. I would probably be at like 20. I'd probably be at like 20 minutes or so. Now in this case, it would have been a great time to Serenity, even if it's flighted, or it would have been an okay time to Rage Double Dip. I don't like Rage Double Dipping on a flighted floor, but you know, since both my Rages and my Serenities are at 3 and my time is bad, this would have been a great time to use something if my time was bad. But anyway, there's like so many ways there's so many different ways that this could have went. This was definitely lucky. A lucky 181, 190, which is unfortunate. I wish I had gotten a more unlucky one. But it's also not a... It's not like this was the luckiest I've seen. We did get some bad debuffs. 2 floors with terrible debuffs. With a 1 floor with a bad debuff. Many pickups. Of course, many pickups I didn't pick up. I think we got... we might have gotten 1 free rage. I don't remember. We never got a lost. Never used my steals except at the very end either. But yes, it definitely felt a bit lucky. Now, keep in mind, though, that I always use all my flights and all my altars, so we would probably be looking at 3 flights, 3 altars, even if I had picked up nothing, or like 2 flights, 3 altars if I had used one on the previous set, which I did. But I think if you take this set and it was just a bit unluckier, you would be looking at the same pump used, except you'd be looking at probably 1 Serenity used somewhere. And then that's it. I think that's all you would be looking at. 1 Serenity would have probably been used on like one of the bad debuff floors somewhere. Because usually I expect the Serenity at least something at this point. But yes, so anyway, so we did all this. We got to the boss. And then the boss, I fought the boss. Now it's... The kill time on the boss for this guy, it's a bit hard to give you an exact kill time, but it depends on like how many loss you have. Because I would always expect you to have a strength on this boss. I don't really see a reason to use your last strength on the floors. So as you can see, me I had 1 loss and it took me 950. But I really took my sweet time, and also I didn't stay in my lust. But if I had to give you a number, I would say it's something like this. No, don't worry, I will double check my own older videos, and like if this is wrong, I will, well, this will not be in the video. So if you see this, it's right. But that's about what I would expect. 3 loss 8 minutes, 2 loss 9 minutes, 1 loss 10 minutes. That sounds about right to me. And we took our sweet time there, so that's why I'm not too... In fact, I think these might be a little too high. I think these are very generous time. You can probably shave off 45 seconds of them, but let's just go with these for now. So yeah, overall, pretty lucky set. Unfortunately, a little luckier than average. But I do hope you were able to take away some information from this. And I did end up fighting everything except a Flood Dragon, but I put a clip of me fighting a Flood Dragon in the guide, so there's still something there. I mean, really, the big upside of Tank there is you are able to fight anything, so you never have to rage. Like, you never will have to keep your rage for, say, floor 188 because it's full of, like, a bad monster. You can just rage, basically, whenever you get bad debuffs. And that's the reason why my rage, like, just happened never, because I never got bad debuffs until then. But then at this point, my time was so good that I didn't really need it, but I still did it to show you guys what it was like. So anyway, now onto the last set. That is nice. Right now, the pumps we have more than we need to clear. I might actually not use everything. I'll probably try and use as little as I can. You know, maybe I'll skip the flights. I'll just use like strength, find some strength pickup, something like that. But yeah, I would say so far, this is pretty much an average run. I am trying not to use what I picked up too much. Let's say we use, I think we picked up 3 or 4 flights, but I only used 2 of those. I mean, I'm not sure. I can check what I used exactly after the run. It'll be in the description of the video, actually. The description of the guide, I'll put what I used every set, so you can have a point of reference. That does not mean you follow what I use as a guide. Like, it doesn't mean if I use 3 flights and like 2 rage on the set, then you use 3 flights, 2 rage on the set. It's just gonna be like a point of reference. So anyway, this was the worst set. The last set is not nearly as hard. It has some gotcha moments, and I will show you the monsters right now. I mean, you can definitely lose on the last set, don't get me wrong, but if you're at this point, the war is behind you. The worst is behind you. Your palms might be bad, you might time out, but the worst is still behind you. Again, on this set, many monsters are like a huge problem on DPS, but not that problematic on tank. This is one of them. Palace Iron Course. It's a very annoying proximity patrol that does huge damage. We are tank. Mummy just does the same cone telegraph I've talked about before. The Trap, this is bad on melee, but it's okay on tank. It's just a high damage monster. Apo is a high damage monster too. Raid, usually this guy is gonna be involved in you dying on this set. He's exactly like the Raid on before, but he does one more thing. He does an out of combat AoE that does massive damage. I believe you can survive it on tank, at least with a defensive. I'm pretty sure you would survive, but that's not the kind of AoE you want to get hit by. And it's basically like the Succubus Void Fire, except it's dangerous, right? That's the way you should see it. So these guys, actually fighting them is fine, though it's like before, you can stun, interrupt. Onyx Dragon is just a dragon that cannot be stunned. As a gaze that like terrorize you, don't look at it. Not too bad. It's like the dragon before. Fashan is exactly like the one that petrifies you earlier, but this one, instead of a petrify, it's just called level 5 death and it just kills you. So don't stand in front of it. Also, it says there that you cannot invuln it, so don't try. Though, honestly, I would not rely on invuln for anything that you don't know what it does. Bicep is just a hard-hitting proximity monster. You're gonna notice a recurring thing on this set. I've not really mentioned proximity monsters too much. On this set, many of them are proximity, and it will show. Like before, it wasn't a huge deal, except a few like things like the Guard Patrols. On this set, many monsters are proximity. This guy is a hard-hitting monster. He has like an Enrage that you're probably gonna see. But like when he enrages, you can outrun it, or you can like ultra tank defense to just survive it. Gorman just a hard-hitting monster. Keeper is the hardest hitting monster. This guy might give you trouble if you don't have a steal. It's still doable though, easier than an Enzu for sure. And Mimics are at their hardest at this point. And there is no boss on this set. Yeah, don't worry. I know the aggro types by heart at this point. But even if I just say them right now, no one's gonna remember them. Like, I mean, if you want to know the, of course, I mean, I haven't said it, but this website, DD Compendium, I'll also put in the description. This has all the information, right? Like you see there, it says aggro proximity. Like if you want to know what they are, you don't have to wait for me to say it. You could just use the website, and you will know everything. The one I mentioned are basically the ones where it's an issue. Like sometimes it's like sometimes an issue. But again, it's like it's almost more of a DPS issue because, like for example, the worms last set are sound. The one at the set I just did, they're sound, and yes, you might want to skip one on warrior, but most of the time, if it's on your way, you're gonna fight it, right? I wish I had fought more things with Gloom. I fought a worm with Gloom. You saw it wasn't a very pleasant fight, but that's what your steals are for. The set I just did, you're probably gonna get this set with worse debuffs than I did. I got a nobility and I did fight the nobility, but like you're gonna get worse debuffs. You're gonna get like a Gloom. Gloom monsters get tricky, but that's where your steal is really nice. If you steal a Gloom floor, you can fight everything. Except... No, I think you can fight everything. I just think maybe Flood Dragon would be spicy, but that's it. Everything else should be fightable. And as a tank, can you fight all of them? Yes. With no debuffs? Yes. Without steal as well. No, none of them should need steal. With debuffs, you're gonna be looking at steal, and if you have a no ability, then you're looking at steal or it's impossible. So anyway, last set, we have good palms. I'll try and use as little as I need to clear. But this is your last... I had a good game plan for the previous 2 sets. This set, I wish I had a good game plan. I have one thing we're gonna do. Is I'm gonna resolve the very first floor. That's something I like doing just for time management in general, because it's gonna put your resolves down to 2, and then it's gonna make like you have your resolves at, well, because your resolves are at 2, then you can pick up a resol and don't have to worry about like capping it and wasting it. So what I like doing first floor is I like pulling a few mummies and just doing a resol. The amount of mummies you can pull depends on how many it depends on how many sorry, it depends on if you have a steal or not, how many you can pull. If you have a steal, probably 5. If you don't have a steal, 3, 4. And so, but like outside of this, I don't really have a game plan for this floor. This floor is just take good decisions and don't die. That's like the floor, because there's not, you don't have to save your palms at this point. I will save my palms, but it's not because I should, it's because I just, for the sake of the god, I don't want to like use everything and then, you know, get to the last with 20 minutes or something. So this is a great time to steal if you want to like do a big a somewhat okay rezo. Rezo stuns monsters, and that's gonna be pretty important on this set as well. Now if we're gonna rezo, we kind of want to know where the key is. Unfortunately, I don't know where it is. I can't see it. These patrols are stunnable. Very good to know for rezo. I kind of want to use a steal just to show you. No, I'll do it without steal. I would steal there if I were you. Yeah, I would steal definitely if you have 3, I steal. Like there's no reason not to steal, but I'm gonna show you what it's like if you don't steal. I'm gonna pull 3 monsters or so. And then Fortune have 3. At this point, you definitely want a Fortune Affluent. No reason to not do it. And then I'm just gonna pop a bunch of defenses. Rezo. 2 or 3 monsters, however much you want. And now the thing that's nice is this stuns the monsters. So once you hit them once, you can just finish them up, right? And now the patrol is also stunnable. I kind of fucked up that last cast there. He still died. Raid, be very careful in Rezo, because he was gonna cast at you sometimes. And if you don't think you can beat the cast, then don't try. So Rezo kills monsters in 3 hits unless you have a debuff. It so happens that 3 hits is exactly how much time you need to just cast 3 times in the same spot if you stun it. So that's why I'm just spamming the same spot. If it's a monster that you can't stun, then you have to like kind of move your marker forward. Now, unfortunately, I pulled the April there, but it's fine. If I was a DPS, I would sweat a little bit for this. On tank, it's fine though. This guy is not an undead, so he doesn't get extra damage. So see there, this cost me only 1 rezo, and I killed 7 monsters for like very little resource, like just a rezo, nothing else. So this is a good value. Maybe I have to fight something, like a few more things to get out, just to like get to the key. In fact, I have to fight a few things, period. Because the key's not open, but this is a good thing to do because now your resos are at 2. And so if you're gonna overcap your resos, well, they're not gonna overcap. Like, you don't have to worry about using it in a bad situation. Instead, you get to use it on a very like easy, clean first floor where every undead is stunnable. It's very low commitment. And then if you pick a free one, well, you get to use the luck. Like, you know what I was talking about earlier? About like making sure you can use your luck. That's kind of what this is for. I really thought the key was there, but it's not. Did I miss it? It must have been behind a monster. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, well, it was behind the wall. These traps are sound. That's nice to know. You can actually just squeeze past them. These mummies are proximity. Many monsters are proximity. It's very likely this guy's gonna turn around on the key when I get there. I mean, if he does it, I'll kill him. I'll kill him. If I wait, I'm not even guaranteed he's gonna move. Like, it's better to take a guaranteed extra time loss, like little bit of extra time loss, than an unguaranteed, like RNG, maybe he'll move, you know? Like, I'll take the extra 30 seconds it takes me over, like, waiting for him to move. I think it's worth it. In the guide you read to not use your palms in the first 3 floors. I don't agree with this, personally. This, I think it's because probably the guide you've seen, it was more for, like, DPS playstyle. Because the difference with DPS and tank is on DPS, what really matters is surviving your encounters, surviving the monsters. On tank, I recommend you use everything right away. So on this set, I recommend you use everything right away. Affluence, flight. If I had a bad debuff, I would rage too. Like, I'm not keeping anything for any floor. So this is Loom. It's flighted though, so it's not a bad idea to fight this. I don't have a strength, so that's one thing. Not having a strength definitely sucks a bit, but this is still flighted. It would be an okay reso. Like, there's not really a concept of pace on the last set, because there's no boss and it's just kind of chaotic because you're kind of using whatever you find. So there's no such thing as just having the pace. Like, you just want to use whatever you find whenever you think is a good time for it. So, like, for example, if I go into this floor and there were like 3 patrols standing there and then, like, you know, another mummy somewhere, I might even have reso. Try double dip my reso, right? It's a very flexible, your options. It also depends on what you brought from the last set. In our case, we brought a lot of things. In fact, I would have brought 3 rage if I had not just want to show up the double dip. And now I'm still checking chest for the sake of, like, showing off, you know, checking chest gameplay. But we don't actually need palms to clear right now. We don't need to pick up anything to clear right now. Key is there. So it's just for the sake of still showing what it's like to check chest. Maybe we're gonna fight a mimic, etc. But I will try not to use what I find too much. By the way, it's usually I would expect to enter this set with no flights as well. If you have them though, use them. Do I recommend saving a rage for 199? I mean, if... I guess it depends if you're like a pressure gamer. Like, if the pressure gets to you easily, then yes, it's not a bad idea to save a rage for the last floor. Because then you're more likely to mess up on the very last floor, right? If pressure gets to you easily. But I don't personally save a rage, like, for that floor. I do recommend that your Serenities or your life force on the last set. Especially on tank. If you lose, it's probably because Serenities. It's probably because you have, like, too many bad debuff or something. I mean, that's for every job. That's true for every job. So your Serenities are like your lifeblood. So, like, let me give you an example. If next floor I get a no ability Gloom floor, I will rage it even though I have 3 Serenities. Because, like, think about it. What purpose do I have to rage the last floor? Like, what purpose do I have to keep a rage for last floor when I don't know what debuffs it's gonna have? Like, maybe last floor is gonna be like ace HP up, you know? So it makes more sense to rage when I have guaranteed bad debuffs rather than keep the rage for a non-guaranteed bad floor. However, Serenity is like you kind of want to keep the Serenity. Because if you do get bad debuffs, well, you don't want to just straight up lose, you know? That you want something for it, so that Serenity is better for it. Also, like this whole Serenity thing, like the higher I go, then the more willing I'll be to use a Serenity. But I can tell you from experience that Serenity is just on tank, and especially Warrior, you use it way less than other jobs. Because you rarely have to Serenity like bad fights. Like for example, this floor Gloom, if I was say a DPS and I had no steal, well, this might be a Serenity right there, right? And like, yes, I have 3 steals, but like, just I'm not using my steals, of course. As you can see, monsters with Gloom start doing quite a lot of damage. I am not using my steals just to show the damage. I would recommend you steal if you feel like the damage is too much. It's not to show off that I'm doing this. It's just to show the worst possible kind of damage. It's wasting me potions, and it feels bad. Trust me. Treasure rooms are pretty common. Well, pretty common. I mean, they're not that uncommon. I would put it that way. So I'm not going to use that flight. Let's pretend I never picked it up. I feel like I use a lot of flights already. So this is a blind, no nutback. I mean, it's bad debuff, but it's not bad enough to, like... If it wasn't no nutback and I had 3 rage, I would maybe rage this just for the sake of time. With 2 rage and a no nutback, there's no way I'm gonna Serenity and just like... In fact, you know what this floor should be? It should be a Rezo. By the way, as a reminder, I wish I could put a mortar, but I can't. There is a wall trap on the right there, but I want to check this chest while I'm fighting, so I'm going to check with a safety. It's a strength. Like I said, I'll allow myself to use a few strength there and there. Now, a floor like that is a pretty good Rezo candidate. I will steal in that case. As I said, even if you're going to do something, there's no harm in just pulling something right away, which is exactly what I did with this guy. I just pulled this guy right away. I don't even know what I'm doing, but I'm still fighting that guy. No harm doing that. So anyway, if I'm going to do a Rezo, it's exactly like before. I'm going to pull monsters that are not hard to like pull. Unfortunately, it means just the mummy. I could Witch Chain. Maybe I should show it off just to show you guys what it's like. I guess I will. So if you have Witch Chains to spare, something you can do is you can actually do kind of like a landmine, but with a Rezo instead. So let's just pull a few undeads. You have to know what the undeads are, of course. And then you Witch Chain a few undeads like this. And then you try to bring them somewhere where there's monsters or on the key. You choose. In this case, I'll bring them just to the monsters. Pop defensives, pop potion, Rezo. And even though they're witched, they're still considered undeads. So see? Just like that. Now, I could do this to do a double dip. By the way, dragon cannot be stunned. Oops. Dragon cannot be stunned. If it cannot be stunned, you have to do one blast outwards, then one blast in the middle, then one blast toward, like, on you, right? And we're out, just like that. So I could have also witched on the key with the Rezo. If there were, like, let's say 8 monsters or so, gotten out, then double dip the Rezo that way. That's also a thing I could have done. So like I said, react to the debuffs. This set is like react to the debuffs. Don't keep Pomanders for specific floors. One thing. So see, this is another good Rage, like, or Rezo candidate. Even more so because I have a steal running. Every time you have a debuff that kills your DPS, it's just a good time to do something. Just see it that way. So if you're gonna rage, you would like to rage towards the key. In that case, I can see the keys there, but if I did not know where the key was, it would be a good time to sight. So again, we're tanked, so we're gonna use that. I'm not gonna use that rage. I picked up a rage there, but I will not use it, so we'll keep that rage. So there I'm a tank. I actually have a little bit of a privilege. I can pull a few monsters, then go to the key and rage. Now, something I would do if you're gonna rage is I would safety if you were able to afford it. Make sure the ghost is gonna shoot an AoE at some point. And I would rather wait for the AoE to shoot before I begin the rage. So let's just kind of chill, heal myself. Okay, there, AoE. So now I'm going to do defensives. And then we'll rage. And then we try to get a double dip if we can. Double dip is just a fancy way of saying we try to do it and finish on the key, right? So there I have about 8 monsters to kill. When you rage, be careful. Don't like pull 10 monsters, you know, during the rage. You can still die very easily. So there we're out. So we double dip. And we try as we miss like 3 bronze chests. Now we could get no knockback there, which would cancel the dip. But I mean, it was still a good rage. So if that happens, it's just unlucky. See there, we got an interesting combination. We got a no item and a blind. I fought this exact combination on Dark Knight and it gave me a lot of trouble. On Warrior, it should be fine. So we got a treasure room there. If the key is there, it might change my plan. It does not look like the key is there though. So that's 5 kill. We can fight a Mimic easily. With Steel, the no item is really not that bad. Without Steel is when we're gonna be like sweating a little bit when we're fighting. But it's still not that bad. So I'm just gonna trade a few chests, pull the raid. Oops. Alright, Fortune. I mean, I'm picking up so many Pomanders and I'm not using many of them. You know, if anything... If there's a single complaint I have about this run compared to my old one is that I feel like I maybe I've gotten it's gonna sound like I'm bragging, man. I'm sorry, but I feel like maybe I've gotten too good to make this like a more realistic experience. I don't know. Like I feel I would have to watch my old guide, but I feel like my old guide I probably was going way slower overall, just from lack of experience. But anyway, so the raid, this is the raid you've seen before. It's the same. You just stun or interrupt or like run away when he does the scream, but he follows it up with an accurate spots. I don't think my pickups were better. I mean, they are, but I'm not using the pickups. I think my debuffs are better, though. I think my debuffs have been better. Well, at the end of the run, I look at exactly what I used, though. So we'll know, like, for sure what it was like. So this Harryman... basically he's gonna spam a stone move on you, and then whenever he starts like doing the whole like cone thing, he's gonna, if you don't move, he will do it twice, 2 stones, then he will always follow it up with a cone. You just move behind like this every time. Again, this is a monster that it's more of a DPS thing that you have to like know he does 2 stones then the cone, because on DPS you can't really tank the damage for long. In our case with Steel it's very easy, of course. So, and we're out. So this would not be that bad of a sight. I don't think I need it because I'm pretty sure the key's up there. but this would not be a bad site. Yeah, the key is there. Unfortunately, there's a few proximity monsters. Let's just fight the knight. He's likely be in the way. So the knight is gonna open with this donut move, which does almost no damage. Let me show you. It can crit. I didn't even know it could crit, but that's not very much damage. With steel, though. And yeah, the reason I wanted to show the donut damage is because if you're cutting this guy, because like let's say you're no item or something, and you have to like kite this guy, sometimes you cannot get tricked by the donut and you're like too far away because you're gonna do it again. But anyway, the important part of this guy is this: the second that spiral, after this he will do an Enrage very soon. Yeah, for this you wanna like run away. You can definitely tank it with some defensive usage, but there's no reason to do that. Yeah, I'm gonna home gang there. It's getting a bit spicy. We don't even need it, actually. That was very close, though. Much closer than I thought. The blind is a bad combo for sure. The blind no item, it's not as bad as Dark Knight, but it's bad because if I miss my run intuition specifically, then I don't get damage in. I don't let my heal in. I'll wait for the Bicep to move. Nice respawn, by the way. I'll wait for the Bicep to move. Like, in a no item, Raid should be easy without steal. I think Hippo should be okay without steal. Dragon should be okay without steal. Fashan should be okay without steal. The Knight is probably one of the hardest fight. The Bicep and the Knight are the two hardest monsters you can fight in no steal right now. So, you know, choose your options. Preferably, if you have a little bit of steal left, fight things that need steal first, or like where steal really helps. By the way, we are officially at the point where we cannot lose. If you have a Serenity left for every floor, you cannot lose. And we're at this point. But you know, like I said, at this point I've had I think I did 5 or 6 regular warrior clears that are not score. And in every single one, I don't have an issue with like my Serenity. Like it's just never an issue because the exact combination of things that are bad for you is rare. It's like a no ability, no item, basically. Yeah, you can still get bad treasure rooms. I mean, to lose to a bad treasure room, you need to have like no juice left, right? It's not like you lose to a treasure room. I'm not even gonna open chests anymore. I mean, I will just to like replicate the feeling of opening chest, because I kind of want to get a mimic. So I'll just keep opening chests. I'm probably not using any single Pomander though. See, that's what's dangerous for the ghost, is you get Venn diagram. Because like, let's say I'm trying to avoid this guy, I go too close, and then suddenly I pull a bad monster. Classic way to die. Ghost, I would say patrol are more important, but ghost is like the second most important thing to kill. So anyway, bad treasure rooms. So what is a bad treasure room? It's a treasure room that you need to get through to get to the key. And the worst possible kind of treasure room is something like it's on the key. You have a few options to deal with this. A pretty good options if there's a lot of undeads is you witch in rezo. It's like probably the best option for the amount of resource you use. Because if you witch in rezo, it's gonna get you out and you'll be out. You also get to double dip the rezo. Another good option is rage. Straight up, just rage. And if the monsters are very dangerous or it's like very bad debuffs, you can even witch in rage. So like you step a little bit in the treasure room, pull a few monsters, witching, then you rage. That's a good way to do it. And another option, if you have plenty of time, is just fight. Like just fight the treasure room. You're probably going to have to kill 7 or 8 monsters to get through it. And the last option, my least favorite one, is you sacrifice yourself. So like, let's say this room is a treasure room, but I need to get through it. I can just run through it and let the monsters kill me, but like once I'm out. We call this a sack play usually. This is my least favorite though, because it's, I think having a raising, even though it's essentially like useless, I think the peace of mind it gives you will make you play better overall. By the way, leaving this ghost alive is definitely probably not something you should do. I would probably kill all the ghosts on your way, because as you see, this makes it so I have to like dodge AoEs constantly, which is unnecessary. But yeah, hopefully I get a battery room so I can show you guys like a way to get through it. But like I can tell you right away, it's gonna be Rage or Rezo. I would have time to fight it, but I will just show a Rage or Rezo like for the sake of it. Raise is funny because they want it to be useless. Like, yeah, pretty much. Like, raising is like... Having a raising, whether you want to admit it or not, will make you play differently. And it will probably make you take more risks that are gonna pay off, right? So like, having a raising, it's like... It is kind of worthless, but at the same time, it's really good. Even if you're like a really good player, it's still good to have a raising. It makes you play a little unsafe. And if you're playing unsafe, you're saving time there and there. By the way, I've not been really talking about what the monsters do, but it's just these are all the same, like archetype. It's just hard-hitting monster that does a telegraph sometimes. I am rotating my defensives non-stop. I'm just not talking about it. As I said, you can steal for comfort on any of these. I'm just showing you what kind of damage you're doing. I will show you something you can do though. This is something that you can do if your serenities are looking quite bad. So which is not the case for this run, but like, let's say I have one serenity right now, or two serenities, and I would really like to do the next floor without the serenity if possible. It's a good time to fly and pre-strength, pre-steal. Because if you have a pre-strength and a pre-steal, and if you get a no item, you are much more likely to be able to do it without any effort, right? But then if you have a flight, it's even better, because then you're pretty much guaranteed to do it in time, right? So let's say my time right now, but not my time, but like my serenities are bad. What I would do right there is pre-strength, pre-steal, flight, go next floor. And then if next floor is no item, and I don't want to like serenity, then it's way easier to fight. That's a good option. That's a good way to actually use your steal for like a good thing, rather than just convenience. Fortunately, this is a hell of a victory lap. I mean, it's I'm just gonna showcase the monsters, but we're done here with many bombs left. Let me tell you that. Like, if you're asking why am I not using my palms, like I said, this last set, just use your palms for time. Like, just use them when it feels like it's a good time to use your palms. I already showed Rezo. I showed a Witching Rezo. I showed a Rezo first floor. I showed a Rage on a bad debuff, trying to double dip. That's kind of like the main points. Like, I've shown all the main things. I've told you about pre-steal, pre-strength. Like, of course, your flight and affluence, you want to use them on cooldown. Maybe it's okay to keep a flight in case you want to like pre-strength, pre-steal. Wow, this guy freaking hurts, huh? Why does this guy hurt so much suddenly? Anyway, that's so weird. Why did I lose control of my health so badly there? I was probably distracted and not rotating my defensives. Anyway, basically, if you have it, use it. There's not really points keeping your palms for anything. Like, you don't want to keep your rage for the last 3 floors. You might have heard that from playing from like DPS guys, but on tank, this is not what you want to use your rage for. Your rage, you use it basically if debuffs are bad. And you can also, if things get very desperate, so let's say right now at 0 Serenity, I would do something like use my rage before I leave the floor, right? I would like steal rage before I leave the floor, and then hopefully if next floor is terrible, I can at least rage, you know? I can at least maybe survive with my rage. That's like an option you can do. It really boils down to like what your Serenity situation is gonna be, but I can tell you that on Warrior it's rarely an issue. Like your Serenities will rarely be an issue. So I have a patrol there. I mean, of course, if you have witch chains, use them. You know, you don't have to fight monsters like this. Oh yeah, no knockback. So there's something interesting about PotD that was not in my old guide because we didn't know. You actually cannot get the no knockback debuff on the last 3 floors. So on 197, 198, and 199, you can never get no knockback. Now, that's nice. It doesn't mean you win if you have rages though, because you can still get no on them. But if you double dip a rage, it's guaranteed to do something next floor. It's not guaranteed to get you out, because you might need a lot of heals, but it's guaranteed to at least do some damage. If you double dip on the 7th, the 8th, or the 9th floor on the last set specifically. So this cheaper, this guy really hurts. In fact, without steal, I think it's gonna be a pretty rough fight, especially because I don't really have room to kite. But this guy is sound, so if I'm walking, I will avoid him. But if you are fighting the floors where this guy is at, this is an easy monster to die against if you leave them alive too much. So I would recommend kill them if you have to fight these floors. Often you don't have to fight these floors because you'll have like a rage pickup or something, or like a Rizzo pickup. I'm just intentionally just fighting them to show you what they do. But if you're fighting, I would recommend you kill these patrols. Even if you can avoid them, I recommend you just fight them. And as you can see, they really hurt. Doable without steal, but of course comfier with steal. You cannot stun them too. If I stun, it doesn't work. So the key is there. This guy hurts also. I think at this point I've fought every monster though, like maybe except the dragon. But the dragon is very easy damage wise, so there's not much to show. And I've already shown its mechanics. And yeah, again, if you're ever fighting a monster and it's like a bad spot and like you're taking much damage and you don't have anything to use, and you're making use of your abilities, of course, like the thing you can do to reduce the damage is just kind of run around like this. Like, even if you don't have room to kite, just running around like this will reduce some of the damage output. You know, like, you just kind of... Basically, think of it this way. Whenever the monster attacks you, it's like a 2-part process. First part is he has to face you. Second part, he has to walk, like, close to you, and then he can auto-attack. So basically, if you keep moving in weird angles... At some point, the monster, like, he has to turn, then attack you, right? Like, it's gonna take him more time overall, on average. So that's just a way to mitigate damage. I do think a lot of these monsters, if I was not doing this, I think a lot of them would be giving me trouble without steal. Because as you can see, that's a pretty high damage output if I'm just standing there, right? So that's why I'm moving around a lot. This guy cannot be stunned, by the way. You can stun the patrol version, but the room version cannot be stunned. Not a big deal if you're fighting, but kind of a big deal if you're gonna use a rezo. It's nice to know that these guys cannot be stunned if you rezo. The knights also cannot be stunned if you rezo. The dragons cannot be stunned. The Gorma and the Wraiths can be stunned. The mummies as well. So this guy might see me, I'll risk it. Oh, didn't see me. There's 2 Wraiths there. Full one ASAP, and then I have to respect this one a little bit. A little trick. If you're fighting a Wraith and it's about to do stream, don't like, because the AoEs are gonna stack up like this, and if you're zoomed in especially, it can be easy to think that it's one AoE, but actually there's like another Wraith shooting at you at the same time. Just something to keep in mind. So for this reason, I recommend you stun when the stream begins rather than when it ends. Unless you need to prevent the damage because it's like a no item or something. But if you don't care about the damage, I recommend you stun when the stream begins, because at least you're gonna see your feats faster. Like you're gonna see if there's something else at your feats faster. I also have not been mentioning the respawns too much, but of course respawns are happening every 5 minutes. Pretty much means I'm seeing a respawn every floor. We have killed this guy, he's in the way. So it's not a bad idea to type in the chat and keep track of it, or at least it's not a bad idea to fight in the hallway as much as you can. Even if you use a safety or something like that. And of course, after 3 Serenities, this is a damage down. You have zero reason not to Serenity this floor. I'm only not doing it for the sake of the guide and using, you know, the bare minimum that I need. But of course, Serenity if you have to relent. Same with your safeties and your sight. Like if you have 5 safe, like if you have a total of 5 safeties plus sight, well, use them. If you're on the 5th floor, use them, because then you have one for every floor. No reason to keep your resource at this point. So we're out. Of course, plenty of pumps to use. Use your pumps. This is an ace. The debuffs have been very nice this run. And the times where I got bad debuffs, I felt like I had good answers for them. So anyway, we're gonna just fight this again. I have enough time to fight the floors left and win with like probably 8 minutes left or so. So we're very much so not in a rush. I made this look easy. I mean, once you know this place inside out, it's easy to turn on Warrior. There's a reason I think it's the best job. Like I said, the beginning, it's rough, like time-wise. Not time-wise as in you're done a timeout, but like it's just rough, just the amount of time you need to spend at the beginning. But the reason you spend that time at the beginning is so that when you get to the point where I'm at, it's way easier than like DPS. That's like where it shines. 180 is hard. Not gonna lie, 180 is hard. Landmines, they can be pretty hard, but that's that you work there so that you don't have to work as hard where I am right now. So see that you're gonna notice on the last 3 floors, if you fight them often, there's like a billion of these guys patrolling. Recommend you just kill them. Why am I not using strength? I don't have a reason not to strength. I'm only not doing it for the guide, for the purpose of the guide. I want to keep the amount of pumps used like low, because I don't want to have I don't want the guide to have so many pickups that it's just lucky, and then people look at the guide and they're like, ah, just get lucky. So I'm just using nothing, but I will repeat myself. Use your things on the last set. No reason to keep your pumps. I already mentioned multiple ways to use your pumps that I haven't used this set yet, but use your pumps, of course. You keep saying, Applecat, that the luck was good with the debuffs. I think it was good, but like, I can tell you from having done that many warrior runs that this is pretty much the feel of every warrior run I've done. Like, all that's really different from my other runs is that if I have worse debuffs, let's add 4. Let's say this run is the same it was. Well, let's say add 5 floors of unplayable debuffs, right? So let's say add a no ability gloom 3 times, and then add a no item gloom 2 times. It still would not have been that hard. So 2 times I would have double dip a rage. So I would have even more time, and then I could have Serenity 2 times, right? So it's like, that's kind of what I mean by I'm not using my bombs. I just want to prove to you that you don't need much to clear. All that I have right now is things I could be using for time gain or debuffs. Like the fact that I'm not getting that many bad debuffs, I'm just proving it with these bombs. That's the best I can do, because I can't like force. I can't force debuffs, unfortunately. There's no way for me to go in dev mode and, you know, start like putting debuffs in my run. That's RNG. Thank you very much for the prime, by the way, Thorn. Much appreciated. Hey, I'm actually at 50 subs right now. Very cool. Thank you. But yeah, take my word for it. From having done many runs, this is pretty much what it looks like. Yeah, sometimes you're gonna get worse debuffs, but this is the best job for debuffs, straight up. Like let me put it that way: if you're gonna lose to debuffs, if you will lose to debuffs on a job, if you were to lose to debuffs on a warrior, you would lose to debuffs on every job, because this is the best job for debuffs. This is the point we take warrior for, is like easy fights and good debuff prevention. By the way, I've killed like 5 things and I still don't know where the key is. Thank you very much for the sub, by the way, Longest. Thank you. Much appreciated. Oh, we got a hype train going. Nice. But if there's anything else you guys want to like ask me about for the purpose of the guide, now was a good time. I mean, I'll be going over like, I'll be doing a little bit of a TLDR after I'm done with the run, but right now there's not much happening. So you have any questions? It is a good time, and thank you very much for the sub, Desi. Much appreciated. Thank you. Of course, this guide will be on YouTube. I mean, that's the point. The point of the guide is to be on YouTube, so it will be there. This is a danger room. I'm gonna side so I can show you the trap possibly. Unfortunately, we didn't get it. This is danger room. There's a trap there. How do I tell? This very recognizable wall. The middle is tiles with salt falling, and if you look up, there's rocks where the sand is falling from. And this is the trickiest wall trap to memorize. So just a heads up, there is a lot of proximity bullshit on this set. And as you can see right now, from using the side, the key is very far. I'm likely to have to kill like 10 plus monsters to get out. It can happen that you do a satch play for just the sake of like getting closer to the key without having to kill like 10 billion things. In fact, maybe I'll even do it to show you guys what it's like. I haven't done a single satch play. Maybe it's a good time to show it. I don't have to do it, but why not, right? So let's just kill things until I'm out, and then I'll show you guys what a sack play is exactly. The key is all the way over there. It's also gonna let me talk about the weakness debuff, because I still haven't really mentioned it. Is there anything I haven't fought? Not really. Yeah, I'll just kill the patrol. By the way, interestingly enough, if you got this floor on a real run, this is a rare case where I would not Serenity. Because I know regen does, like, it does reduce your survivability a bit, but the ace makes up for it more than enough. Because it's a 20% increase in your GCD speed, so... I actually would not Serenity this. I'm a bit disappointed I didn't fight a Flood Dragon. I wish I did. Unfortunately, I did not. But trust my word, Flood Dragon on the last set. If you don't have a steal, I would really not touch it unless you want to try with a Raisin. You have a home gain ready and probably a strength as well. If you have a steal strength, it's okay. It's just use your defense as well. I'm gonna wait for the sack play on next floor. By the way, the reason why the Gravekeeper is dangerous is exactly for situations like this. Because I see now I wanna walk, get past this guy, but now this guy is gonna enrage at the same time. And now it's like a very, like, awkward situation, right? I'm gonna home gain to show you what kind of damage the enrage does. So, as you see, you don't wanna tank this, right? Like, luckily it didn't tank Buster me during it, but you saw that regular sword hit me for like 1/3 of my health. That's why you run away when he enrages. And he always enrages after the second Death Spiral. He might do it again. He might do another enrage, but honestly, it probably has to be a very long fight for another enrage to happen. Alright, let's pull this guy because he's in the way. I'll sack next floor because maybe there's gonna be a treasure room and I can like show it off in a natural, you know, real situation instead of like basically fabricating it. At what circumstances would you use Serenity if you're playing Picto? I mean, it's Serenity usage is always like... It's always like tricky to say use it in that situation. I would say... On Picto, if your steals are low, you would probably want to Serenity something that you can't fight without steal. And if your steals are healthy, you probably want to steal over Serenity. And then I guess you would want to Serenity a no item that's like straight up impossible, right? Like a no item Gloom, for example, you would have Serenity it. Almost guaranteed. I'll kill the ghost too. I'll kill the ghost over there. Yeah, no ability Picto is rough. But like no ability Picto, it's a bit like Warrior where I would rather rage a no ability than Serenity it, usually. Does stepping on the luring count as a fabrication? I mean, it'd be a good time. Yeah, it'd be a good way to show it up, but I would rather show it up in a treasure room. And last floor, we have plenty of time. Plenty of bombs too. Or the mobs on 191, the same difficulty as the ones on 199. They get gradually... Wow, we got Ace, no regen twice. What the fuck? Or 3 times even? That's kind of nuts. So yeah, this floor, as you can see from just like the 4 patrols, is very patrol heavy. I'm not sure why. It's kind of like Garm. Garm trains are very common on 189. And somehow, like, the cheaper trains are very common on 199 as well. There's a treasure room back there. I can't tell because there's a patrol, but it's not patrolling. If there's a patrol not patrolling, it's always because it's in a treasure room. So even though I don't see many monsters, I know this is a treasure room. Yes, the monsters, they get gradually harder the higher you go on a set. It's not like a huge increase, but it does get a bit harder. And also, they usually get a bit tankier as well. So like, technically, yes, it's better to rage at the end, but like realistically, you don't want to like... You don't want to be sitting on 3 palms the whole time, because then if you're lucky, you can't use the luck. You know? And also, like, if you're gonna fight a bad loom, just for the maybe keeping the rage, you're probably wasting more time than just raging the bad loom, even if the bad loom is like the 2nd floor, so... Yeah, I mentioned that a while ago, for the sound, anything that's a sound aggro, if you are in the hitbox, you will pull it. As if you were running. But that's a very nice floor. I'll show you what I mean with the treasure room. I'll pretend I need to go through it when I'm done with the floor. So I'll do a sack play. It's just gonna be like a bit fabricated, but at least there's a treasure room involved. I can't believe I got haste 3 times. That's nuts. Man, if I were using my palms just to clear like as fast as I could, honestly, I think I would have cleared within like 25 minutes. I mean, 1 flight, 2 rage, 1 rezo, 3 witchings, 2 strain, plus I skipped like 10 gold chests or something at this point. Yeah, we might be looking at a 25-minute there on the very last set. Like, what's your usual 191 to 200 gonna look like? Usually, you're gonna get like at least 2 or 3 floors of really bad debuffs. Well, like, not really bad, but like there's gonna be something that you don't want to deal with, like a gloom, a no item, or a new ability. Usually, you should expect to Serenity at least once towards the beginning. You should probably expect to rage something at some point, like a bad debuff, and try and double dip it. And then usually you're gonna rezo like a blind floor or something, including the first floor. And then for the rest, usually it's just fight. And you're gonna find pickups, of course, they're gonna help you. But I mean, if you just go in with like... Because what your usual setup, what it's gonna look like, usually when you enter this set, you're going to have something like 1 rage, 3 rezos, 1 strength, probably 1 flight or 1 altar that you picked up towards the end of the last set. So all of this is more than enough to clear, and you're going to have 2 or 3 serenities. All of this is more than enough to clear, and any freebie you find is just gonna help you to clear. But all of this I just mentioned is enough to clear even with some bad debuff luck. You know, if anything, this run has been great to show off fighting monsters with no steal. I legit the only thing I didn't fight without steal, I think, is a claw and a flood dragon. So the only thing I didn't fight, period, is a flood dragon and a claw. No, I did fight a claw, but I witched it. It was like a no ability, so it doesn't really count. Everything else, I'm pretty sure I fought without steal. So you're seeing the worst possible tankiness. I will admit though, I think on the set I'm on right now, you need to start moving you need to start moving when you're fighting monsters. Like if you just stand still with no steal, I feel like they're gonna kick your ass. So, you know, schmoving it's like kiting like this in circles. It's like just moving a lot every GCD. It's just like never staying still, basically. Hey, what's up, Sut? We're about almost done with the guy. As you can see from my palms, it went well. A respawn happened and I was not paying attention. That's a mistake. Should have fought in the hallway. So there is a chance I have to rage this floor. It could happen if it's like a 13 kill. Well, probably more like 12 kill. I would like to use nothing though, if possible. There's still time to choke there. I mean, maybe. But I don't think so. There's still time to DC though. Don't tell me about DDoS. We've had enough of those. If I still needed to check chest, by the way, I would be doing exactly what I'm doing right now. What I was doing earlier, just try the monsters in other rooms, you know, scout around, kind of move whenever there's a good time to move, etc. That hasn't changed. And we're out. So I'm gonna show you a sack play. A sack play is, let's say, I mean, it's hard to show because I'd like to be on the other side of the room, then show it. But a sack play is like, let's pretend I'm on the other side of this room, and then I'm like, oh man, I need to like go, like the key's over there, right? So I'm going to like delay dying for as long as possible with everything I have, on gang, defensives, and then I'm going to run as far as I can, make sure I have a raising up, and then I'll let the monsters kill me like this. So they'll kill me, but then they'll all run back once I'm dead. As long as I've no dot on them, which I don't because I'm warrior, they'll all run back, and then that's a sack play. I think it's my last resort kind of play though, because personally I think having your raising up is gonna give you a lot of peace of mind. I mean, of course you can do it if you have a free raising like I do. I have an extra one, but this is a sack play. Like if there's a treasure room that's in the way and you just don't quite have the resource for it, that's a good way to deal with it. I would rather rage a treasure room. That's something I haven't done this run too. By the way, if you need to time this run, I'll start running at exactly 3 minutes. It's about 1 minute if you're curious. But yeah, if you, I never really got into a situation where I had to rage fortune a floor. If your palms are really bad, and I mean like really bad, like you look at your palms and you're like, there's no way I can clear. A kind of a desperation play you can do is, instead of double dipping your rage, instead of doing a rage and then, you know, stepping on the key and then dipping the next floor, what you can do is you can do a rage fortune instead. You know what? That is something that I think was different from my old guide. I think in my old guide, I didn't really do double dipping that much. It's only something I started doing after I suffered with Astro, I think. All I need is the RP wall. No, we're gonna do a real run just to have a good time. So I'm gonna start running at 3. It's about 1 minute. I think it's about 1 minute from the time where you are on the key upstairs, right? Of course, you want to sprint. And by the way, weakness, just so there's no confusion, whenever you get the weakness debuff, it doesn't reduce your tankiness. It only reduces your like power, your DPS. So just heads up. So yeah, it's about 1 minute. As like once you're on the key upstairs, you have to be on the key by about like 1 minute to make it there in time. And there it is. That's your win. Now I will say, so from this moment you have your clear, like you have your title. From the moment you touch the pumpkin, you have the clear. So right now I have the title. It's unlocked. Where is the hell is Wave, man? So if I were to DC or crash at this point, well, it's whatever, because I still got the title and it's probably what you're looking for. However, if you were doing a score run, then you would not have your score recorded. You would still get the title, but you would not have the score recorded. Just something to keep in mind. So, I mean, the only reason you stay on the last floor is just to take screenshots like this. Just to take screenshots like this, but it's just something to keep in mind, right? So yes, if you've cleared and you just wanted your title, feel free to take screenshots. It doesn't matter even if you crash. If you have a score run though, don't risk it. Just leave. But yes, that's the score. If you're doing a score run, that's where you would know your score. In our case, we don't care. This was only a title run. Reminder, title needs to start at floor 1. If you start at floor 51, it's gonna say something like not eligible for the clear or something when you clear. Just something to keep in mind. And this is the last analysis for the very last set. This one's gonna be a bit rough to analyze because it's, like I said in the video, this set, you kind of just want to send it. So there's no reason to like keep your palm. So it's really just efficient Pomander usage. Which this set looked very easy when I did it in the video, but it's because the Pomanders were used like very effectively, which basically meant that whenever I got to the end game, right? I mean, yes, the end game had 3 aces, which is insane, but I had like plenty of restores to deal with it. Like even if I had like 3 terrible floors at the very last 3, I could have 73 times. I think I had 2 rages left, and one of them was a pickup, and the other one I had it since the 170s, right? So anyway, first floor. I would say I have one strat on this set, is that I like to reso the first floor just to speed up, and also put my resos at 2, just in case I were to find a reso somewhere else, and also, you know, it just kind of sets a good pace for the run. Exactly what I did with just a steal. So we use a reso there. Then we got a Gloom. However, I did use my flight, so I just fought the Gloom. So yes, that makes perfect sense. After this, we got a blind. This was a good time to rage or reso, but we had no knockback. So we decided, I decided to reso. I did a witching reso. I try to show off what it's like. So another very fast floor. If you are able to keep your witchings for this set, well, first of all, congratulations, because that probably means you didn't do many mistakes, since witchings are your #1 mistake Pomander. So if you actually manage to have witchings for this set, you will have a really good time for your resolutions, because as you can see, this floor to 249, and it was an 8 kill, just because of the reso. So that's insanely fast. That's like a rage almost, right? So that's very good if you are able to keep your witchings. If I had no witching there, I would have still resoed, but it would have taken longer. Well, maybe not. Maybe it would have taken the same amount of time. Depends on how many stunnable monsters there were, but it would not have taken more than 6 minutes either way. So this was always going to be a fast forward with a reso. Then we got this floor. This floor is the perfect rage floor. This is the perfect textbook example of a rage floor. Non-flighted, Gloom plus something else, or like honestly just Gloom by itself. This was always going to be a double dip, and that's exactly what I did. Use a rage, double dip the rage into this, and then this turned out really well because this was no item blind. The no item would have been annoying for sure, and it was a bit annoying. I had a little bit of steel left for it, but the fact that it was a blind was very nice. So that's like my rage at double effectiveness, because it prevented like 1 bad debuff, but also another bad debuff. By the way, average kill count is about 8 there. It's not as important though, because you're gonna be speeding through every floor. But I mean, we pretty much killed 8 things at least every floor, I believe. Yeah, 9, 9, 4, but it's flighted. 8, 8, 8. This one was lucky though. 6, 8, 10, 7. About what I would expect from the kill counts. So anyway, after these 5 floors, the run was pretty much guaranteed to clear. Even if I had only 3 serenities in my bags, I'm like 99% sure I would have cleared if I had gotten to this floor and I had like only 3 serenities on me, because had so much time at this point, I could fight everything, and that's not even including the free things I was gonna find in chests. Like for example, I just strength there. You know, I picked up many things, and of course I didn't use them. I kept many Pomanders at the end. I'll go over exactly what I use on like every floor at the very end in the conclusion of the video, but pretty much we just used what we had, and even then not everything. So anyway, the rest of the floor is not really worth talking about them because I just fought them. If they were bad debuffs, it's also not really worth talking about them even if I had bad debuffs, because like even if this was, say, if any of them were bad debuffs, I would have just Serenity all three because I had 370 at this point. Now, I guess, what if this one was bad, right? What if this one was a Gloom plus no ability? Well, it would have been fine. I would have just raged. I would have probably raged it. Double dip the rage into this. Just keep in mind, I had a rage available still, and this was my third rage. So this wasn't even the free one I picked up. But let's say I had no rage there. I would have probably Serenity'd. Like let's say it's the example I said where I had nothing but 3 Serenities at this point. I would have Serenity'd this floor, fought it. And then as I was about to leave, I would have pre-strength with the strength I found. Then there, at this point, I would have still 2 Serenities. If this was anything fightable, I would fight. If not, I would Serenity again. And then if we got there and we had Serenity again, well, we were really unlucky. But if that were the case, well, I mean, we would pray that we have a steal or a rage or something to use before the next floor. But that, I can't really imagine you have to Serenity 3 times. Like, let alone on a set, but like in a row on Warrior, it seems extremely unlikely. So yeah, there were many, like there's infinite ways to this set. Like I said, I don't really have a plan set in stone, except of the Rezo first floor, which I think you should do. It's very, very, very good. Also, it's just going to be nice to be able to start the set with a lot of time available. It's going to make you less stressed. But yes, it's basically this set is just react to debuffs. So it's just the game plan for this, like at the very basic level, the game plan for this set is you rezo this floor. Next floor, does it add bad debuff? If it has bad debuffs, use a Pomander. If it doesn't have bad debuffs, use nothing. Next floor, same thing. If it has no bad debuffs, you fight. If it has bad debuff, you use a Pomander. And then you just do this literally every time. And then if your thing you're going to do is ever a rezo or a rage, because let's say, I don't know, like for example, you decide that you want to rage this floor, we always try to double dip it into the next floor because that might save you time and resource. And then if you have a witching, and then let's say you got a rezo this floor, but you have a witching to use, then you can try a witching plus rezo. And then you can try to double dip as well in the next floor. And then that's just kind of the game plan for this set. Honestly, how good this set goes for you will kind of depend on how well the last one went. Mine went very well last set, but I still was able to do this with very minimal pickups. Not pickups, but Pomanders. If we look at what I used, I'd say debuffs that I got, honestly, pretty much what you expect. Three very bad floors, but we're warriors, so this one wasn't so bad. And then we got one just regular bad floor. I mean, this whole bit is lucky. Like the 3 ace is lucky, but also it didn't really matter because we had the Serenities for them. I would say this was about what I would expect from the last set. And what we had to use, safeties and side don't really count because I don't think I use them for anything productive. We use a steal for the rezo. That's a good thing to do. I mean, I did not. I did not use it later, but I used it for a rezo at some point. I used it for a witching rezo there. Sorry, so it's good to use. We use 1 steal, 1 flight, 1 rage that was double dip, and 2 rezos. And that's it. That's all we needed to clear. So, you know, not very much. Not very much. So I could, I could have used at this point 2 rage. I could have used my 2 rages last set. Could have used all my strength. Could have used all my alters, which I did. Could have used probably all my flights. This flight, I mean, without this flight, I would have had not enough time, but without this flight, I could have probably, you know, I might have Serenity'd something at some point, like maybe, because if I had not flighted, let's say I had not flighted and I got this floor, I can guarantee you this floor I would have rage. So it would have looked something like that. Instead, I would have rage there. I would have double dip. The double dip would have actually failed because of the no knockback. So then I would have just quit out of the rage. This floor, I would have rezoed. So exactly the same way, basically, because keep in mind, this is still a good rezo opportunity. So it would have been just like a failed double dip into a rezo. Next floor, this one would have been a rage. Yeah, it would have been another rage, which I would have double dip, would have worked again. Then at this point, we would have 0 rage, 3 serenities, and 1 rezo. So you see how everything falls into place, right? It's like, even thinking of like the worst case scenario, and even with a failed double dip, we still have so much time, because then at this point I could fight this, then Serenity triple 3 times, but I still have a rezo, so I could rezo this, try double dip if I have a witch chain, and then I could like Serenity twice, fight these, right? There's like so many ways. But yeah, main thing is just don't be shy about using your Pomanders at this point. Use all your F1s, all your fortunes, of course. Rezo at the beginning, highly recommend. And then after this, you just play with debuffs. Debuffs is all you care about. You want to play around debuffs. Most important thing to do. So finally, here's the final tally up. If you were curious, on the left is the Pomanders that I use on this set. I removed stuff like affluence, safeties, and fortunes, etc. On the right is the time it took me to do the set. So the closer the time is to 1 hour, the better it was, and the more the farther it is, then the more likely I could have saved probably a strength or a flight. And then also at the bottom there's my inventory at the very end. So that's all the Pomanders I picked up and I just never used, because I was fighting everything at the end. So these are all Pomanders I could have used to speed up. There's at least in the Pomanders at the bottom, I can see at least 30 minutes of time saved there. So you know, we still had about a 30 minutes of leeway if we really want to optimize everything.